Good morning, everyone. Are you ready for day one of Garena Masters Season 4 Playoffs? You better get ready because we are down to the last 8 teams today. I am Wasabi Gaming, and with me is the one and only AJ Mustachio, and we are here to bring you action-packed commentary, the whole lot of fun for the rest of the afternoon.
Absolutely.
AJ, how are you today? Have you had any rice this morning?
No rice. I mean, it's very bad to have carbs early in the morning, although I did have tosa, which is kind of like carby. But it's better than rice, okay? It's better than rice. If you know any Indian people have some tosa in their house, you'll be a very happy person. Today is a very special day. Not because it's the first day of the playoffs, but it's also Wasabi's mother's birthday. Happy birthday, Auntie Joyce. Thank you for bringing up such a lovely person like Sabi. I wish you many, many more years of happiness, wealth, as well as great health. Please don't kill Wasabi for this shout out. Chat, if you're there, if you love Wasabi as well, hashtag happy birthday, Auntie Joyce in the comment section for us as well. So as for the show though, Wasabi, I'm really looking forward to seeing exactly who gets kicked down into the lower brackets, because that's exactly what day one is all about.
I mean, that's right. You'll find out who has to fight a little bit more to claim their spot, because this is a double elimination setup.
Yes.
And if you lose 2 games, you're out of the competition. So you have to fight for your life as much as you can to maintain your spot.
Better, 2 matches of losses to get kicked out rather than 1 match of loss, right? So
That's true.
You can falter once. You just have to make sure you don't make too many mistakes. Then again, it's not that losses only come with mistakes, because of the quality that we do have in Garena Masters Season 4. In fact, all throughout the history of Garena Masters, we've had such strong teams, and any newcomer is going to have a tough time. Unlike the West Point Mamba Lowkings, who were pretty much the newcomers who just absolutely rocked the boat. They were taking on teams who were, they were punching way above their belt, let's say that, right? And they were doing it so well. They really gave a bunch of these teams a good run for their money, but at the end of the day, they still could not put themselves into the top 2. They have not seen the grand finals just yet. And after Garena Masters Season 3 Playoffs, they kind of went underground for a little bit. They practiced against a lot of these community teams, and they pretty much thrashed all of them within the community, and they took away multiple titles for themselves, and now they're back. So let's see exactly how much of all of that underground training has done good for these teams, because West Point Mamba Lowkings, they do take on the Broke Boys Club in the very first series of the day, and I'm actually looking forward to that, Wasabi.
Yep, and as far as we've seen for the group stages of Garena Master Season 4, West Point Mamba Lowkings has definitely been beating their competition, and that underground training that you're talking about, AJ, was really paying off in the early stages. So now the question is it going to continue to boost them and pay off now that we are in the playoffs?
I mean, I'll answer that question for you straight up. Against the newer teams, absolutely right. But against the big boys, against teams like Smart Mega, against teams like Almighty, I don't know, against a team like Blacklist International, who is truly ultimate in this season, I don't know whether or not the West Point Mamba Lowkings can move on all the way through. But that's exactly what Garena Masters Season 4 is all about. That's the kind of drama that we are awaiting. But let's take a quick look at the brackets so that you guys will be able to kind of tell exactly how the day is going to go. Because once again, as we start the day off, it's going to be the West Point Mamba Lowkings taking on the Broke Boys Club. For Series 2, we've got Almighty taking on the Huntsmen, Usagi.
Yep, and followed by that, we're actually gonna get to see a show match, but the last match is going to be SKADI versus Smart Omega. And those teams are going to determine who's gonna go onto the upper bracket and who's gonna go down to the lower bracket.
Did you say show match?
Yep, we're gonna see a show match.
That's a show match in Garena Masters. What?
AJ,
what? No,
there is going to be a show match for those who didn't know. Like AJ, I guess. There's going to be a show match between the MVPs of all the different teams. And that, if you're looking forward to seeing that, make sure you stay all the way to the end so that you find out who's going to be playing in those show match.
The MVP of what? Garena Call of Duty Mobile has done it once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I cannot wait to see exactly who's going to be in that roster for both sides later on. And you're telling me the MVP of each match. So we're going to be jumbling up a bunch of different players from different teams all into one squad to take on. What?
If I'm not mistaken, it's one player per team from the, well, not all. I'm not quite sure how they pick the players, but it's only one player per team, and I know some players of DIVINUS are playing, some players of RS are playing, and some other players that you have to find out later on.
Oh my goodness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we know that you're most definitely excited just like me. I'm shocked, excited, all mixed into one small little happy bundle here. I'm looking forward to that. Let's take a look at the schedule of the day as well so that we'll be able to break down once again the kind of action that you can anticipate for the day. 3 main series, and we've got Killgore going up against Nyx. This is Team Killgore versus Nyx. If I was you, I would miss any series in the day except series number 3. That is the series of the day. That's the highlight of the day for me, Wasabi.
Definitely going to be a highlight for today because you're gonna see a whole new set of players playing up against each other. Players who have probably never played together, and players who are usually seen as enemies. And so it's going to be quite interesting to see what happens there.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Of course, once again, West Point Mamba Lowkings, they take on the Broke Boys Club to open up the day. ALMGHTY versus the Huntsmen for the second series. And then to close the day up, it's going to be SKADI versus Smart Omega. Smart Omega, they have been known to be titans, but titans sometimes can fall. Gods, at the end of the day, do bleed. And SKADI might just be the ones who inflict a little bit of hurt onto Smart Omega today.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see if they're going to be able to pull that off because SKADI has actually had such a good run in the group stages, but Smart Omega, we saw a little bit of a struggle there. It could also just be because their competition's a little bit tougher, but you know, again, we will never know until we see what happens later on in that 4th match.
I mean, you might be able to say, but I don't know, you know. You might not be able to say, I don't know. You know, I'm not one to make predictions, right? Whenever I do make predictions, they come true. So I've stopped making predictions. I've stopped making predictions.
Now I'm curious who you think's gonna win.
So that, you know, the other teams do stand a good chance. Because, you know, I don't want to be just giving all of my vibes to just one team. Speaking of giving vibes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the prize pool of the Garena Masters Season 4 in itself is a vibe. $26,500. That's a lot of money on the table. First place takes home $10,000. Second place, $4,500. Third place, $3,000. Fourth place takes home $1,500. A lot of the prize pool to share for all of the teams, but obviously everybody's going to be aiming for that lion's share. But I think one team's already has their left hand on it, and it is the team from the Lion City in itself. ALMGHTY might be gunning for this prize pool after not being able to, you know, go all the way in the World Series. This is their opportunity to once again prove that they are the mightiest within MSP.
Yep, ALMGHTY has had a super good run as well in the playoffs, and you're right, AJ, I think they have the opportunity here to run away with that first place prize, but again, they have to watch out because one little slip up can cost them, and so they have to be very careful here to be able to secure the win. But right now, let's take a look at the first match. We're gonna have West Point Mamba Lowkings versus Broke Boys Club, and our lineup for West Point Mamba Lowkings is going to be Yopi, PJ, Jamars, Luffy, Kalo, and Susano.
And of course, if you look at the lineup of this squad, nobody's going to argue that PJ is your man. The overall leader with the most number of MVP titles, individual MVP titles across all 3 game modes. Hardpoint, S&D, Control, you can depend on him, especially in Control. He is the master. He controls the pace of the game. He calls a lot of the shots out there on the battlefield, and he most definitely leads through example. But his job is so much easier because of the guys standing right there behind them. That's Super Pogi in the name of Alea, one of the best coaches within the circuit in Garena Masters.
Yup, PJ has been such an amazing slayer, and not only a slayer because he can also help get openings, break into hard points and other things, and he's just overall a great all-around player for West Point Mamba Lowkings. But then again, they are going to be going up against Broke Boys Club, and we have here the lineup for Broke Boys Club. It's going to be Youngjae, Freezy, Seven, Z-Man, Josh, and Jello. And we know this team, they've put up a good fight against a lot of other teams in the group stages, and they're very strong, especially in Search and Destroy, where they have about an 83% win rate.
They are most definitely a team to not be trifled with. Individually, there's a lot of skill within the Broke Boys Club in itself. The only problem that I've got with the Broke Boys Club is they're not as proficient within their respawns as they are for all of their SNDs. And obviously, we know exactly who shines in all of those SND matches. You can depend on Freezy, you can depend on Seven. Josh sometimes steps up onto the plate as well. But all of these players, the only qualm that I do have with the Broke Boys Club is we don't see that chemistry just yet. But it's the first time they're all teaming up together, so hopefully they'll be able to push this as far as possible in their very first rendezvous. But we hope to see them back in here in the next future tournaments, of course, with that better chemistry, because I believe this team, if they stick together, they can surely be a force to be reckoned with.
Yep, and now we're gonna take a look at the maps and modes that are going to be played for today. West Point Mamba Lowkings versus Broke Boys Club. Banned maps are going to be Takeoff and Hacienda, leaving our matches to be Hardpoint and Standoff, Search and Destroy and Summit, Control and Firing Range, and Hardpoint and Slums, and Search and Destroy in Raid if we do get to that point. Again, this is going to be a best of 5, so it's gonna be a race to win 3 maps.
Let's see exactly who will be able to take this. Of course, West Point Mamba Lowkings will be looking to maintain their 100% win rate record even in the playoffs. It's not going to be super easy in the later stages of the playoffs, of course, as the Titans await them. But against the Broke Boys Club, there is a high probability that they still might be able to do it. It is, of course, up to the Broke Boys Club to prove that this is not going to be as easy as the West Point Mamba Lowkings think it's going to be, and that they will be able to put up a good fight. And one thing that has swung their way is the fact that they've won the coin toss. So they pick Standoff in here for their very first map. And, you know, their chances on Standoff, I'm not so sure exactly how I feel about this, because the last time they met SKADI, who's slightly less scarier than the West Point Mamba Lowkings, they were just at 159 points. And they took a heavy beating there. Freezy couldn't even get a positive KD for himself, and he was one of the better players on that map. So I'm a little bit nervous of the pick here by the Broke Boys Club, but we do not know what this team has been up to within that 1 week of break that we've been taking. Maybe they've come up with some super plan, because sometimes it's up to the skill, Wasabi, but sometimes it could also be up to some really well-played strategy out there in these maps.
Definitely both things have to be taken into account for them to be able to get the advantage in this map. But then again, it is their map choice, so we just have to trust them on this and hope that they are going to be a strong contender in this fight for Hardpoint over in Standoff.
Wasabi.
And hopefully they don't get that much of a beating from West Point Mamba Lowkings.
Wasabi, of all people, you should know, just because the boys pick something doesn't mean they're always right. Like, I'm very sure you've gone out with a guy and he's picked a restaurant and the food was absolute trash, okay? So just because they picked Standoff here, I'm not going to throw the ball in their court just yet. The performance that we've seen from the Broke Boys Club was a little bit weak. They've got a 0% win rate on Standoff at the moment, and a 33% win rate overall for Hardpoint. So it has to go way beyond the map picks, right? Because I think they struggle with the game mode as a whole. Like I said, this team's chemistry is painful. Yeah. And that's the main reason why they do so well in SND, because every man for himself, they just have to protect their own lives. They lock down these angles, and they're really good. They're actually really good individual players. But as a team, fast-paced gameplay, they struggle. I want to see how much of that chemistry they've built already. Great opener coming through, and you see all of those hit mark checkers coming on through. All of those stuns do connect, and it's the West Point Mamba Lowkings opening up the hill.
Yep, and they're gonna get in there first, but Broke Boys is not gonna make it easy. They're gonna try to go in for the retake. They're gonna take it for a couple of seconds, but it's gonna go back right to the hands of the Lowkings, and Lowkings starting to rack up points now. They're gonna try to widen the gap as soon as possible because they don't want to make it close. And well, AJ, it seems like, well, for the start of the match at least, it's not looking very good for the Broke Boys right now.
I mean, it's the West Point Mamba Lowkings, so I expect nothing less from them. The Broke Boys Club are going to have a tough time here. It's all about the adjustments. It's all about how they hop on right back into the hill. And I think they've done a really pretty decent job here. They haven't been anchoring down any spawns though, which just makes me feel like they don't really have good control. pace of the matchup right now is being dictated by the West Point Mamba Lowkings. Broke Boys Club are just spawning all over the place and they're just running towards the hill without a solid plan. Makes me a little bit worried, but look at the scoreline, 19-24. The game is not out of their hands just yet. And a good rotation coming on through by player number 2. It's 7 from the side of Broke Boys Club, who goes on to anchor the gas station. They take away the spawn for P2, but look at West Point Mamba Lowkings. They've already got 2, make that 3, make that 4 players now at the objective, but the Broke Boys Club break through them and they hold on to the hill.
Yep, and now West Point Mamba Lowkings are actually going to be able to make the break, but the question is, are they going to be able to maintain it? Because Broke Boys is going to go around there trying to surround them and kick them out of that point. But for now, the West Point Mamba Lowkings are going to hold down the fort here. And it looks like they're going to try to start racking up more points once again, widening that gap just as I said a while ago. And here, we can see that the Broke Boys are trying to go in for another break, AJ, but for some reason, they're not going to be able to win most of their gunfights and they're going to lose that.
I'm not surprised to see that the West Point Mamba Lowkings, they are really poisonous with all of their bites. The moment they hop on into the hill, they strike with such ferocity that the Broke Boys Club just were not able to keep up with them. Yes, they do pick up some trap points, that it's mainly because the snakes have already slithered away to hold on to a good anchor spot at the Special Forces base for P3. This is pretty much a money hill if you can anchor down grannies, and it looks like the West Point Mamba Lowkings are going to try to do exactly that. A couple of roamers outside towards the private backyard as well as Special Forces Avenue. Going to try to hold on to the anchor, but great job done by Z-Man as well as his CBR4. They take it away. They take that anchor spawn away first before stepping up into the hill. This is what I want to see from the Broke Boys Club. A little bit of strategy played on this map.
Yep, they're actually trying to change things up and try to counter West Point Mamba Lowkings strategy instead of playing the normal strategies that you would see. And I think that's paying off a little bit for them. They're catching West Point Mamba Lowkings a little off guard here.
Yeah.
And that's something that they're not ready for. And that's gonna play towards give an advantage to Broke Boys Club. And here we can see that they're actually doing pretty well into breaking into this hard point, and it looks like they're gonna get the scrap time here. The last 15 seconds left. Our players are going to start rotating to the next one. Not a wide gap between the two teams just yet, so there's still a chance for Broke Boys to actually take the lead here if they continue this momentum that they have.
I absolutely agree with you, Wasabi. I feel like the main reason why the Broke Boys Club are so close to the West Point Mamba Lowkings is because we see that adjustment being forced by them, not through their mechanical skills, because that's not something that you can repair within 1 week's time, but your strategy you surely can fix. Your strategy you surely can work on, and they're playing this down to the T, but they're unable to hold on to the hill because of the strategy played by the West Point Mamba Lowkings as well. Double stuns in, they pause the players, they whoop all of them out of the hill, and now it's the hill of the West Point Mamba Lowkings. 38 more seconds to go. Claw investment by PJ. It all goes, bounce it off, but George says hello. Say hello to my little sparrow, and it's gonna be the gravity vortex that pops out as well. Josh cannot step on in. West Point Mamba Lowkings still hold on to the bakery.
Well, that investment could have given them the point, but unfortunately, West Point Mamba has just such a good strategy, such a good hold on this hard point. And as we can see here, they're just destroying Broke Boys right now, especially in this current hard point. And they're just taking this as an opportunity to widen the gap. And you know, I think the reason why West Point Mamba Lowkings has such a great lead over Broke Boys is because they have such good strategy. They have a lot of experience over Broke Boys, and they're really taking that to their advantage here. And you can really see how much it pays off to work as hard as West Point Mamba Lowkings has done.
It does not always pay to go in and rush and take that backstab against your opponents, especially in hardpoint, because of the dynamic respawns. And what you see being done by West Point Mamba Lowkings at Bakery, the previous hardpoint, is the fact that they all hold on to one angle from that Bakery backyard, because they know as long as they don't overextend, the spawn point for the Broke Boys Club is only going to come through from one side. So all they need to do is just have one player watch their backs, everybody else shut down that one door, and Bakery's all theirs, baby. West Point Mamba Lowkings playing this map down to the T. Broke Boys Club may have been able to bring in some adjustments, but the kings of standoff hardpoint right now in this matchup is the West Point Mamba Lowkings, no doubt whatsoever. Compile that, or you pair that up with a little superior gun skills on the side of West Point Mamba Lowkings, Broke Boys Club might just lose this game, but we still have got halfway more to go for the Broke Boys Club. So maybe those adjustments can still come through, Wasabi.
They still have a little bit of fight in them, and as long as they maintain that, there are going to be possibilities for adjustments to be made, and it looks like they're doing that exactly now because they're going to be the first ones to that second hard point. They're going to maintain the spawn here and hold it from West Point Mamba Lowkings. As we can see, they're finally holding the spawn, the hill here, and they're starting to rack up more points, slowly inching their way towards the score of West Point Mamba Lowkings. And if they're going to be able to maintain this, hold it down, they might be able to catch up, but West Point Mamba Lowkings is going to say no to that and break into the hill right now, taking it from Broke Boys. But Freezy here with a big play, getting it back, solo push.
Freezy is just an absolute monster right now. He's on a roll. All thanks to his sticky. He gets the 4th kill as well. But unfortunately for him, PJ shows up with the CBR4. Shuts him down. Kalo takes a kill as well. And it's now the hill of the West Point Mamba Lowkings. But the Snakes are being forced to eat up a little bit of scrap points as the Broke Boys Club move on through for an early rotation only to be wasted. They're trying to anchor down the spawns. Wait for that backup. That might not be the most terrible decision made out there by the Broke Boys Club. They're just buying some time, and it has paid off. They do get the opener on the hill.
Once again, they're going to get the opener on the hill, just as AJ said, and they're going to try to hold this down. As we can see here, Freezy doing so well as an objective player, maintaining the hill here and keeping out the players of West Point Mamba Lowkings. And unfortunately, he does get taken down here. PJ investing into the claw to maintain the hold on this hill. They know how important this is for them, because if they give it to the Broke Boys Club, they're going to be able to catch up to West Point Mamba. So West Point Mamba trying to prevent this from happening. They're playing everything they've got here to maintain that lead that they have.
Yeah, the Broke Boys Club, for me, in my books, this is a huge win for the Broke Boys Club because I see tremendous improvement on hardpoint. I'm not expecting a lot within this tournament in itself. It's just way too little of time for them to really get that chemistry going. But for such a performance against the West Point Mamba Lowkings, to be able to break some of the strategy of the West Point Mamba Lowkings, to keep up with some of their gunfights is really commendable. The Broke Boys Club are doing a phenomenal job. They might not be able to give away that 3-0 to Lowkings. Lowkings better watch out because the Broke Boys Club have woken up.
Something that we haven't noticed quite just yet is that Josh has actually been popping off. I mean, he has 32 kills already, and that's so huge, especially for his team. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're able to keep up with West Point Mamba Lowkings. But then again, if they're not playing that OBJ, they're gonna lose this game, especially with West Point Mamba Lowkings hitting that 200-point mark already. So now, Broke Boys Club has to go in for the break and make sure to take that as soon as possible, because the longer they wait, the closer their enemy gets to that winning score.
This time, West Point Mamba Lowkings, second time playing Bakery, they switch up their strategy. Instead of holding the Bakery backyard, they're actually holding on to the Guerrilla base. You see the switch of momentum now forcing the Broke Boys Club to spawn out of the private backyard. Instead, it's the exact same strategy played in the opposite way. This is just brilliant strategy coming out of the West Point Mamba Lowkings, not allowing their opponents to catch up with them in terms of strategy and always keeping them on the toes. Kudos to West Point Mamba Lowkings. What a beautiful recovery in terms of that hard point and absolutely slaying out the Broke Boys Club. And that's exactly why you got to praise Alea. He always forces the best out of his opponents, but still slaps them down.
Yep, and as you can see there, he is also a really, really supportive coach, high-fiving the rest of the team after they win and secure their first map. But nonetheless, Broke Boys Club did give up a good fight there. They were really, really close several times, but they were never able to really close up the lead and take the lead, actually, over West Point Mamba Lowkings.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, of course, that display of strategy from the side of the Broke Boys Club was great. It's just that, you know, it's just one of two things that you can play, right? And the problem here for the Broke Boys Club is they are trying to fix some of their own gameplay and trying to perfect their strategy, whereas West Point Mamba Lowkings are way beyond that stage. They've already completed that stage of their progress as a squad, and now they're just thinking of creative ways to keep their opponents on their toes. And I think the comparison of the hold at Bakery from that first rotation of Hardpoint and into the second rotation is just a perfect example of why you have to fear the West Point Mamba Lowkings. You do not know what you can expect. The map control on this Hardpoint matchup was just something out of the most beautiful playbook that I've seen, and kudos to Alea for pulling off that great gameplay. Yopi picks up the MVP title on behalf of the West Point Mamba Lowkings this time around with 1 minute 12 seconds on the hill. But as you can see, all of the players on the side of West Point Mamba Lowkings throwing in a little bit of work. Luffy, on the other hand, though, just struggled a little bit in this matchup, but he doesn't need to worry all that too much because his brothers really know how to carry the guy.
Yep, and I think Clayhao also had a little bit of a struggle there, only one with a negative KD, but nonetheless, they were able to take home that win, and that's what's important because now they're gonna be one up over their opponent. But now we're going to be going into Search and Destroy. This is the strongest game mode for the side of Broke Boys Club, and they have had such a good run here. They have about a 83% win rate here. And now the question is that going to be good enough to beat West Point Mamba Lowkings? They were pretty close in Hardpoint. And now that we know that they're stronger in Search and Destroy, maybe they have an opportunity here, AJ.
Yeah, they most definitely... I mean, I wanna be on the side of the Broke Boys Club, but I've been doing this way too long. I love to support the underdog, but I also know how to, call a spade, and unfortunately this time the spade is gonna come whacking down on the Broke Boys Club's purple head courtesy of the West Point Mamba Lowkings, and there's just no way any of this is gonna change, right? I think we kind of called it from the very start already. West Point Mamba Lowkings, they are top 3 worthy, and I'm very sure if Blacklist International Ultimate did not come up with this stupidly strong roster, West Point Mamba Lowkings would still be in the top 3. But unfortunately, it's just gonna be a tough run. But what we know for sure is this playoffs, this freaking playoffs, it's gonna be such an exciting one all the way through the 4 days, Wasabi.
Especially since we not only have those known and established teams, we also have some newer teams, some newer players who's actually been giving us a really good show.
Yeah.
I think that's what's making it even more interesting because it's not the same teams again and again and again. We have new underdogs, we have new teams, new players fighting and showing and giving themselves a name.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see some teams again and again and again because it really shows that great consistency that we look from pro teams. But like you said, it's also nice to see some of the newer squads really stepping up to the plate, really taking the challenge up to some of these teams. But what we want to see from the group stage and that double round robin setup for the group stage as well as the playoffs, just constant improvement from some of these newer teams. And I'm really happy to say that Broke Boys Club can just join the list of teams that have just improved tremendously just through their experience here at the Garena Masters Season 4.
And they're definitely a team that you would watch out for in the next tournaments to come because for sure they are going to continue to improve and improve and improve. But right now, back to the game. We are in Search and Destroy Summit and we are going to be down to a 3v2 situation in favor of the Broke Boys here, AJ.
And let's see exactly how this S&D matchup is going to line up here for West Point Mamba Lowkings after they've lost 4 players. But it's PJ! And he may not be the clutch king, but he knows a couple of clutches here. Spots one player from afar. This CBR4 just absolutely rips through players. Finds another one right behind the console. He hides. He doesn't get that slay just yet. Repositions, looks for another. And PJ, he might just be able to walk away with a Super C here. Jumps on out and a clutch comes on through for PJ. Just like I said, he may not be a clutch king, but he's no stranger to clutches.
He knows the importance of taking the players out one by one, going for those picks and not going very aggressive, putting himself in a overexposed situation. And he played that absolutely perfectly. He was able to get kill after kill after kill without even taking a little bit of damage there, AJ.
I mean, it's Wasabi, but Young Jay, this is what we're talking about. Broke Boys Club, they've got some great individual talent for these SNDs, and Freezy steps up for the squad as well. That Fennec just ripping through those players, but PJ hits a double for himself as well. And it's not all equal. West Point Mamba Lowkings still down by one player, but PJ and D-Boss, PJ already on the 5K. They're moving on straight towards the B-bomb side, but look at the strategy from the Broke Boys Club. Everybody's backed away from the site. They're just waiting for the plant now. But do you really want to bet on just one side at Summit? Yes, that's a really sound decision. And all three players rotating at the same time. I like what the Broke Boys Club are doing.
Yep, they know the possibility of a B plant is very high, and right now Seven's gonna come into contact with PJ, getting a double kill and taking out the whole Broke Boys Club. They know exactly where they were hiding. They expected it, and you can see in their face they weren't surprised to see Broke Boys Club there waiting for them. And I guess that's what their experience is like, just showing they know exactly where to look for their opponents. And with Broke Boys being a little bit newer, they're not as experienced and they don't know where the best hiding spots are. But right now, we can see Luffy here with the DLQ sniping in Summit Search and Destroy. Not something that you see all the time, but let's see if he's going to be able to get a couple kills here.
Okay, all right, that one he hit. Susano, beautiful. Young Jay taken out of the equation, and that's definitely one of the players that you want out of the equation very quickly from the side of the Broke Boys Club. Young Jay is a phenomenal sniper. But you know, you wanna make sure you don't get those hit marks. You gotta swap out the DLQ for the Locust in the current meta, right? The current season, Locust is a little too quick, just a little too sharp with those shots. Freezy shuts down Luffy, but the bomb doesn't even need to do all that too much. Special Forces does take that one round right back.
And here we can see the standing 1-2 in favor of West Point Mamba Lowkings. And well, you know, Broke Boys are able to get one round, not too bad just yet. They still have an opportunity here, and they're playing it. I'm not sure. Well, it's hard to say, but they are going for a split here between A and B. I'm not sure how well that's going to pay off, especially with no of players from West Point Mamba actually going to that A side. Maybe they should stack up a little bit more on that B side and mid. But now we're going to see some engagement between Young Jay, but he's not going to be able to get the kill just yet.
Luffy doesn't miss this time round. Beautiful shot out of the DLQ. Tries to spot yet another player, but everybody's backed away already. They want to play this safe. Good on the Broke Boys Club. I mean, it's Summit, man. The map's on your side on the defensive, so you just need to lock down some of your angles. The Young Jay's still alive and kicking, so the West Point Mamba Lowkings, they can't get too aggressive. They can't just hop on towards that bomb site. They have to be really careful. PJ, though, with that CBR4, this one's a late bloomer. He waits towards the very final seconds of these rounds, especially in the first two rounds. You saw him really pop off, really get those clutches in that first round, as well as the cleanup in that second round. And he's no stranger to picking off more players, but Seven finds D-Moss, and there's just no way in hell D-Moss would have liked that engagement at all.
Well, he lost it, so of course he doesn't like it. But now we are going to see a 2v4 situation between Broke Boys and West Point. Broke Boys having the lead here and bring it down to the last player on the side of West Point Mamba Lowkings. Oh, but PJ got spotted by Seven and knocked out of the equation. Now we're going to be brought to a tie here, AJ, between Broke Boys Club and West Point Mamba Lowkings. There's definitely stronger game mode for Broke Boys compared to the Respawns.
Yeah.
But again, they're not doing extreme, like they're not making a huge gap between them and West Point. West Point still giving them a run for their money, and I don't know if it's enough to close down the search and destroy game, but they need to win at least one match here.
I mean, I'll take this scoreline rather than them just getting dumped on 3-4, 4-0, 5-0, you know, so on and so forth. Attacking team, it's the plant. Pressure now on the Broke Boys Club as the defenders. I mean, how in the world did they even allow that plant? I don't know, because earlier on they went on for that split. This time they just focused onto that 1 point. But look at this. West Point Mamba Lowkings pushing out so far ahead, trying to keep them on that side and try to stop or pause or at the very least slow down this rotation. Seven does manage to still slay. Goes out looking for yet another player. Finds absolutely none. Jumps on down. CBR4 does manage to deliver. He needs to spot behind this boulder. Doesn't do it, and he will pay a high price for that one.
He did not check his corners, and he definitely paid for it, AJ. That was an easy round win for West Point Mamba Lowkings. They rushed it. They pushed Broke Boys Club into a corner and pressured them with that time, and it really paid off for them. And now you can see they're taking the lead here once again, and I think maybe they might just go for that strat again and try to catch Broke Boys off guard a little bit here.
Why is Young Jay not sniping? I think the guy's probably having some connection issues or something, because, you know, in an SND, it's just so rare to see Young Jay not really pop off. You know, maybe he's just having a terrible day out there, and that's just gonna hurt the players on the side of the Broke Boys Club. But as I say it, that CBR4 does manage to take DMOS out of the equation. It's a 2v3. Numbers on the side of the Broke Boys Club. Josh doesn't find anyone just yet. Young Jay just waiting for someone to approach. But then the edge platform holds two players from the side of West Point Mamba Lowkings. The bomb looking for that B side. But they're just trying to play this as patiently as possible. 1+ minute on the clock. So they can waste quite a bit of this time.
Yup, and here we can see West Point Mamba Luffy walking around that B side, trying to spot a player. He's gonna be able to get one. The question is, does he see the other one? Looks like he's gonna back off away and regroup with his teammate here. Looks like they're going for an A rotation. But the question is, are they going to see Freezy? Freeze is going to be able to knock one down. Going to be down to the last player on the side of West Point Mamba Lowkings. It's going to be Luffy here. Left to clutch it up. Pick up that bomb. All within 35 seconds. The question is that going to be enough time for him to knock down two players? I don't think so.
It's a great strategy coming through from the side of Luffy, just to circle on around, but gets pinned at halfway through, doesn't get taken down. That shot does not connect. Freezy takes that backstab, perfectly played from the Broke Boys Club. It's all equal, and as anticipated, the SND matchup is gonna be pretty much the closest game between the West Point Mamba Lowkings as well as the Broke Boys Club. But you only have 2 SNDs and 3 respawns, so I'm still nervous for the Broke Boys.
Yeah, even if they win all the search and destroy matches, they have to win at least 1 respawn. And as we can see, as we saw earlier in the hardpoint match, that's a little bit of a struggle for them. Oh, Luffy with the DLQ popping off there, taking down a player with a really quick shot there. And now we're going to be down to a 3v2 situation. Again, Broke Boys having the advantage here.
I'm listening. I can hear Luffy's mind voice right now. Hit mark Mustachio, hit mark Mustachio. I'll show you what a hit mark is. Guy just went on a rampage with the DLQ, popping off. Beautiful stuff out of Luffy. And the West Point Mamba Lowkings take an easy round back. All thanks to the guy. What the hell, Luffy?
Definitely popped off there, and unfortunately we did not really see the whole thing, but it was really cool to see. He got a triple kill there with a sniper, and now we can see our players playing it very aggressive, most of them going for a mid push here, and the Broke Boys is going to pay for that a little bit. They're losing quite a lot of players. Now we're going to be down to a 3v2 situation here in favor of West Point Mamba Lowkings.
That's the situation that happens to me all the time. I shoot my opponents, they've got 1 HP left, and then I die. That's the story of my life.
Well, that's quite unfortunate, but it does happen to me as well, and I guess that's the thrill of the game here. But now we're going to be down to the last player. 7 is going to be walking around, doesn't spot the 2 players following him, but now he's gonna take some shots on them, misses, and backs away for the reload here, AJ.
I question the decisions being made by 7 here, but I do like this rotation around. Instead of going straight up for that obvious plan at B, he wants to take at least 1 player out of the equation first, and he is gonna find one, but the positioning by the players on the side of the West Point Mamba Lowkings just way too spicy, and they go up yet another round. 5-3. Broke Boys Club unfortunately just can't seem to find a break here the past 2 rounds.
Yep, and now the gap is getting wider and wider, and they have to try to turn the situation around if they want to stay in the game, because we all know they don't have the best chances in control against West Point Mamba Lowkings, and if they don't win the search and destroy, then this might be the end of them. So they really have to put up a good fight here. And now we can see Broke Boys actually going, all of them pushing together as a team, maybe trying to play for those trades. But then is, will they win their gunfights over West Point Mamba Lowkings? Because Remorse is going for a backstab, but pays for it. And now down to a 4v3.
You know, I said no carbs in the morning, but it ain't the morning no more. So I wouldn't mind a donut. West Point Mamba Lowkings. Young Jay, beautiful strike from afar. Luffy gets taken out of the equation. 3v2. Numbers not on the side of the Broke Boys Club, but they do have the attack, and the bomb still strong in their hand. Z-Man circling around, but Yopi finds them. Young Jay slays him down. But isn't it a little too late for you to wake up, Mr. Young Jay?
Now, West Point Mamba Lowkings at match point. Do you think, AJ, I have a question for you. I want you to answer this. Do you think Broke Boys is going to have an opportunity to turn things around here?
Nope.
Straight up answer. I mean, it definitely will be quite a shock if they're going to be able to win it. But again, West Point Mamba Lowkings, they're going to have to close down the game as soon as possible. Z-Man, what was he thinking?
Mark, bro. He finishes it off. Beautiful shot by Luffy. But Z-Man just popping his own head off there in the final round. You know, yeah, I guess my answer stands. Nope.
Well, now we're gonna be down to a 2v5 situation, not looking very good for the side of Broke Boys, AJ. And now OP is gonna get one. Now last player 7 has to clutch this up, but unfortunately he gets spotted, and Yopi's gonna take home the win. 7-3 in favor of West Point Mamba Lowkings.
I mean, I'm really not surprised because the players that I expected to see shine in this match just did not shine on through. I mean, when you step on into an SND and if the Broke Boys Club are involved, I expect to see Young Jay popping off from the very first round. The guy switches out to the CBR4. Young Jay on the CBR. Get out of here. You're not going to win this matchup. He needs to pick up that snipe. It was just way too late for Young Jay to wake up. But Seven and Freezy, though, they were doing a solid job, but there's just only so much that you can do carrying 3 huge guys on your back. That's going to be a sore back by the end of the day. In fact, it might even break.
Well, I'm not sure what to say, AJ, because I really thought if there was any map that Broke Boys was gonna win, it was going to be this one. But I am quite disappointed. So AJ, you might actually get your donut. You might get some carbs later.
Don't tell my fiance, all right? Because she's like, you know, no sugar for you. You're getting fat.
It's okay. It's our secret. No one knows. We're definitely not live, okay? No one has to know.
Yes. Donut for me. All right, let's go. PJ16 slays. The guy was on fire. Luffy, if he didn't hit that many hit marks, probably would have been slightly closer. But, you know, great job to Luffy as well. The guy was really popping off out there. But West Point Mamba Lowkings, they played it really slow at the very start and they just got super aggressive towards the very end. Broke Boys Club on the other end, I think they just played that all way too wrong. They could have just allowed Seven and Freezy to just maintain their gameplay, but Young Jay with the snipes on Summit, that was just extremely important. I think Young Jay is one of the integral players on the side of Broke Boys Club, especially in these SND matches. He may not have been the biggest MVP. I think he has lost a little bit of his shine, but I still believe in the prowess of Young Jay, and I want to see this team stick together. I want to see a lot more from them. This is not the end of the road just yet. Even if they do get taken down here 3-0, they are still going to be in the playoffs. The problem is in the lower brackets. So I hope to see more of those snipes out of Mr. Young Jay.
I mean, honestly, going to the lower brackets is not as bad as it seems as long as you don't mess up, because it could be a strategy as well.
Yeah.
You're going to go up against teams who are not as strong, still strong, but not as strong. And maybe that is the strategy that they're trying to play here. Maybe we'll just have to wait and find out. But before that, we are going to be going to control firing range for the West Point Mamba Lowkings versus Broke Boys Club. If West Point Mamba Lowkings is going to be able to take this home, this is going to be the end of the first series. So I don't know. Everything's weighing on the backs of Broke Boys Club right now. They have to attempt a reverse sweep if they want to have a chance of staying in the upper brackets.
Okay, now here's my question for you. Do you, Miss Wasabi, think a reverse sweep is possible for the Broke Boys Club?
Honestly, I don't think it's possible, but I would really love to, cheer for the underdogs, and like hopefully it motivates them a little bit to win at least a map.
Amateur predictions. It's okay. It's your first time. It's your first time here at the Garena Masters.
I'm nice, okay? It's not amateur predictions. It's just me being nice.
Broke Boys Club, they do stand a chance in SNDs. Unfortunately, the respawns, we kind of saw a little bit of adjustments, a little bit of improvements for them coming through in that hardpoint matchup. But the West Point Mamba Lowkings is the problem here. I mean, no matter how much you improve, you still have to take on a stupidly monstrous team in the name of the West Point Mamba Lowkings, who are not just great when it comes to their gunfights, it's not just great when it comes to these 1v3 situations, clutches, no issues for PJ at all, but they're also supreme when it comes to those tactical plays. Their strategy is just unbeatable, and that's exactly what the Broke Boys Club need to worry about. But look at this, the Broke Boys, they just circle all around. This B control point might just be in their hands.
Well, maybe no. I think West Point Mamba Lowkings knows exactly that that Broke Boys are taking that B side. Maybe they're just trying to maintain their life count a little bit here. But PJ has other plans. He's going around catching the players off guard. He's gonna be able to get 2 there, 3. Oh, he pulls out the short. He gets a kill with it, and now, well, Broke Boys, they have only 21 respawns left, and it's only been about a minute.
And the rest of the players on the side of West Point Mamba Lowkings says, okay, no problem. You take them off of the hill, we will just keep them at this spawn. But the West Point Mamba Lowkings are not as adept at doing that as the Broke Boys Club managed to break away, and they hop on into that A hill this time around just to pause the clock for a little bit. They want to do a little bit of damage, but Demos hops on in. 7 slays him out. They're still alive and kicking. Player number 2, can he hold on for his dear life? Answer is gonna be absolutely yes for the time being, but PJ once again shows up. This guy is on a streak. 5 kills, finally taken out by Z-Man, but it's just a back and forth between the two. And 40 seconds to go. Is this gonna be enough to secure one of these hills?
Well, I don't think so, because they're down to 7 lives left, and even with the additional time, they're not going to have enough lives to capture another one, and it's looking not very good for the side of Broke Boys Club here, especially with West Point Mamba Lowkings still having 15 respawns. That's more than double of what Broke Boys has, and now we can see that they are just popping off with the kills, but Jello here trying to stay alive, getting a 2-piece just like that, and trying to get this B side taken down.
Superior gun skills on the side of the West Point Mamba Lowkings just makes this look so easy. But the Broke Boys Club and their initial opening strategy just shows me that they've really been putting in some solid work, some solid time to re-strategize their approach in these respawns, and I'm really proud of them for doing so. I have already said I am not expecting the world from these newer teams. I'm just expecting to see improvement series after series, and the Broke Boys Club are delivering on that. It will be absolutely ridiculous for me to say that, teams like the Broke Boys Club, who are very new to the scene, are going to be able to take away wins from the West Point Mamba Lowkings easily, because Lowkings is just not that kind of team. Lowkings are the kind of breed that'll be able to even take down teams like Almighty or Blacklist when they just slip up in those moments. So it's going to be a tough fight, but the Broke Boys Club are giving it their all.
Improvement is definitely a very big and important part of this game for Broke Boys Club. Again, they are pretty new, just as AJ said, but this should be their opportunity to learn and have a chance of playing with the top teams of Garena. And I think now, even if they don't win, they have to take this opportunity to make those adjustments, learn from their own, and maybe in the future it's gonna pay off, just as what West Point Mamba Lowkings did a couple years back. They were the underdogs, they were the new ones, but now they are the ones beating up the new ones, and they are definitely just taking that experience to their advantage. And here we can see that West Point Mamba Lowkings, even if they're the attacking players, they are the ones with the advantage here, and that's purely down to their gun skill, their strategies, and of course Yopi popping off right now.
And to be fair, even as the West Point Mamba Lowkings were new in the circuit, they were still beating up the new teams. that has not changed. The West Point Mamba Lowkings have just been so annoyingly good from the very start, and you just have to be absolutely impressed with the grit and grind coming out of this team. But let's see exactly how far will the Broke Boys Club be able to hold them back. West Point Mamba Lowkings, already the second quadrant sneaked away on this B control point. 10 more lives, half of what the West Point Mamba Lowkings have on their side. The Broke Boys Club don't seem to have a great advantage in this control round 2.
Definitely not a great advantage, especially with how bad they're doing. Well, how good they are doing with their gunfights. It's not the best, but right now we can see West Point Mamba Lowkings, they're trying to capture that last site, that B site. from the Broke Boys, but the question is, are they going to do that, or are they just gonna go for the eliminations? Because we already know they're gonna secure this round for sure.
Yep.
And it's just gonna be down to how long they're gonna take to do it and how they're gonna take it home. But right now, Broke Boys are giving it everything they got, and you can see that they're really trying to change up their strategies and try to find a better way to do things. And I guess right now, that's all they can do.
Well, a double stun is most definitely going to take Z-Man off of the hill, and West Point Mamba Lowkings, they're not even trying to play the objective at this point. They're just going in for the slays, and they will do that absolutely well. 2-0! Yet another donut within one series. 2 donuts within one series. You know, only people like West Point Mamba Lowkings can pull things like that off.
Yep, and that's what they're showing here, AJ, because they are definitely giving Broke Boys Club a hard time. But now, with West Point Mamba Lowkings being at match point, this is a perfect opportunity to pull out those score streaks and operator skills that they have gained through the last 2 rounds, as well as Broke Boys Club. And that is exactly what we're going to see in just a couple of seconds. They're going to start pulling these out, because if they don't, it's going to be their last opportunity to use a PJ here, trying to spawn trap the players of Broke Boys Club. But unfortunately, he's going to get knocked down, and unfortunately, Broke Boys still struggling with the gunfights here.
Absolutely right, and you just have to absolutely love the disrespect out of that CBR4 lattice. Every time you get a slay, you just kick the guy off of the battlefield. I mean, you don't even need to emote. You just need to whip out this legendary gun. If you guys did not get this draw, if you guys did not try to go for this gun, you know, my condolences. You have lost out a lot.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of us do not have the money to buy that gun. You know. Well, yeah, of course we tried, but Garena is not that nice to us, giving it in the first draw. But now we can see our players of West Point Mamba definitely taking advantage of that legendary gun in their hands. And now we can see, just as I said earlier, they're gonna start pulling out those operator skills. Yopi here pulling out the Sparrow here to kill off a couple players. Now the last respawns on the side of Broke Boys Club.
Oh, you gotta love this, man. I mean, they're just pushing on straight in towards the showers. I mean, one thing to spawn trap, but the other thing to just push them into a tight little corner on that spawn trap as a whole. 2 final players on the side of the Broke Boys Club. Can this be a run to salvage their matchup? Final player, Demos says nope. And 3-0 yet again in this 3-0 dropout within the series. West Point Mamba Lowkings wins this hands down. No challenge.
They won it without a sweat, and you can see they're very happy to do so, high-fiving each other. They've secured the top bracket for the playoffs of Garena Masters Season 4, and as you can see here, they seem like it was not difficult at all.
Yeah.
It's quite clear to see that they didn't have a hard time, especially since they won 3 maps out of the bat, losing none of them to Broke Boys Club. But unfortunately, that does mean Broke Boys is going to be going to the lower brackets. But right now, we are going to take a look at the post-game breakdown with AJ.
On that note, I mean, congratulations to PJ. This is the 10th individual MVP title the guy is picking up throughout the whole of Garena Masters Season 4, which is just nothing short of crazy. PJ is an absolute solid player out there on the battlefield. He knows how to slay. He knows how to play his objectives. He knows how to enjoy Call of Duty Mobile down to the T. Jello, on the other end, 17 kills, just struggled a tad bit there, but the whole of the Broke Boys Club most definitely did, and that's no surprise because the West Point Mamba Lowkings are just that good.
West Point Mamba Lowkings is crazy when it comes to the gunfights, and as we saw in almost all control rounds, West Point Mamba Lowkings had a lead of about 10 respawns over Broke Boys for majority of the game, and that's where you see the huge difference between the skill gap between these two when it comes to the gunfights, at least.
Now let's see, of course, if or not we will be able to find a little bit of a break, maybe a little bit of a diet, and not have to chug down so many donuts through the day. West Point Mamba Lowkings surely will be giving me diabetes soon, but I don't think they are all that too worried about it. But the scoreline, was pretty much expected. It has just been a dominant series, 250 to 137. You know, one would have expected the Broke Boys Club to do slightly better. I think I really love the adjustments coming through from them. I like to see the creativeness of that hard point, but you did see the effects of that losses shine through within the SND, where a lot of their players, or 3 of 5 of their players, kind of seemed like they had their spirits down already, because I think they were really expecting to pull that standoff match their side with their flashy plays and their new strategies in the mix, but hopefully they don't take it all that too hard on themselves, because at the end of the day, it's the West Point Mamba Lowkings. They were dictating the pace up of that match. You see, the Broke Boys Club, they were just rotating around. They tried to play a couple of those early rotations into the hills and whatnot, but it was the West Point Mamba Lowkings that was controlling the map as a whole. You have to control your opponent's spawns if you want an easy game in hardpoint, and that's what WPM was doing from start to end.
I mean, again, it's a learning opportunity for Broke Boys, and even if they didn't win, it's still a huge achievement to be able to make it all the way to the playoffs, and especially with them being a relatively new team, it's amazing that they've gotten this far. And I think, you know, they just have to make sure to keep their spirits up, continue practicing, continue training, continue learning new strategies, and maybe in the next tournament, they might have a better chance there. But again, we just have to wait and see.
We most definitely have to wait and see, and hopefully we do see them stick together, because it'll be absolutely sad to see them, you know, just make this run in one competition and then not really have that solid teamwork or friendship kind of last all the way through. Because if you look at teams like West Point Mamba Lowkings, you look at teams like ALMGHTY, I think one of their greatest strengths is the fact that they've stuck together for such a long time. Because yes, you can work on your strategy, yes, you can work on your gun skills individually, but working on the chemistry of the squad, that's something that you really have to pay attention to, because it takes such a long time, unless everybody's just so well poised to just mingle and just mesh with each other so well, right? I think Smart Omega themselves are showing you that great chemistry built over time, once shaken up, is not so easy to kind of just get back onto that high horse once again. They are struggling just a tad bit in the competition. But bringing the spotlight back to Mr. MVP himself, the MVP of the game, none other than PJ. Once again, the 10th individual MVP title picked up by this guy. He is an absolute monster. That 1v3 clutch, we saw that coming 3 miles away.
I mean, it was crazy. He was able to pick them off one by one, and he got the clutch. And I don't know if BBC even spotted him when he was doing it, but it was definitely one of the highlights of this match, and it gave him the MVP title for today, averaging about 20.67 kills, 17 deaths, and a KD of 1.77.
Absolute monstrous score sheet. On the side of Mr. PJ, there's just no doubts whatsoever that West Point Mamba Lowkings are gonna go very, very far in their journey within the Call of Duty mobile scene as a whole. We will have the bracket updates coming for you guys in a little bit, so that you can see exactly how the teams have moved on. West Point Mamba Lowkings have moved on to the best of series in the second half of this upper bracket. Broke Boys Club, unfortunately, they've got their spirits broken a tad bit, but the journey is not over just yet. They will be in battle tomorrow in their own best of 5 down at the lower brackets.
Yep, but Broke Boys Club has no more room for error. One more loss, and they are going to be out of the equation. So they have to win every match after this if they want to have a chance of going into that championship match. But then again, it's going to be a difficult and tough situation for them. So they better just take it as a learning advantage if things do go south.
And right after this, it is going to be the one and only ALMGHTY as well as Huntsmen, but not before we get to speak to one of the players from the side of the West Point Mamba Lowkings. So let's see exactly which champion we've got the absolute honor to speak to, Wasabi.
Well, I'm not quite sure also. We'll just have to wait a little bit more for that. But AJ, who are you looking forward to talking to?
Anybody. I mean, I love the whole of West Point Mamba Lowkings. I think they are just a bunch of very, very humble boys who have just kept their heads down. You know, usually if you look at a team with such a great history like the West Point Mamba Lowkings, who've just come in, made so much of noise, wrecked up a storm, take on the big boys and have, break no sweat. Yes, they take those losses, but they take their losses, like just a couple of knocks on their chin and they're still standing, right? I mean, it's such a great team, and each and every single individual within the squad as a whole is really, really nice to speak to. But, of course, as I say all of that, I want to speak to my brother Alea. I want to ask him... no, actually, I don't want to speak to Alea. He never gives away his strategy. The guy's like a tight shut can. He's like a safe. It's like, he's got the sweetest smile, but no strategies. You're not going to get anything out of him.
I mean, that's pretty smart of him considering it is live everywhere. And he doesn't want to give that strategies to the enemies of his boys. But obviously, we would also like to know a little bit of his strategy. But let's see and wait and find out who we're going to talk to.
Answer is, you are going to talk to the break screen. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, there's no interview. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, I'm actually going to take a shower. Yes. Not because I haven't showered yet, because I feel a little sweaty. That was a really sweaty match, alright? I feel bad for the broke boys because I'm going to take a shower, but to replace me is going to be the one and only Beef Mommy, partnering up with the one and only Wasabi. We'll catch you guys in a bit.
Hey, here we go, finally, the girl tandem that we've all been waiting for. Beef Mommy, Wasabi on the mic, really hot for you today. And you can see match number 1 is already done here in Garena Masters 4, starting off the playoffs really hot and ready. But again, another question in everyone's minds, can the Huntsmen beat down ALMGHTY? Because so far the Malaysians really want that win. Again, let me introduce my lovely partner, Wasabi. You've been amazing on the mic. So far, what did you think about that first matchup that we had?
Well, I definitely expected a little bit more fight from Brook Boys, but then again, it's a West Point Mamba Lowkings, and we know how good this team is, how consistent they are, and we're a little bit, even if you guys won't admit it, we're all expecting that 3-0. But again, Brook Boys, it was definitely a learning opportunity for them, and I think they did really well considering how many adjustments they had to make while playing the game.
You're right. I mean, it's just a matter of you're going up against one of the best teams here in Garena. WPM Lowkings kind of are pegged to be top 3 material, not even top 3, maybe even top 2, kind of in the same with the likes of the Blacklist International gang. But it really is a great deal to pull one map away from WPM Lowkings. And I honestly thought, while I was watching that game, was okay, SND looks really good. At some point, it was like a back and forth, right?
Yeah.
But it's just after that clutch from PJ, 1v3, it's just a matter of okay, they kind of lost their momentum up to that point, and obviously Control, it was just hands down WPM all over again. But I think it's not going to be the same case here for Almighty up against the Huntsmen, because we saw that the Huntsmen, yes, maybe they're a little bit shaky when it comes to their confidence going back into this competition, but I honestly believe that they can put a little bit of marks up against Almighty. But taking a look at what we had for today's schedule, we already had match number 1 down, and obviously you can see Almighty versus the Huntsmen going up here next.
Yep, and followed by that, actually very interesting, we're going to have a show match later at about 3 p.m. between the MVPs of different teams. They're going to be mixed, placed in a team, and they're going to play up against each other. And right after that, we're going to see SKADI versus Smart Omega as a last match for today. But then again, up next is going to be Almighty versus Huntsmen.
Oh, that's going to be really good. We're already hyping it up, right? Almighty versus Huntsman. And I remember we had to actually interview Alfari about what he and his team were up to. And they felt like they weren't as strong as they were back in 2021, back when obviously Ranger was their IGL. But I feel like they're slowly, finally getting their rhythm. Obviously, last year, not really the best of teams. And even though they qualified and even went here in the Philippines back in GM3, it's still very much nice to see that they're still picking up the pieces from what they struggled with in the last few months. But Almighty, obviously, you already know these boys, they really want to go in there for the win. You already know that these boys did so incredible last year, but this time it looks like they're kind of having a struggle. Not really the best performance that we actually expected them to have here in GM4.
And well, I guess it just depends how they're able to make the changes. But Huntsman has been definitely taking every opportunity as a learning opportunity for them and making those changes, making those improvements. Maybe it will be enough to win against Almighty, maybe not. But again, anything can happen here, and it's going to be down to how well they're going to play the strats that they use. But here, we are going to first take a look at the lineup of Almighty. We're going to have Jeff Pro, Heaven, Shut Up, and Irfan J, as well as Incendio.
And these boys, they've been at it for such a long time. These are the names that you definitely just consider the best of the best here, not only in our region, but also in the world. And I feel like every single one of these players just really step it up every single time. But like what we saw here in the group stages, they definitely had a little bit of a hard time because they have a hard bracket. I mean, going up against Smart Omega this early on into the group stage, I feel like it's difficult for them. But the fact that they're ready for hard competition is going to be so impressive for me to see, because a lot of these teams, it's their first time going up against such strong-willed teams. Unlike in this group, they already know what struggle means here, Wasabi.
Definitely, they have a little bit more experience behind them, and you've been seeing it. They've been using that to their advantage, and as AJ said earlier on, they are definitely a top contender to be one of the top teams for this tournament. Hopefully, maybe we'll see them in top 3, maybe even top 2, or maybe they might even win the tournament. But again, it's going to be down to how well they're able to beat their opponent, which is going to be a Huntsman first up.
Yeah, Huntsman. Speaking of the men themselves, I'm pretty excited to see what they're going to show off here in the playoffs, because so far, I feel like they've been having a pretty good time. They have an almost even amount of numbers when it comes to the losses compared to Almighty. I think they just lack 2 losses. So I think that is pretty nice, because you're going up against Blacklist International. If you didn't know, the Huntsmen were actually part of that group B. And speaking of the men themselves, you have Vanlu, Wadu, Derp, Zen, Concept, and Alfari. And when I actually talked to Alfari, initially he was kind of unsure as to where his team was gonna go, but even with that uncertainty, he's still doing so well. His team is still doing so well, only losing to Blacklist International every time. But for ALMGHTY, it's really interesting because they lost to every single one of their teams at least once into their group stages.
Yup, Huntsmen, they were still able to secure that second spot and go into the playoffs. And that's what's important. I mean, as long as you get into the next stages and you continue to improve and win your matches, then you might have a chance of being one of the top teams. And that's definitely what they're showing here. But again, they struggled against Blacklist. They're likely to struggle against other teams as well. And it's going to be dependent on how well they're able to make the adjustments in the game while it's happening.
I mean, you're absolutely right, because we're already kind of comparing Blacklist, ALMGHTY, possibly Omega, and also WPM Lowkings to be in the same level as one another. And for Huntsmen to kind of go down pretty badly up against Blacklist International, it's like ALMGHTY will also give you a very hard time. But I hope that the first few weeks that they have, I mean, just resting and possibly, you know, going in for the grind and going in for different plays is going to help them out just a little bit here. So I'm having high hopes and high expectations for the Huntsmen because they've been here in the scene for such a long time as well compared to ALMGHTY.
Definitely one of the OG teams for Garena Masters, but you know, we've never really seen them stay consistent all the way to the end of the tournament. They've always struggled at some point. They've made it to the lives, they've made it to the playoffs, but at some point they seem to struggle and they're not really able to make a breakthrough out of that. And maybe this is their opportunity to change things up. Maybe this time they're gonna show us something different. But then again, ALMGHTY has improved so much as well, and I think it's gonna be a difficult one for them.
Oh, definitely. I feel like any kind of group that you're going to be up against, it's going to be difficult in a different way. So pretty excited to see what kind of maps and who is going to be favored when it comes to the luck of the draw, when it comes to our maps and modes, picks and bans, because that will definitely dictate the game if we see that Huntsmen, if it's going to be in their favor, because they need to pull out all of the stops. Everything needs to be, you know, going according to their favor. Pretty excited to see what will happen when it comes to those adjustments, because once we have the stats down, once we have those labels and maps down, then we can try to figure out as casters, okay, maybe Huntsmen could actually have a little bit of leeway when it comes to it. And speaking of, it is not on their side. Oh wait, no, yeah, it is. Even though the Huntsman is having a difficult time statistically, they still win that coin toss, winning that. Summit is going to be our hard point game. Firing range, search and destroy. Slums for our control. Hacienda, if we do get to that hard point game, which I'm hoping we are, Hardpoint Hacienda is going to be very interesting for me, and we're ending things in our standoff search and destroy.
This set of maps is definitely quite interesting. In the group stages, we did not see Huntsmen play Summit, so this is going to definitely be a new one. And again, as Beef said, Hacienda Hardpoint is also going to be quite an interesting one, because we know that ALMGHTY lost that map to SR Nakagawa in the group stages, and if Huntsmen is able to pull off the same thing that SR Nakagawa was able to pull off, maybe they might be able to take that map away from ALMGHTY. But before we get to that game, they have to win at least one map within the first 3 games.
I'm so excited for Huntsmen right now. I mean, when it comes to the picks, it's very smart. Hacienda being there, knowing very well that that could be the kryptonite of ALMGHTY. But also, I'm looking at Search and Destroy, Firing Range, where both of these teams, they've played it, but I feel like Huntsman has just a little bit of an advantage, winning it every single time up against Kazuku Legacy and Divinus as well, pretty convincingly. So I'm really excited, because so far we've only seen ALMGHTY play it once, but it is up against like a pretty okay team, but not a team that's already here. So that's up against looking for ORG. So LF ORG, they did lose that against ALMGHTY, and for the Huntsmen, it's just really looking good for them when it comes to this search and destroy map.
I mean, ALMGHTY, they have about a 100% win rate for control, and so we are sure that this is going to be a difficult fight for Huntsmen. So I think so far, Beef, I want to ask you this: which among the first 3 maps do you think Huntsmen has the best opportunity of winning here?
Oh, definitely firing range. I mean, firing range, search and destroy, because so far, like what you said, Almighty is one of the best control teams that we've seen out here. The closest we've seen that they actually play was up against Omega, and they win it every single time, but very, very close in margin. But on the other end, with the Huntsmen, it's almost always 3-0. The only time that they actually didn't have a 3-0 was up against Blacklist International, which was in firing range 2-3, brought into a game number 5. But for me, firing range is definitely one thing that they've had. It's been working for them with two different teams, so I feel like it's very possible for them to snatch up a win, but I think it's going to be very close up against Almighty.
It will definitely be a close match. They have to be able to shine tactically, and when it comes to their gunfight strategies, and definitely just overall everything, and they have to be able to play their strategies properly and work together as a team. And especially since their first match is going to be hardpoint, they have to know how to control the spawns, and that's going to give their team an advantage if they're able to do that properly.
Yeah, I mean, and when it comes to Summit, it's a very tiny map. For me, what's essential is going to be a rotation from P2 to P3, because it can snowball out of control up to that point. And then eventually, you know, when you're trying to go in there, if you have a really comfortable lead, that's when you can go and rotate early. But if you're trying to pick up the points, you need to go and contest the hill every single time. We've seen it time and time again where you get to see such an early rotation. You're not contesting the point whatsoever. You're just giving free passes to your teammates. So right now, I'm trying to figure out a way for the Huntsmen. Hopefully, they don't make that mistake when it comes to hardpoint, because obviously, when it comes to this game mode, Almighty, they're not perfect when it comes to this. So I feel like it's very possible for Huntsmen to actually take down Almighty here. But again, for me, it's more of S&D. I want to throw back the question to you, Wasabi. What game mode do you think that the Huntsmen can pull off of this team?
Well, you know, Huntsman did choose the standoff map for hardpoint, so maybe they might have an opportunity here if they're able to play those rotations, as you said, and the spawns properly, especially with P4 and P3 of Summit being very one-sided towards the team that gets the spawn point. So if they're able to play it right, they might have a good advantage here in Summit. But then again, they also have a very good opportunity in Search and Destroy.
Search and Destroy, definitely something that we're all looking forward to, but surprisingly, it is the map pick of Almighty, so not quite sure, knowing very well that Huntsman has played it twice, has won it twice, has 100% win rate in that map in this game mode. I don't know, maybe it's like, you know what, we're gonna choose the map that you're the best in, because we've seen it so many times. I feel like that's why they're so confident into picking this map, because okay, we've seen how you played here, we've watched the broadcast, and now we're gonna beat you in this particular map. It's all about mind games at this point, Wasabi.
Definitely trying to play mind games around them, catch them off guard. But you know, as long as Huntsman is able to stand up, stand their ground, and make changes, I think they have a good opportunity here. But again, Almighty have amazing players. We've seen them pop off so many times in the group stages. I'm honestly quite confused on who's gonna win this, but I think Almighty has a good chance and Huntsman has a chance to take off a map, but to win, I'm not quite sure.
Well, we're gonna know here just like that as we start our hermit. I was gonna say our hermits, right? Because they're just not leaving the game. See, they're back in their homes. What? Okay, you know what? We're gonna be having our little podcast as well. I was kind of expecting that to happen, because like I was like, holy, they're actually leaving one by one. Where are they going? So right now, let's talk about what happened into our past few days when it comes to the group stages. Because right now, all we can do is speculate what is going to happen. But I'm very confident, like maybe Huntsman is a different team every single day that they play. They just keep getting better and better. And I feel like the only, obstacle that they had to face was Blacklist International, which was a huge one. But the last time they actually saw each other, they did an amazing job when it comes to that hardpoint game. So I think it was a 234 and 250 in takeoff that was very close to points. And also they improved so much more also in S&D. So it's just improving slowly and surely up until this point.
Definitely have been improving a lot. Just as I said a while ago, Huntsman has a good opportunity to take a map from Almighty. This definitely has been one of their best lineups since Garena Masters Season 2. But, you know, it's hard to tell, especially how much Almighty has improved, and they've been compared to Blacklist, just as you said, Beef. And Blacklist really made Huntsman struggle. So if Blacklist and Almighty are on similar levels and people have been comparing them, Huntsmen is gonna have a little bit of a run for their money for this match, but again, we are going to be going into the map this for the first match of Hardpoint here in Summit, and our players are off for the first game here.
Yeah, we're finally here. No more disconnections, hopefully. As FNJ spots one, but off the smoke, doesn't really quite get that kill, and they just dance around each other like a beautiful play. And now FNJ goes into reposition, control room, but unfortunately for him, his teammate Jeff Bro is a little bit overwhelmed with two plays greeted him here in top floor.
Yep, and we can see here, it's going to be the players of AMT holding down the hill right now. They've got a really good hold. As you can see, their players are spread throughout, making sure to cover every corner possible, but some of them are going to get knocked out, and the Huntsman is going to go in for the push, taking the point from the clutches of Almighty. Now they're going to start racking up points, taking the lead over Almighty here, Beef. And it looks like they might just be able to maintain this for a little bit, but Heaven popping off with the CBR is going to clear off that point.
But then just as I said that, and it's just like, I was like, okay, Heaven, doing really good in my head, and he just gets taken out really early. And now we get to see it. Huntsman doing a great job at getting these points down, but then just a little bit of scrap points coming in from Almighty, and so far, no control when it comes to the anchor points here for Almighty. So far, it's going to be blue all over. You need to get that top L, just because you have such a good vantage point here in P2. Not just that, you get to see the spawns as well once the players do spawn here in Special Forces base. Jeff Bro, he's going to be that position. That's going to be good, getting that kill. And that is what you need. That's why you need to prioritize this top L.
Yep, the top hill is very important to be able to maintain the spawn as well as the hill. And now that we are in the second hard point, it's also a good spot to actually shoot your opponents from above and catch them off guard, and that's exactly what they're taking advantage of here. But now we can see Huntsman making it for going in for the break, but they get knocked right out of the hill by AMT, who's gonna try to take the scrap time here. And I think now is actually a perfect opportunity for the teams to go in for the early rotations, and it looks like it's going to be Almighty who is going to be there in the third hard point first. This is going to make things a little bit more difficult for Huntsmen, because breaking into that hill is extremely difficult, especially since they don't have to spawn here.
Ooh, man, shot up with the Purifier just absolutely denies any kind of push here on the upper side of the map. That's going to be so difficult. They were planning on doing the attack, but then what a great timing when it comes to that operator. Heaven as well previews out. That's going to be really good kills for them, getting triples, getting multi-kills over and over. Heaven on his fourth, and now Heaven on his fifth, doing such a rampage, knowing very well where everyone from the Huntsman is actually going to be spawning off, and that is going to be insane. Heaven, though, allows himself to get that Predator missile, gets rid of one person, and also gets that information down that every single one of these teams are squished into control room number 2. That's going to be difficult to actually come out if you're going to be the Huntsman. Points being delivered, and Almighty's just racking every single one of them up.
Incendio pulling out the claw here, making sure no one can exit from that control room. He's spamming the hell out of it, taking down all players of Huntsmen. Deciding to back off and go in for the rotation towards that fourth hill instead, trying to get the most out of this opportunity, because they know they need to get the spawn here if they want to be able to hold things down, just as Almighty did in that third hardpoint. And they are going to attempt to do the same thing, but unfortunately they are going to get beaten out of that kill and the point, and they're gonna actually lose a couple gunfights to Almighty here. But here we can see Derp pulling out the claw here, holding down the hard point, only player playing objective right now.
And the way that Almighty is playing out their operators and score streaks, the timing of it all is just so amazing to see. In this rotation, when Almighty was trying to go in for the break, Huntsman actually went in there very early for the rotation, which is good because they needed, okay, we're not going to break into P3, so we move early into P4. But Almighty brought out that Predator missile, got rid of Van Loo, and started spawning right behind P4. But it's a good thing also that Huntsman was able to respond very quickly and started gaining a lot of these points as well. So Van Loo having a claw of his own, doing such an amazing job when it comes to the defense here in P4.
Almighty taking the lead right now by about 10 points. Not a huge lead, not something that they should be lenient about. But now Huntsman's gonna get the scrap time, which is just going to be enough to catch up to Almighty. Now we're gonna go back to the first hard point here, Beef. First rotation once again. This is a very open hard point, very hard to hold, and it looks like Almighty is going to be the one securing those important positions, important spots to be able to hold down the first hard point, and they're gonna get the advantage here and take down a lot of the players of Huntsmen as doing so.
Well, we did say that the first hardpoint is going to be the most open, but so far, so good for ALMGHTY, getting a lot of these points just because of how solid they're actually holding 2F right now, and not just that, the bottom as well. And so, this is the first time that the Huntsman was finally get to have a hold of that 2F control, but then just as we said that, it was easily taken away from that. ALMGHTY doing an amazing job at having this hold, and this is supposed to be the hardest hill to actually get. We're expecting contests all over the place, but unfortunately right now for the Huntsmen, it's just too hard to go and break, and as they're trying to go in there for that early take into P2, the early rotation, it's just ALMGHTY yellow all across the board, no blues that you can see here.
The kill feed is all yellow, but you know, they're trying to change things up. You can see Zen getting killed here, but Irfan pulls out the Purify, but unfortunately he does get knocked down there, and it's going to be quite unfortunate of an investment. But now we're going to be moving into the second hardpoint again. Another very open hardpoint here. It's going to be very important for them to maintain the second floor of the control room to be able to get the advantage here, and that's what Huntsman's going to do for the first couple of seconds here, and they're going to rack up points here, Beef, trying to catch up to AMT.
Yeah, and the catch-up is definitely possible for them. They're having a solid hold so far, but then Heaven's going to be really tricky up in this spot as he's going to be getting a lot of these kills down to contest on, but good thing for the Huntsman, Alfari is going to be right there for the backup as they soak up all the points. It's been a back-and-forth situation. It's not as dominant as ALMGHTY wants it to be, and that's going to be a good control point, but there's the difficult part. ALMGHTY doing so well when it comes to rotation from P2 and P3, and we actually commentated on that before this game, this is the most essential rotation because it's so easy to go and defend P3 as well, and so far Huntsman having a difficult time with the rotation, and Vanlu just goes away unscratched. Just as I said that, he gets tagged up. Information given to his teammates, there's going to be one person there, and there you go. Shut up yet again with the Purifier here in this particular side. He's been so dominant trying to defend with the Purifier here every single time.
Not only is Huntsman struggling when it comes to the rotations, but as you can see, they're also struggling when it comes to the gunfights. None of their players hitting even close to the 20-point mark just yet. While on the other hand, we have AMT Heaven getting 32 kills already, and now with AMT being so dominant, they are just about to hit that 200-point mark, and with them holding down the third hardpoint, they're going to do so in just a couple of seconds. They have a huge advantage here over Huntsman, and it's not looking like Huntsman is going to be able to change things up anytime soon, because Beef, we can see the kill feed, it's always yellow, and they've always been dominant in their gunfights.
And not just that, they've been dominant in P3 as well. You can see that the Huntsmen just struggling. They already know from the first half that ALMGHTY just rotates so early on, and I feel like the Huntsmen should have prioritized in that early rotation, and now they're trying to play catch up yet again. This is what we saw a while ago. P4, they rotated early, but for ALMGHTY, they know how to break the hill. But it's a good thing though that ALMGHTY, they're actually losing their gunfight, so that's good on the Huntsmen.
Wadu getting a 5 kills back to back, catching off the players of ALMGHTY. He was hiding in a very cheeky spot, and that's why he was able to knock down all the players. But after those 5 kills, he does get tagged up, and he loses the momentum, and the rest of his team as well. And they're struggling to hold down the hill here as it gets it gets contested by ALMGHTY again and again and again.
And it's a good thing that the Huntsmen's actually, you can see that they're prioritizing this spawn, because right now Zen's doing an amazing job at keeping the spawns up to their favor. The reason why he's there is they want the rest of his team to be spawning right close to them. And speaking of, he actually does have a really good job. I mean, that's a really good sign. His teammate actually spawned right beside him, but unfortunately for the Huntsmen as well, ALMGHTY is just being so annoying and just keeps flushing and flushing with just 10 more points to their name for this win here in Hardpoint Summit. And you already know that they've been doing so incredibly well here in P1 as well.
ALMGHTY already at the 240-point mark. That means they only need 10 more points to win, and they are going to be the first ones in to that first hardpoint. But then again, they get knocked out by Vanlu here of the Huntsmen, who unfortunately does get knocked out as well, and it's going to be back to the hands of ALMGHTY. 5 more points for them to be able to secure the win. They still have a lot of operator skills and score streaks pull out in case anything goes south, and it looks like they might just be able to end it on this hill, Beef, especially with only 3 more points. Now is the time for Huntsmen to contest, but unfortunately it's too late, and ALMGHTY is going to be able to take home the first map win.
Man, Almighty had a hold of that whole situation this whole game. They were dictating the pace. They were doing an amazing job when it comes to the rotations. For me, we keep saying it because it's just so nice how they actually held up into P3. Not just that, I would like to commend them how well they actually hold P1 as well, knowing very well that it's such a hard hill to actually capture. And the fact that they've been just having majority of the points and Huntsman having a difficult time just touching P1 is just amazing to me. Just goes to show how incredibly talented Almighty is when it comes to Summit Hardpoint.
Definitely dominated by a lot, especially with Heaven getting 45 kills and almost a 2 KD here. He has definitely been such a good teammate for the rest of his team, and he was definitely doing a lot of the slaying, but his team also did a lot with Irfan J playing the OBJ but still racking up a positive KD. You can see here that none of the players got a negative KD. They definitely won majority of their gunfights, and I think that's one of the biggest areas that Huntsmen struggled with, because you can see here none of them have reached even close to what Shut Up got, who is not even the top fragger. And you just see that when it comes to the gunfights, if you don't win it, you get sent back all the way to the other side of the map, especially if you don't have the spawns, and that's where Huntsmen struggled.
Definitely. And now for the other side, Huntsman having such a difficult time knowing having that positive KD, and Zen having just 2 seconds when it comes to the hard point. But I get what he was doing. He was trying to anchor down the spawns. He was doing an amazing job at doing that. And it's just hard because everyone else couldn't really pick up the pace as well. So yeah, I get what he was doing. He was trying to get the anchor spawns. Everyone was actually spawning right beside him. That's why I think they were able to get a lot of the points kind of catching up, because he was doing an amazing job at holding down those spawns, and he was keeping everyone close together, not like just making sure that everyone is going to be staying put. But we are going in for our next matchup, which is Search and Destroy here in firing range, where this is what we keep saying, the Huntsmen have the advantage here. The stats, the points are going in their way, but this is the scary part. You're going up against Almighty, and you already know that they're doing their homework, or that they did their homework really well, because there were 2 games that the Huntsmen played here. 2 times they won up against DIVINUS and Kazuku Legacy. So Wasabi, I don't know. They might be doing good here in this map, but Almighty for sure studied that.
I mean, Almighty, in Search and Hardpoint alone, you saw how dominant they were when it came to the gunfights. And in Search and Destroy, where you only have 1 life and you can't respawn till the next round, that's something that's super, super important. So they have to find a way to counter that if they want to have a chance of even winning a couple rounds in Search and Destroy. But again, like Beef said, they do have a good chance here. It's just going to be down to what they do to change things up, especially after that very harsh Search and Destroy hardpoint match that we had.
That's true. I mean, it's difficult because you already know that Almighty, they're just having a difficult time when it comes to Hardpoint and also Search and Destroy. I feel like for Hardpoint, I think it was just difficult for them when it comes to the map choices, when it comes to like bigger maps. So definitely the Summit type of map, the smaller map, definitely favors them just a tiny bit. But now we're going into S&D, where I feel like it's also kind of shaky, just a tiny bit, because for them, they lost it twice up against Omega and LFO, where in LFO, it was brought down so much. It was actually really interesting how they lost it. Overtime is what happened. 8-10 was the scoreline in standoff. But we're going into firing range, where I feel like the Huntsmen and Almighty, they play Search and Destroy pretty similarly. So I'm pretty interested like how both of these teams will respond to that, and which sniper from both of these teams will actually step it up, because that will be the biggest difference here in this map.
Yep, those snipers get the opening picks, which makes it easier for the rest of the team to go in and push, and it's very vital for them, especially in the early rounds. And here we can see Heaven popping off, getting the first kill with the sniper right off the bat, taking it for his team and opening up the A site. And now they're gonna get the plant down in the A site and pressuring Huntsmen.
This is so difficult for Huntsman. You're going up against a triple sniper setup, Heaven, Incendio, and Shut Up. It's going to be difficult because you got Shut Up and Heaven can do the quick scopes, and you got hard scoping Incendio right there. And speaking of the man himself, getting that 2K already. Incendio possibility to get the third, but wait, dude, that's going to be good for him. TBR in hand, but Irfan J punches the light out of him. Finishes that really quickly, and that round goes to Almighty.
finishing him with the boxing gloves nonetheless.
That
Just
disrespect.
knocking the life out of him, ending the round with a dominant win there. But again, that's just the first round. Huntsmen, with every round being a new one, they still have the opportunity to catch up here. It's gonna be down to how they make the adjustments here, and we can see that our players, they're playing it very, very chill. Concept's gonna get the opening pick on Irfan, taking out one of the snipers on the side of AMT.
I'm glad the concept turned into the sniper because so far I think he was holding that CBR, wasn't really working out for him. Shut up. Almost getting that one kill, but then unfortunately for him, it's also one person looking at his scope. So far so good. Concept getting that one, that opening pick is definitely really essential for his team. But with Almighty, in that being said, how are they going to push? Which kind of bomb site are going to be going up against? Because knowing very well that A has a deadly sniper, maybe B is more of an answer, but that's going to be player number 3. And Incendio will give that answer. And speaking of, he gets one, and that's a possibility for a rotation. But it's good that they just stay put. Huntsman doing so well in the defense, and even though that one pick goes off, they don't move at all, which is good because they're not going to be following that for that trick.
Different strategy in the second round. First one, rushed it. Second one, playing it slow, playing it more strategic, but Zen is gonna knock down Shut Up with a wall bang, making it a 4v3 situation in favor of Huntsmen. And now that they have the numbers advantage, maybe they're gonna have a chance to win a round here, especially with Zen taking down another player. AMT down to the last player, Heaven here, left to clutch it up.
That is just an amazing defensive setup coming
Oh,
from Huntsman.
oh,
They were not
oh!
moving at all, but then it's like Heaven is going to be the only person left for his team. Very doable. Picked up the bomb as well. And right now, Huntsman is actually kind of isolated, and so far, so good for them. And
Ooh.
Derp finishes the job. Like what I keep saying, amazing defensive setup. They did not move at all. And even though that Incendio had that one kill off of B, they did not move. I mean, you could have easily thought that, okay, since they got that one kill in Bravo, Almighty's going to be rotating all the way into Bravo, but no, they just stayed put. They made sure to get all of those picks and make sure they have that information that the rest of the team is actually going to go in for that rotation. And now we're doing a similar setup that we saw a while ago. 2 people in Bravo, 2 people in mid, and 1 in A. And so far, Almighty is just playing passively.
Almighty trying to turn things around after losing that last round here, but Zen is going to get shut up once again, and that's gonna open things up for the side of Huntsmen here, who have the numbers advantage once again. But from the looks of it, AMT looking to go towards that B site with 3 people right in jungle, trying to scope it out and check if there's any enemy nearby. But now we just have to see where they're going to go, because AMT has the bomb. They get to dictate where the gunfights, where the battle is going to be. And from the looks of it, they're going to change their mind and go towards that A site, but they have to be careful because there are definitely players waiting very, very close by.
And now, as we thought that Irfan J is going to be going in there for that kill, yeah, good thing for him. He actually just stay put, goes into trailer. And for Incendio, tries to go in there for the flank as well, but
Ooh.
decides that, okay, we're going to be a full team here because they need the numbers here. And so far, full stack coming in from backside in America. And Zen gets another one, second time that he actually gets the sniper off of Almighty. They only have 1 left. Jeff Pro goes in there for the response, but Zen also going in there for that shoddy kill. And Vanlua 1v3-4 situation.
Ooh.
Says Incendio tries to get that kill. It's just not enough. He is overwhelmed when it comes to the numbers. So far, the Huntsmen doing an amazing job when it comes to this defense.
They are definitely doing really well in the first 3 rounds, winning 2 of them already. You know, I think playing it slow has been really working for them, and they are able to go in for those retakes really well, catch AMT off guard, and if they continue this momentum, they are going to be looking very good for the search and destroy. But AMT changing things up, going for a very aggressive push. Irfan J getting 2 right off the bat, and now we are going to be down to a 5v3 situation in favor of AMT, who plants the bomb over at that A site, bringing down the time to 37 seconds.
Oh man, that blitz play was definitely seen from 100 miles away. I mean, Almighty, you already know that the being passive not working out for them, and Irfan J yet again brings out the punching gloves and takes top one player. I wonder if it's the same player, because I forgot who he took down, but if it's the same player over and over again when it comes to the boxing gloves of Irfan J, I would be so pissed if I was him. But there you go. Great blitz play coming in from Almighty, looking like it's going to be a more aggressive push that works out for them. Shut Up gets that first opening pick, and Zen, the playmaker, the one that opens things up for his team, is down.
You know, Irfan J, just pure disrespect to those gloves. And I don't know, it seems like he's going to be looking to do those in the next couple of rounds. But AMT, again, playing very, very aggressively, going in for the plant very early on into this round, bringing the clock down to 35 seconds. That's going to put a little bit more pressure on the side of Huntsmen here. But Derp is going to be able to knock one down. But unfortunately, he gets knocked down as well. And that's going to be 27 seconds left on the clock here, 3v2 situation.
Good push though. That was a really good response, a good trade. But now for Wadu, he needs to go and find a way to go inside. Irfan J
Ooh.
gets that one kill, but it's a 2v1 situation, and you're going up against that snipers down, and you already best believe that there's gonna be some sort of backup. And Shut Up gets that nail into the coffin. And finally, we see Almighty going in there for the response. So they're 1-up right now up against Huntsmen, and so far the Huntsmen looking like they're shambles right now, because with the Huntsmen they're trying to go for the passive play. They do really well, but when it comes to picking up the pace, they seem to be very slow when it comes to the communication.
They struggle when it's fast-paced, and with AMT having the bomb being the attacking team, they get to dictate how fast the game is, and that's definitely what they've been using to their advantage. And now we get the bomb planted in the A site once again, down to a 1v4 situation. Wadu's the last player on the side of Huntsman, but he's all the way at jungle, and we can see AMT in the mini-map below. They're going around trying to look for that last player, but little did they know is that the last player is over at their base. So now, ooh, Shut Up's gonna spot him from the trailers and knock him right out. And now we are going to see Almighty taking the lead here, Beef.
And this is what's difficult about Almighty, is that they learn so fast. And if you pull the same thing up against this team, you will have the most difficult time. And now we're finally going there for the switcheroo, where the Huntsman's going to be the bomb carriers. Now for Shut Up, gets that information down. He sees the bodies going across that wood house. And you know what? So far, so good coming in from Huntsman, because they're just gathering that information down. They don't want to be too aggressive, but you're going up against Almighty that has been doing so well with the aggression. It's just so hard. You need to get that pick off. You need to have Concept or Zen getting that first kill first.
With the switch of sides, Huntsman now gets to dictate how fast the game is, and they know they play better when it's slowed down. And so now they're gonna stay in their base, wait for those picks, and Concept's gonna be able to get one, but he does get knocked down by Shut Up, and now we're going to be down to a 4v4 here between the two teams. But again, Huntsman playing it very slow, still staying in that base, not going too far here, Beef. And I think with them being the attackers for the next couple of rounds, they have a good opportunity to catch up to AMT.
It's going to be difficult though. And Senyo gets that information down, knowing very well it's going to be a B push, because he saw the bodies going off into the jungle. And quick rotation coming in from Almighty. That's going to be really big for them, as Jeffro greets him as one, but Derp is a little bit too quick. That's going to be a really good response. The trade comes through. Derp gets a kill of his own, Wadu as well, and Zen just finishes the job. It's going to be a 1v4 situation. That was a good rotation coming in from the Huntsman. And honestly, Almighty tried to go in for the rotation as well, but they were just losing all of their gunfights.
Now we can see Incendio here, hard scoping in the mid, but he gets knocked down by Zen, and just like that, Huntsman is going to win another round, bringing up to 3-4. They are so close to catching up to AMT, and again, those slow plays have been working for them all the way. Every time they do it, they win a round, and they're able to knock down the players of AMT.
Looking like it's a really good... What? Zen gets that double! Oh my gosh! That's gonna be huge for them! And with that being said, they can go and decide where they actually want to go and face, but then Shut Up gets a kill of his own. That's gonna be huge for him. Possibility to get another one. Where are the smokes? I'm not seeing any kind of smokes when it comes to this gameplay. I'm pretty surprised that we don't really get to see it. And Vanlo needs to make a way to go and push, because there's gonna be two people greeting them just like that.
And now we can see Vanu going in for the push, but they end the game real quick. And now Huntsman ties it up with AMT at 4 points, Beef. And they are definitely showing a lot of fight with them. That was a little bit of a quicker game than we expected, especially after their very slow pushes. But nonetheless, they were still able to win it. Their aggression paid off, and they were able to take home the round. And now we can see we're waiting for a pick here from one of the snipers, but Derp is going to be able to take down Incendio with the Fennec at hand.
Wow, that was a good denial of a flank that Incendio is just known for, and he went in there super aggressive and paid the price. They have to worry about one more player, though. That's going to be Jeffro right up in possibly jungle, but it's a good thing they're just staying put. Yes, they get that one kill, but it's very possible for ALMGHTY to go in for the trade, so they're going to be very, very careful. And Shut Up gets that kill, and speaking of, he does get Zen, an essential player up against the Huntsmen.
Now, down to a 4v4 situation, all tied up, and it looks like Huntsman's gonna go for a B push here, but Jeffro is gonna knock Concept out, and it's gonna be a 3v4 here. Oh, Jeffro getting another one right before he gets knocked down, but that's gonna be a good trade because the players of AMT is still gonna have the numbers advantage here. 2 versus 3, and it looks like the players of Huntsman's gonna back off from that B site, knowing a lot of the players of AMT are waiting for them down there. They're gonna go for the A site instead, but just as they do it, they're gonna get spotted by Irfan up in the tower, and now Wadu is gonna be left all alone here.
And the bomb is going to be down in such a bad spot. And so far, he needs to find a way to pick up the bomb because 30 seconds left isn't really a lot of time for you. And right now for Wadu, he does get taken out by Shut Up. I mean, this is what we keep saying. They had the advantage of getting those kills, but they didn't count the fact they didn't check their corners because that one person is just so detrimental. That was Jeffro in Bravo. He was the only one there, was able to get that one kill, get that stun down, get another one, and that was the fall of grace from the Huntsmen. And now we get to see it one more time. Heaven gets rid of Zen, the playmaker of the Huntsmen, an essential guy, but the smoke actually does help them out. Wadu and Derp get one apiece. Jeffro goes in there for the trade as well. A 3v3 situation being brought down right now by Jeffro, as per usual, doing so many kills here for his team.
Now, down to a 2v2 situation, and Derp coming into contact with Irfan, but he's going to be able to win the gunfight there. And Concept is going to take down the last player, Shut Up, and that's going to be another win for the side of Huntsmen, tying it up at 5 points. It's been back and forth between these two teams, and we are so unsure of who is really going to take home the Search and Destroy match. But you know, with Huntsmen being on the attacking side still, if they're able to play this to their advantage, go slow, and you know, not push it too hard, they're going to be able to maybe get into match point first at the very least.
Oh man, Jeffro took a lot of these shots down. I mean, he made too much noise. I feel like if they went there just a tiny bit quieter, it's a possibility for them to do that backstab. A full 5-man push going in through this jungle, but then Incendio is going to be right there with the right tech AMR, gets that one kill down, even things up for his team. Jeffro as well gets that kill, and it's just a back and forth situation. And now play number 5 coming in from ALMGHTY. Irfan J needs to go in there for the backup, a little bit too far for our liking. And now so far, Derp gets that one kill down. Rotation though, I mean, we keep seeing this, right? They keep baiting Bravo and then they go in there for that rotation in Alpha, and we already know, yes, it didn't work out in the last round, but since they do have the numbers, they are confidently rotating into Alpha now.
Yep, and just as they rotate, Irfan J does the same. And if they don't watch their backs, they are going to they're going to pay for it. So hopefully they do get to set up there before Irfan goes in for the push. But right now we can see the bomb going down on that A side, and Irfan here pulling out the Locust. He's going to be able to spot one, takes down Zen here, and he's going to try to see if there's anyone in here into trailer. But he has to be careful because as soon as he gets in, he's going to be spotted by 2 players. Playing it very smart here, not going for it, but Concept on the other hand sneaks out and catches him off guard there. We see it, Huntsmen taking the match point first over ALMGHTY, and with them still having the attacking still being the attacking team, again, they get to dictate the pace, and if they're able to do that, they might be able to close up the game here.
Passive play coming in from Huntsmen, as what you said already, Wasabi match point into the favor of the Huntsmen. And now we're seeing a little bit more passive approach here, but Irfan J having a really solid hold already here, having his sights through mid as he's going to be on trailer. And so far, it's up to Zen and Concept to try and get that first opening pick. They're going to be staying put, and so far, ALMGHTY will be staying put as well, not giving any kind of information down. But Zen, speaking of, sees that gunfire, knows very well there's going to be at least one player down there. That's going to be Incendio.
But unfortunately, Incendio doesn't peek out, and Zen isn't going to be able to secure that kill just yet. But now we can see both teams know how important this game is. It's going to be the last opportunity of AMT to be able to win a Search and Destroy match. If they don't win this round, then they're done for it. But they're going to have the numbers advantage as they take down Zen, and that is going to be the opening pick that they need. But again, Huntsmen, they're playing it very passively here, not going very aggressive.
They know that passive is working out for them, and so far we saw that Incendio had the right tech AMR in his hand in the early game, and he actually had the Holger down. If he did have the right tech, I feel like it would have been possible to take out Derp. And now speaking of, Concept goes in there very
Ooh.
aggressively with the CBR. Speaking of a gun change, this guy just changed it to a CBR4, not really using the sniper, being so aggressive, doing an amazing job when it comes to entering this site without any util, by the way, just winning it by pure gun skill. And so far, we still see an advantage going up against Huntsmen, doing so well when it comes to breaking into the defenses of Almighty.
Now, AMT down to the last 3 players. They're gonna be Irfan's gonna be able to take down Concept, tying up the match at 3 players each. But shut up, he's gonna try to claim that advantage in Heaven as well. And now we're going to be down to the last player on the side of Huntsman. Wado here is the last player to clutch it up, but unfortunately, the time runs out, and now we are gonna have overtime between the 2 teams as they both hit the 6-point mark.
First overtime for the Huntsmen and the second one for Almighty, and we get to see it. We know how close this firing range S&D is gonna be like, and it looks like Almighty doing a really fast attack going in for that Bravo, being greeted by 2 players. They definitely want to go in win this round really fast, and so far, you already know that's gonna be very hard. Jeff Bro goes in there with the trophy system, still wins that gunfight, even though he does get checked. That's gonna be really difficult as 1 man down for Huntsman.
Now, we are going to be at a 3v5 situation in favor of Almighty, and they're going to end it really quickly there. That's going to be 7-6. They just need to win 1 more to secure the search and destroy match. But that play that they did, they went in really quickly there and caught the Huntsmen off guard there. And they were able to win a lot of their gunfights in that B site there.
Ooh, Heaven is getting the shots, getting that information down that there's 2 people here in red. That's going to be really difficult for the Huntsmen. They did get checked. The info already given to Almighty, distributed amongst its team members. And now the backstab coming in for play number 2, Jeff Pro having 9 kills already to his name, ready to go in there once the pinch finally comes through. The play number 4, taking a look at that shut up, getting that 13k possibility to get 1 more. I mean, you can see the pinch is finally coming through, because if shut up dies, you get to see that 1 more person is going to be there for the backup.
Oh, shut up here with the sniper, playing a very off angle, not something that you'd expect because he is very exposed in mid. But now he gets caught off guard by Vanlu, who's going to be able to get that first opening pick. And now the numbers advantage going to the side of AMT, and we are still not going to see a push coming through from the side of Huntsmen because they are looking to get the numbers advantage or at the very least or even things up. But Heaven is going to say no to that.
This is not a good situation to be in if you're the Huntsman. You can see that Heaven, everyone else on their team, gonna be stuck in a little bit of a pickle as Irfan J gets that trophy system. I thought he gets that hit mark, but I think it was the trophy system that he hit. But the bomb is gonna be down here in mid, and they need to pick it up. And so far, Almighty has covered all bases, all 3 lanes already. But then Wadu gets that kill, and Teru gets that triple kill! What an amazing guy! And he finishes the job and wins this S&D. And even though that the Huntsmen, this was their map to possibly win, Almighty just shuts it down. And what a clutch play coming in from Incendio. Yeah, just don't hold the Holger, man. Just hold that right tech. He's doing an amazing job at it.
The triple kill from Incendio to close up the search and destroy match was absolutely iconic, and they were just able to secure the win really quickly. They went into overtime and they said they're not losing this to Huntsmen. They're taking the win home, and that's exactly what they did. And as you can see here, our players did amazing with each of them getting almost double digits.
Man, I mean, it's just so impressive to see like how all of these people are actually stepping up. Incendio was at the bottom of the pack, but then that 3k just instantly put him up into the ranks with 10k. I mean, everyone else doing an amazing job. Although for Derp and Zen, they did an amazing job as well. For Derp, in the late game, he was doing really well. Zen was opening things up, making space for his team, especially on the attack. But it was when the defense actually happened, that's when they actually faltered just a tiny bit. Concept, on the other hand, had a very difficult time with that sniper, barely getting a lot of these kills. So I feel like it's just really that tiny bit of adjustment that we actually got to see from Almighty that really worked out for them the best.
Huntsmen did give up a very good fight. I mean, they pushed it up to 6-6 standing and they had to go overtime. But unfortunately, when it went into overtime, Almighty just brought everything out and just completely destroyed them. I mean, if they did a little bit more, I think Huntsmen, just a little bit more practice, a little bit more strategy, they might have been able to win that search and destroy. It was definitely a super close game for them. But with that coming into an end, we are going to be moving into control slums for the control match. And this is possibly going to be the last map if AMT is going to be able to close it down. As we know, AMT has been so consistent with their control matches, and if they are able to maintain this in control, they might just be able to give Huntsman a donut.
I mean, this is one of the best maps that Almighty has. They have not dropped it, not even once. They went up against Almighty, I mean Omega rather. 3-2 would always be the scoreline, but they would always start when it comes to the defense. But hey, guess what? They're also starting into the defense right now in in Slums rather. So I'm so excited to see how the Huntsmen can actually go and perform here, because so far they're not doing so hot in control, and they've never played Slums yet. So I'm pretty excited how they're gonna be playing it, because they've definitely seen that Almighty game against LFO where they gave a 3-0. Almighty gave such a quick donut in Slum. So pretty excited to see how they're gonna be performing here, because control, this is the do or die for the Huntsmen. They don't want to get another 3-0 here, because so far we've been getting 3-0s all across the board. But let's see how well the Huntsmen will do, and if they will deny this possible donut.
I hope they are going to be able to deny it and prove everyone wrong, because, you know, we've seen this team time and time again, but they're never able to really be consistent enough to win or at least get into top 3 in major tournaments. But, you know, it's something that we'd love to see, and if they're able to take home at least a map from AMT, then we know that they are continuing to improve again and again and again. And here we can see Huntsmen, they are once again struggling into the gunfight department, just as they struggled in Hardpoint. And if they're able to change this, maybe make some adjustments, maybe play a little bit more towards the strategic side, they might just be able to win this. But again, that adjustment has not shown just yet, and we have to wait for them to be able to make those.
See, this is so difficult, because you're going to be starting on the attack if you're the Huntsman, and you are so much down into the lives. I mean, yes, you do have 1 tick of progress here in Bravo, but when it comes to the defense, Almighty is just a little bit too good. And especially with Shut Up and Heaven trying to go in there for the long-range engagements. And yes, for Heaven, he has a CBR now. He can definitely rely on Shut Up to get all of those lanes down and covered. It's just so difficult for Huntsman to go and break into the hill. With 12 and 22, it's just 10 lives in between them. It's just too huge of a gap to go and cover.
And now you can see that the players of Huntsmen, they're trying their best to stay alive. But, you know, again, just as we've said, with only 10 lives left, it's going to be quite a struggle. 27 seconds left to capture a site. And it looks like they're going to attempt to do that on the B side. But with all the players stacked up from both teams on that B side, it's going to be difficult here, Beef. And it looks like AMT is actually going to give Huntsmen that extended time that they asked for. But with 7 lives, it's not looking very pretty for them.
It's going to be really difficult. I mean, they were able to capture that Bravo flag, but with 6 lives, they need to go and be efficient when it comes to their life count. Irfan J gets that beautiful kill. Van Ludo with a response, and now with 4 people left and so far away from that Alpha flag, they're going in for Broken. I mean, you need to find a way to go into Alpha, because so far it's just not working out for them. All lanes covered by Almighty. 1 person left. Wadu, what are you going to do, as you're going to be chased like a rat, and Incendio is going to be that cat to finally put that mousetrap into that first win for Almighty. And I mean, we kind of expected it, because they are starting off on the defensive side. And now for the Huntsmen, let's see if they can be as good as Almighty when it comes to that defensive setup, because so far we've seen already on the attack, if you're a really good team, you can still win on that offense.
Definitely can still win, and it looks like AMT is going to attempt to do that here. But Huntsmen, they are going to give up a good fight, especially with them being the defending team. They have a little bit of an easier job here, as long as they don't keep dying. Here we can see the number of lives advantage is still tied up between the 2 teams. But AMT, on the other hand, they're losing quite a lot of their gunfights here, more than I expected at least, and they are struggling as the attacking team here.
They're going to be staying put. And everyone else from the Huntsmen pushed out so far away, going into arches, going into so many kills right now. They're winning a lot of their engagements so far. The spawn trap is going to be real. As you can see, 2 players are going to be taking care of that. As you can see that Derp had such an amazing vantage point with that Preddy, getting that beautiful double. And like what we said, the question was, can the Huntsmen be as dominant as ALMGHTY? The answer is no, because they're even more dominant when it comes to this defensive setup. No ticks of progress whatsoever from ALMGHTY. 10 lives in between them, 15 seconds left on the clock, and no one else from ALMGHTY is going to be really close into the hard point. And so that's going to be so huge coming in from the Huntsmen to win this defensive round and the possible setup win for that attacking round for the next one.
Definitely a very big play for Huntsmen here. They're going to be able to win their first round of control as the defending team, but because they started the first round as an attacking, that does mean that they have to win all of their defending and at least one attacking round if they want to be able to win over ALMGHTY. And now this is their opportunity. They have the momentum, they won that last round, and their confidence has been boosted. Now this is the perfect chance for them to win over ALMGHTY, but ALMGHTY is not going to be making it easy with Shut Up getting a triple kill right off the bat and getting the life advantage for his team.
Banlu having the Annihilator early on just shuts down a lot of the players. RND, with a Purifier of his own, shuts down so many players of the Huntsmen, really close quarters, trying to get rid of so many players, and that just gives them a little bit of an advantage. Just a tiny bit though. So far the Huntsmen can still make it into a comeback, but for ALMGHTY, they're just staying back. They're being a little bit quiet. They just want to give away any kind of space that the Huntsman wants to get, and so far RND going in for a spree. And now, so far, he does get to have that Hunter-Killer drone down for his arsenal.
Now we can see our players of Huntsmen. They are struggling quite a bit as an attacking team. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to win this attacking side, especially with the kill feed being all blue right now, Beef. And you can see that AMT has just been so dominant once again. And though Huntsmen has not been able to capture anything just yet, they are still continuing to try their best to win their gunfights. Unfortunately, with the players of AMT playing as pairs, it's difficult for them.
RND goes in for that spawn trap, goes in there for the kill, but unfortunately doesn't get his 5th combo. And now for everyone else in ALMGHTY, I mean, you just like, it's how many kills in between you and 0 seconds left, and ALMGHTY yet again wins that defense. And this is like my qualm when it comes to control, is like whoever gets that defensive side first will definitely have a major advantage. But yes, a great team can definitely win on the attack, but if you're even when it comes to the playing field or when it comes to the skills, you're definitely going to be having a little bit more of an advantage here. Because so far, we already know the Huntsmen and ALMGHTY, they're pretty even when it comes to the skills, because we saw that SND, they got those kills down, they almost won it. Actually the game mode that wasn't really that close was Hardpoint, and now we get to see in Control, it's actually pretty close as well. And now for Huntsmen, you are going to be starting off on that defense, but for round number 5, you're going to be starting on that offensive round, so they need to pull out all the stops here.
Here we can see AMT at match point, and they're trying to be able to take home the win here despite being the attacking team, and they are going to be very, very close capturing that B site. They just need one more segment to be able to close it up and get that additional time. And now we can see the kill feed being all blue here, and that's gonna give them a little bit of an advantage here, especially when it comes to the number of respawns they have left. Jeff Pro here investing into a Purify that's going to be huge for his team, but unfortunately it does get knocked down. Zen here trying to get a double kill, he gets it but gets knocked down as well, and it looks like AMT might just be able to close off this game if they're going to be able to win a little bit more gunfights, especially with them being so close to capturing that B site.
So this is what's difficult for ALMGHTY right now, because they just heavily utilize all of their score streaks, all of their operators here in this attacking round, and it does not benefit them that much with 2 ticks of progress in Bravo with just 30 seconds left. And yes, the Huntsman has just a tiny bit of an advantage, still doing an amazing job at trying to stop that push coming in from Bravo. speaking of, Shut Up goes in there very much aggressively, but Vanlu and his grenade is just gonna stop that. 20 seconds left on the clock, still very doable for Almighty, but everyone else is just so far away, and there's going to be a 3v3 situation here in Bravo. They're just trying so desperately to try and win this attacking round, where for the Huntsmen, it's just making them having a difficult time. And like what I mentioned, it's just so difficult if you're going up against such a good defensive team as the Huntsmen right now. And so far, you can actually see that they're prepared for that attacking round. They need to find a way to save up all their score streaks, where Almighty used every single one of them into this round. But it's a good thing that for Almighty, we actually have Heaven getting that one operator skill. And as we move towards our last round here, this is going to be intense, because the Huntsmen, you can see that they're not as ready as I was expecting them to be. They only have one operator skill and 3 score streaks. On the other side, we do have Heaven to possibly defend it super well with the Purifier or the Claw.
Now we can see last match here, just as you said, both of our teams tied up at 2 points here, and if whoever wins this match is going to be able to take home the control win. And with AMT being the defending side, they are gonna have a little bit of an advantage here. AMT Heaven pulling out the Purifier, getting a triple kill right off the bat, as well as Irfan J. They're just looking to knock down all the players of Huntsmen as quick as possible to be able to clear that win for their team. And here we can see Jeffro getting a double kill as well. That's gonna be huge as they push Huntsmen to less than 20 respawns left.
Dang, I mean, that was a valiant effort from the Huntsmen, because they went in for that Bravo site, and when Bravo wasn't working out, they tried to go in for Alpha, but Jeffro a little bit too disgusting with the Type 25 here in through Fountain. I mean, that's going to be difficult. Heaven goes in there, CBR in hand, 20 kills to his name, and Tenyo gets a kill as well, so that's going to be huge for them. And as Bravo's going to be captured, the lives is still not going to be into the favor of the Huntsmen. They need to find a way to just shut down Heaven right in this lane, and not just that, they also have to worry about Irfan J as well with that 28k. And so far, this guy has been so good when it comes to those kills, but fortunately for him, Zen is going to be there for the shutdown.
And now we can see AMT having the huge numbers advantage here, looking to close off this game. And the Huntsman Derp, he's going to play this very sneaky angle, not playing very aggressive, because he's going to try to knock down any player who tries to go even close to that middle area. He knows that he shouldn't play too aggressive, because their lives are very numbered here. 13 respawns left for the side of Huntsmen, and they still have a whole A side to defend. And with AMT playing very aggressive, they have to be careful.
Just 4 lives in between them, though. Still very doable for the Huntsmen. Not just that, because they also have a lot of their operators down, but unfortunately for them, they're just going down like flies. And as they had just a tiny bit of an advantage left, Almighty, it's just going down more into the favor of this team. So far, they can find a way. Just bring out your operators. Try to use all of your score streaks down as well, because you only have 36 seconds left to possibly win this control round. And for Almighty, they only have one person who actually has this. Zen, big claw kills, big investment from him, and needs to go in and find a way to go and flush every single one of the Almighty players with just 25 seconds left on the clock.
Now we can see 3 versus 8 respawns left. Huntsman Derp here gonna get one. He's gonna be on a streak here, and that's what's important, because he can't risk dying. But just as I say that, he gets knocked down, and AMT is gonna secure the control match, as well as winning 3 maps back to back, giving a donut straight to the faces of Huntsmen.
I mean, as it is a donut, but it's not as convincing as we thought Almighty could actually deliver from us. I mean, I'm really happy with the way the Huntsmen played, and I hope that they actually pulled out the game, but this is the best case scenario for them, showing that they can go up against the likes of Almighty. So interesting to see how this team is going to be playing later on into the playoffs. So it's just really nice to see, because it was overtime in S&D, and now it's also round number 5 for Control. Not as, you know, it's pretty shaky for Almighty as well. But obviously, taking a look at our post-game breakdown, we had Irfan J getting that 33k. That is huge for them. But on the other side, the Huntsman also had Zen with 27 to his name, and Vanlu having that 28.
You know, when it comes to the kills, I think it's, you know, not that big of a gap aside from Irfan. Irfan literally just popped off there. But for the rest of the team, they're pretty much equal. And I guess it was down to the strategies that they were using. As you saw, Almighty was using all the power positions that they could. They stayed together, played for those trades, and I think that's what set them apart from Huntsmen. They had a really good strategy and they worked really well as a team. But again, I expected a little bit more from Huntsmen. They did win their they did try their best to win their defending matches, but it wasn't really enough to secure the win.
You're right. I mean, it's just for the Huntsmen, it's just so close but not close enough. And it's just really, it sucks to see what kind of scoreline that we actually have right now, because what we already mentioned, that hardpoint matchup wasn't as convincing and they were trying to play catch up the entire time. There were points in that game where it was close for SND. It was 8-6 in favor of ALMGHTY, and now it's a 3-2. And the only reason for me that ALMGHTY actually won that is because they started on the defensive round. And that's why when it comes to the coin toss, Wasabi, is it really winning a coin toss when you know you're possibly going to be losing control because you're going to be starting on the attack? So, I mean, I don't know. It's just that game mode for me just really irks me sometimes.
I mean, I guess it depends. If they were a little stronger in search and destroy and hardpoint, it doesn't matter if they lose the control, right? But unfortunately, they did lose all three, and even if they won that coin toss, they weren't really able to beat AMT when it came to the skills.
That's true. And firing range was supposed to be the map that Huntsmen actually won. They had quite the advantage already. It was already match point, only one left. But unfortunately for them, ALMGHTY just knows how to pull their bearings. They know how to just be under pressure. And so I was really looking forward to Hardpoint Hacienda. We were both looking forward to that because ALMGHTY not doing so well in that map. So pretty excited. But hey, this is what happens if you are going up against one of the top teams here in the world. The Huntsmen, though, showed up pretty well when it comes to those two game modes, Search and Destroy and Control. But take a look at what we actually had in Summit Hardpoint, where the Huntsmen always playing that catch-up, and with ALMGHTY, they're doing so well when it comes to rotation from P2 all the way into P3. That was their baby. P3 was so good, and not just that, P1 they did an amazing job not being able to give any kind of points to Huntsmen as well. But now we're moving on to Search and Destroy, Wasabi, where it was a back and forth, and Huntsmen actually had control for a time.
That Search and Destroy match was so close between Huntsmen and AMT. I really was on the edge of my seat, waiting to find out if Huntsman's going to be able to take home the win. But once we reached that overtime, it was AMT who just showed dominance, especially with Incendio getting that last triple kill to close off the Search and Destroy match. And as we can see here, we went into the control match next. Huntsmen, they did win some of their defending sides. Actually, I think both of their defending sides. But it wasn't enough because they needed to win at least one attacking side to be able to take home the win from AMT. And unfortunately, they were not able to do that. And we saw that Huntsmen, when they are placed on the attacking team, they struggled quite a bit when it came to the gunfights, and they were never really able to recover from it. But here, we're gonna take a look at the MVP of this game. It's gonna be AMT Heaven here with an average kill of 25 kills and a KD ratio of 1.67.
Oof. That is just nasty numbers. We already know that Heaven is just nasty when it comes to the sniper, and also a really good slayer as well. This guy has evolved so much throughout the years, and we're so used to him being on his gaming bed, but not now, not today. Ever since the World Championship, he had to play on a chair, and now it seems like it doesn't really matter. He's still very much cracked even though he's on a chair. And so far, a lot of the players from ALMGHTY is actually stepping it up. I actually think that Irfan J is doing an amazing job, phenomenal job when it comes to any kind of plays that he does. Control was a good, really good way to actually showcase all of his, his gun skills. But now let's take a look at what we have for our bracket update, because so far I know that we do have some kind of update, because so far we've had donuts all across the board, and I think we did have like a little bit. I'm not sure if you did it, Wasabi, but there were kind of caster predictions, right? And I thought that when it comes to ALMGHTY and the Huntsmen, there'd at least be one at least for the Huntsmen, but looking like an early 3-0 yet again.
Definitely, there were some caster predictions, but I actually did not have the time to fill those up.
Me neither.
But I saw a couple of them. I saw Callies, I saw Wardens, and their predictions are, well, for the first couple of matches, it's a little bit easier to tell. But then once you get ones wrong, because they did the prediction for the whole playoffs, So theirs was very different from each other, and it was quite interesting to see. But here we can see that now ALMGHTY is going to be the second one sent up to the upper brackets and Huntsmen down to the lower brackets, which means tomorrow you're not only going to see Blacklist Ultimate fight with 4S Kings, you're also going to see West Point Mamba Lowkings battle out with ALMGHTY, as well as Broke Boys Club with Huntsmen. And the fourth match tomorrow is going to be determined depending on what happens on the match between SKADI later, SKADI and Omega, and the one between Blacklist and 4S Kings.
Pretty excited. I mean, we're already here in the playoffs. We had the group stage for a few weeks, and now we're finally into our last 4 days into Garena Masters 4. And so far, all of the teams that we expected to actually go and win are doing so. WPM Lowkings having that 3-0, ALMGHTY having that 3-0, but we also are seeing bright spots for teams such as the Huntsmen, where yes, they lost into a 3-0, but it wasn't convincing for me to say that ALMGHTY, yeah, they crushed it. No, it was very close. And that gives me really amazing hope for them in the lower bracket here, Wasabi.
I mean, as long as they don't lose any match in the lower bracket, they still have a chance. Because again, this is a double elimination. As long as they continue to win again, and again, they still have an opportunity to go to the finals. But I'm not gonna say it's easy, because they are definitely going up against really good teams. Bondi Boys as well is a really good team that they're going to be fighting up against tomorrow. And that's gonna be their next hurdle that they need to figure out how they're going to beat.
Oh, definitely. So many questions that have yet to be answered, and I'm so excited to see what will happen. But as serious as the last few games were, we do have a fun little show match that AJ and I will be casting later on. But obviously, for now, get your water, get your popcorn, because later on when we come back from the break, it's going to be honestly, a really good fun. Anyway, we'll see you later on. We'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome to day number 1 of playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is now time to drop the seriousness and get a little busy. A little bit of fun, but oh my lord, what is it a her or a he?
Beef baby. It's a he.
Oh my god,
Like
what's his
he
name?
heard that we were gonna have a lot of fun, so Bucky was like, "Hey, I want to join in on the fun. I heard y'all are not gonna be serious for once."
Yeah.
I mean, when did we ever become serious, right, AJ?
I know, right? We've never been serious, but you know, just to throw a curveball at the audience, we're gonna have a show match right now. A show match at Garena Masters, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and it's gonna be none other than Killgore going up against Nyx Beef Mommy. I mean, okay, wait. First of all, before we even see the team, before we even see the roster that they're gonna have lined up, under each other, which skin, Killgore or Nyx?
Ah, man. I mean, I gotta go with Nyx. I'm always biased towards that, and plus, I feel like Nyx is a cooler name than Killgore. I mean, Killgore's a little bit too much, but I'm just biased towards Nyx, man.
I mean, depending on who you ask, Killgore can tend to look a little dirty sometimes. So it's gonna be Nyx for me as well. So I'm sorry, Killgore. I mean, I've got the skin, but I think I used it once and then never again. But Nyx is a pretty standard skin used on my stream almost all the time, and you gotta love the dance, you gotta love the music that comes along with its skin as well. If you guys didn't get the Nyx skin for yourself, I think you've lost a lot. If you got the Killgore skin for yourselves, I mean, it's always good to have a nice skin in your collection, I guess. I mean, it's for me, it's just a collector's item.
I agree. Quite the collector's item for me. Like
all the blonde guys
the
are
Nyx
not
skin,
happy right now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, for me, I think the Nyx skin is in the same level as Manta Ray Space Cadet. You just get to see everyone just wearing that, all of you, everyone, especially you guys, wearing that Manta Ray skin. I get it, you know. It's my favorite.
What you get?
Huh?
What you get?
I-
What do you get?
I wish I get the Manta Ray, but I didn't have enough money for the skin, so...
It's okay. We all started somewhere, right? Like there are a bunch of skins that I missed out on as well. You know, in the earlier part of my streaming days when I wasn't super loaded. You know, when I wasn't having no sponsors, so I had to miss out on quite a number of those draws. But now, when I see him, I get him. I mean, the CBR4 Lattice, we talked about it a little bit during that matchup. We talked about the Nyx as well as Killgore. You guys let us know in chat. I mean, who do you like? Do you like Nyx or do you like Killgore? And are you going to be supporting the teams just based on the skins? Or are you going to be supporting the teams based on the MVPs? Yes, you heard it right. It's going to be MVPs versus MVPs. Not just one MVP on each side. It's going to be 4 MVPs versus 4 MVPs, and all of these MVPs are actually made up of players who did not make it through to the playoffs.
And yeah, before we actually say who's going to be in those teams, let's take a look at what we have for today's schedule, because we have a lot of fun. Kings Broke Boys Club, where we had to see a very convincing win, but another win that wasn't as convincing, ALMGHTY versus the Huntsmen. They brought it down so close when it comes to the points, and Huntsmen almost got 2 points up against ALMGHTY. But taking a look at what we have next, Killgore versus Nyx for our 3 p.m. matchup. A little bit of fun, like we keep saying here, but we're going to be ending it into probably one of the most intense matchups, and question marks, SKADI versus Smart Omega to end the day.
And this is exactly where we get to see exactly how dominant, exactly how skilled SKADI is out there on the battlefield. But you know, as much as I'm excited to see Smart Omega go out there and dance their usual dance, you know, tango around SKADI just a little bit, I am just so pumped up for this show match that we've got on our hands here. Once again, MVP versus MVP. And it is just a confusion as to who's going to be calling the shots. I mean, all of them are titans. All of them are pretty much shot callers within their own teams as well, as they go around picking up those points, picking up those kills for their teams. And now you're going to throw all, 4 players from separate teams all into the exact same lobby, and before even starting the matchup, they actually have to try to work with each other, because we also have map bans and picks for these two. So I think that just makes it a little bit more complicated, because you're going to start some infighting within the team in itself before we even get to the match.
I mean, you're bunching up a lot of superstars into one team, and so the egos might actually definitely clash, but I'm excited to see it because it's a question of who is the best MVP out of everyone here, and we're definitely really curious as to what is going to happen. Honestly, this actually reminds me of this anime called Blue Lock, where they get all of the strikers, the best strikers in Japan, and put them into one little cage and to see who's going to be the best of the best. And this is what I actually get to see. I'm really excited for it because, again, for Killgore and Nyx, it's a huge question mark who's going to be the better one, because for Team Nyx, you have really talented players. For Killgore, you also have really talented players. So really excited to see what the lineup is going to be. But we are finally taking a look at the lineup for each of the team. As Team Killgore, we have Aurora, Clayhao, and Tokyo to start things off. What do you think about this team, AJ?
First of all, I think chat is going to start shipping Oro and Aurora just based on how close to each other their names are. You just add a Ra behind Oro and you get Aurora. I am mind blown right now. Is this a coincidence or not? We got to open up an X-Files case on this.
I mean, I'm pretty sure whoever fans of Aurora might not be happy about that statement, AJ. Just because I know she has a lot of fans here in the chat right now. But hey, we're going to be shipping. You know what? For me, I'm going to be shipping Clayhao and Tokyo because they just need a lot more love. Kazuko Legacy Clayhao, you already know that this guy is just so cracked under pressure. This guy definitely knows how to pick up the points. So I feel like he might actually be the playmaker for Team Killgore.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, but I think Aurora might be a close second to that.
And of course, I mean, I guess this is one way to break the news for you guys. Tokyo has jumped from Ralph Frannick to RND. So yes, meet a new lineup for the side of RND. I guess RND has got two new acquisitions, right? They also took Chroma from the side of Nakagwe. And that is going to be a little interesting because you now have a team called RND who have identified their weaknesses, and at the same time they've been scouting the other teams. They're like, okay, all right, we can't beat them, let's get them to join us and then we can dominate the future. So I really like exactly where R&D is going with this. But if you look at the lineup of Team Killgore, you gotta fear them, right? Aurora's probably gonna be the MVP of all MVPs for the side of Team Killgore, but I think she's gonna be a little upset because I think she's a Nyx kind of girl.
I know, right? Why didn't you put the Nyx girl, Aurora into Nyx side? But hey, this is what we look at right now. We have finally the four men that will represent their team: Joke, Seav, Chroma, and Mouse. Pretty scary bunch, not gonna lie, because Joke is just so good when it comes to the scopes, the sniper, Seav as well. So I think when it comes to the SNDs, I feel like Team Nyx might actually have a little bit of an advantage, but for the respawns, I think Killgore might have a tiny bit more.
I'm not going to argue with you on that point at all. I most definitely agree. But, you know, having Mouse there, you know, for all of those respawns is really going to hurt Team Killgore just a little bit. I think just looking at the lineup alone and looking at how the composition of these teams are, I am going to be putting my money on Team Nyx. And no bias just because I love the skin, alright? And I tell you, I love the skin. But this team looks like they're going to be a little stacked. So Team Killgore, better watch out. They're down 2-0 already, right? By number one, the lineups in itself, as well as how good the compositions are. And number two, just the skin beating the skin.
Yeah, that's true. And taking a look at who's actually going to be the top honcho for each of these MVPs, which is going to be the huge question here. So let's take a look at our head-to-head really quickly, because for me, I think I already know what's going to be on the other side. Obviously, we had Clayhao over here for our team Killgore. Clayhao! And then for on the other side, we have Joke going in for Team Nyx. Woo, let's go!
Oh, the typo just killed me so badly. 24.89 versus production. Don't do Clayhao like that. Don't do him like that, production. You cannot. 1.47 KD ratio versus 1.21. I mean, they're not too far apart from each other. I think both of these players are super stacked, and I would love to see exactly how these two players kind of fare up against each other, right? We know Clayhao has been that integral player from... No, okay, there you go. Okay, Clayhao, thank you. Thank you, Ron. But, you know, he's an integral player, but he kind of struggles because the rest of his team members can't seem to keep up with his pace a lot of these times. Now you throw him into a squad of MVPs, I think this boy is really going to shine. But one could say the exact same for Joke as well. But then again, Joke usually has good support from the rest of his team members.
And what he has is really good. So he knows how to be into that objective role as well, because you can see that their average score is 3,122. And when it comes to the KD ratio, just a little bit higher compared to Clayhao. But like what you mentioned is actually really key, because Clayhao's always kind of getting his team up. He's the one that's carrying all of them. But now he's in a team where he actually is surrounded by really good players. And now this is a question of, will they help out each other? Or is it going to be, I want to get the most kills? Is there going to be competition amongst the MVPs that we have now, which might actually turn out to be really good for a lot of these players?
Shout out to Ape Afik in the YouTube chat, who says, I wish I have a gamer wife. And then in bracket, he says, second wife. Good luck, Ape, if you actually make it through tonight, because I think your first wife is going to come and try to kill you. I don't mind will if I ever throw a comment into a public chat like that, right? I will not live to tell the tale the next day.
I mean, hey, maybe they're in an open relationship and they're looking for a gamer girl wife, right?
Maybe.
Just complete the package.
Maybe. Okay, this chat is going somewhere else, alright? It's a fun stream, but it's not that fun. Killgore versus Nyx. Standoff taken off by Killgore. Takeoff taken off by Nyx. And I have no idea how to analyze this at all, because we've never seen them play together as a squad. Yeah, you could kind of go and dive down into the details of which player performs well at which map, but that conversation is going to kind of drag this whole breakdown of the maps and modes a little too long now, don't you think, Beef?
Absolutely. You know, I was just about to say there's no stats here. We're going to throw them out the window. We're just going to guess. You know what? For Summit, it's going to be Killgore. No, it's going to be Nyx. For firing range, it's going to be Killgore. For slums, it's going to be Nyx. For raid, Killgore. And for Hacienda, it's going to be Nyx.
Yep,
just
exactly.
For research.
But in terms of the wins, it's possibly just gonna be Nyx all the way. I'm so one-sided on this show match just because of the skins, alright? If it wasn't for the skins, I would not be this biased. But I'm sorry, Killgore, there's no way in hell you're gonna win today.
Sorry, man. I mean, you're just going to be bumped down just a tiny bit. And I'm just sorry that Garena put you into this team and we are biased towards Nyx. But you know what? I want to be proved wrong. The stats say that Killgore has a 100% win rate in the hearts of the fans out there. But for me, Nyx has a 100% win rate for me and AJ.
I mean, yeah, it's for me, it's just Nyx for days, right? Killgore, I'm sorry, man. You got to go back to sleep. Nobody wants to see you out there on the battlefield, all right? It's all about Nyx. I mean, that's the in-skin right now, if that's even a thing. But, of course, jokes aside. No, jokes are not going to be aside. This is a show match. Jokes are going to be a part of the show match.
There's going to be a lot of joke. We got a player named The Joke. So, I mean, obviously, there's going to be a ton of jokes, especially with me and AJ casting this. Absolutely
right. Summit, firing range, slums, raid, Hacienda. Means absolutely nothing. I'm just waiting to have a little bit of fun.
Purifier and Annihilate is going to be banned right now. So you're going to be expecting a lot of the claws. Possibility for... honestly, I kind of want to see War Machines. I want to see the Gravity Vortex. I want to see operators that we don't usually see in this particular match.
I most definitely would love to see some of the operators. I would love to see the players just troll, you know, each other out there on the battlefield, no doubt whatsoever. But, you know, just to catch you guys up with a little bit of what's going on here, they cannot use any streaks. They cannot use any utilities, all right? They can use their operators though. So the operator bans and picks bans will still be applied in here, and it still does make a difference. But not being able to use your utilities. And we do have SNDs. Woohoo! Let's go!
I'm so excited for that. I mean, let's see what would actually happen, because you have those restricted modes to increase this type of difficulty. And see what kind of play style, because yes, we're getting a lot of the MVPs down, right? But each of these players, they have different play styles. Are you going to be a little bit more passive when it comes to your approach? Are you going to be really aggressive? Because you have really aggressive players like Clayhao, but you also have really subtle players like Aurora that knows how to calculate her position so well that she actually gets so much kills without being overly aggressive.
And you know, just to make the show match a little bit more fun, not only did they have to throw both of us clowns here to cast this match, but they also have, like you said, restricted stuff, right? Not only are we going to restrict the score streaks as well as utilities, we're going to restrict the weapons too. Yes, you heard it right. We're going to restrict the weapons. The first match is going to be a shotgun only match. And I hope to God we see some HS0405 out there, because that new legendary skin is lit. And I have never enjoyed reloading my gun more than reloading the HS0405. If you guys do not know what I'm talking about, you gotta go check that gun out, man. It reloads ding 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 dang. That was a very bad rendition of the reload. But
can we have someone in chat just take that part and without any context make it into a meme? Thank you. I'm making that into my alarm every morning when I wake up.
Dude, no, I mean, if you don't have the gun, you gotta go get the gun. The draw is still available. And I'm not saying you gotta go spend all of your life savings on it. If you just got like 200 CP, you gotta try. You gotta try to at least go in for 2 blind draws. Because I swear to God, there's so many lucky people in Garena. Every single time I post up a post that, I've got this legendary gun or I got that legendary gun, they just troll me in the chat saying that, haha, Mustachio, I got it on the second draw. Yeah, I know Garena loves you, alright? Garena loves me too, just in different ways. Just in different ways.
Just in very different ways. Love it can be interpreted differently,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they let me be a clown on broadcast. I don't know how much more love they can show me, right? So
I mean, honestly, you're making me want to get the skin now. I mean, I'm not a shotgun player, but now I want to experience the ding 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 ding.
You
for myself.
have to get the shotgun. I swear to God, I am not a shotgun player. I've never played shotguns in my whole life. I'm gonna be a shotgun main after this because I have that gun skin. I am not even kidding you. You have to check the gun out. If you guys really want to check out exactly how that reload is, shameless plug. Go check out my stream. I used it. I put up a clip of me going in for a 1v4 clutch. It was solid and I died at the end.
Dang it, you should have just left into a cliffhanger so people would see what actually happened. Dang it, AJ.
I always die at the end of all of my clips. There has never been a clip on my stream where I'm just hella damn good. Okay, I always die in the end. I'm sick and tired of dying.
Makes for great content, right? I mean, we get to see it. I'm honestly hoping that we get to see the shotgun here, because we'll start with the shotgun. If we do end up in SND, we'll end with the shotgun. So let's see what actually happens there, because you already know the sniper's only SND, melee only control, and melee only hardpoint. When do you ever get to see this on broadcast? You only get to see it here in Garena Masters 4.
I know, right? And I obviously cannot wait for the snipers only matchup, because we're probably going to see a couple of players out there that do not want to use snipers, and they're going to be like, why you gotta do this to me, Garena? But we gotta do it to everyone! First of all, we embarrassed one team by making them wear the Killgore skin. So against Killgore. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Unfortunately, we actually have to take a 1-minute break because one player had to go cry in the toilet. I think it's a player from the side of Killgore. They just don't want to use the skin. I understand.
Use a sniper too.
I understand.
It's okay. We got you. Don't worry about it. Anyway, speaking of, while we cry as well because we just got so excited, we'll see you in a little bit.
See you in a bit. I asked for an extra 5 minutes. So I'm caught. I know I told you guys 1 minute, but then I said, since you're taking a break, why can't I take an extra lunch break, right? So if you guys are wondering exactly what I'm eating, I've got some vegetables because I need to lose weight. I'm fat. Yes, I'm fat. And I'm just adding on some good fats as well. I mean, I was casting with wasabi and my fiance asked me what I want to eat. I was like, maybe some salmon and wasabi. So that's exactly why we had to take a slightly longer break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I truly do apologize, but even the longer break wasn't enough for me to finish my veggie. But anyway, Beef, Nyx or Killgore, did you change your mind?
Oh, sorry. No. No, I didn't at all. When you were having your lunch break, I was just deciding and kind of daydreaming how Nyx would absolutely just, be in my dreams tonight. Because obviously, as much as I am a really level-headed person, I don't want any biases. I'm sorry, man. Nyx, every time you hear those stilettos across the hallway, you just can't wait. You just can't help but to write on your diary and make your face be as red as a tomato with just how much I just want to see her in my dreams, What? Was that too much?
That's why I like having a girl to cast with, because sometimes she gets to say stuff that I cannot say.
I mean, actually, that was for Warden. That was for you, man. We just love Nyx so much. But how about for you? Did you change your mind after having such a savory, healthy meal?
I was thinking about it, maybe because, the decision that I made was a little too premature, maybe because my tummy was hungry, I was being a little, cranky, because, hunger pangs, right? Hunger pangs. And I thought about it, and I wanted to give Killgore another chance. Then I looked at his face, and I was like, nope.
No. He looks like he can rock you like a hurricane.
He looks like he needs a haircut. Some people can rock it. Some people can rock the locks, right? And
it's the crop top for me. I mean, it actually kind of works. His style, he has the same jacket as me.
There's no toxic masculinity in this statement, but I do not get the guys and crop top. Like I was watching Netflix recently. I watch a lot of trashy shows, and then these really big guys, I guess they want to show off their six-pack. I get it. If I had it, I would show it off too. If I had it, I would.
It's okay. You just gotta embrace your one-pack.
How dare you say I have a one-pack? I've got a three-pack. The two top ones are visible slightly if you really look hard. You gotta focus.
When you adjust the lighting very nicely, right?
Yes. Okay, but it's not a one-pack. All right, it's at the very least a three-pack. Okay, maybe a two-pack. All right, maybe a two-pack. Yeah, maybe a two-pack.
Like the rapper?
Yeah, that's two-pack. Okay, two-pack. Two-pack, better than a one-pack, all right? But, I thought about it. So, yeah, I totally agree with you. Crop top, yeah, there's just so many things going wrong with Killgore, man. Once again, I got the skin. It's just a collector's edition.
I mean, we are very much collectors here, but we are moving into the task at hand. The reason why that, apart daydreaming about Nyx, we're finally starting up the game, but just a tiny bit of changes into our game for today, because we are gonna have Strokes instead of Joke, which makes me very sad because I really wanted to see Joke, but hey, it's okay. I feel like it balances it out just a tiny bit more.
Sorry, it's no longer Strokes, it's Stroke?
Stroke?
Yeah, you can't say Stroke. You gotta say Stroke?
Stroke?
Yeah, it's wow. Thanks for putting the
question mark.
Wow. Stroke? Stroke? Gets a caram kill. Okay, this is gonna be all out shotgun only, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I am just so upset that nobody's been running the HS0405. What's up with these guys?
I mean, I guess I just wanted to win, because I feel like it's not the best gun. I mean, it might have
Don't say that.
the really good sound, but I'm not quite sure if that's gonna give you the kills. But I just really want to keep. I just want the camera on Stroke, just so I can say his name. Oh, Stroke goes down really quickly as we get to see so many kills coming in from Team Nyx.
It should have just stuck with Strokes right now. Stroke? Barely can cut it out there. He's just got a single kill because he's Stroke, and as I say it, he does manage to take down the one and only Tokyo. Aurora tries to pop off just a little bit, but it's gonna be the ALMGHTY. If you're wondering who in the world is ALMGHTY because you've never seen him before in Garena Masters, it's actually Chroma. He flipped his name around because he had nothing to do last week.
I mean, it's not as bad as Stroke. I mean, at least Amork is okay, right? But then as we look at Stroke, he's going to be going down just like that. As you can see, the points are going down in more towards the favor of Nyx right now. And I feel like Amork is actually going in for the kills. He has 12 so far to his name, and Seav is kind of struggling right now.
And of course, I want to break down the strategy, yada, 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 but you know it really doesn't matter in this matchup. It's just all about why in the world is Killgore leading the match?
You know what? I feel like we cursed this. We were hyping up Nyx so much that Killgore's getting so many.
It's all because of Stroke. Sorry, Stroke?
Stroke?
It's all because of that guy.
It's all your fault, man.
Yeah, CF has just got 4 kills, but it's not even him. It's Stroke? If only he could find a better name for himself, he would get more kills. It's all about that, right? Like you use the HS0405, the current legendary skin, you get extra hit marks, but also extra FPS, which helps you out slightly sometimes.
I feel like, no, you know what Stroke needs to do? I think he just needs to flip his name kind of like Chroma, right?
Yeah.
He should be Hecorts?
What?
Hecorts? Maybe he can perform 18 kills already for Chroma right now. Hecorts?
Hecorts? Okay, are you good? Hecorts? Without the question mark, please. Hecorts. Hecorts sounds like a legit name. Hecorts? Sounds like you're wondering if or not it was a good decision.
I feel like it's a great decision. So far, he's like the second, top frag of his team is doing okay, I guess.
Because
every time we cast him, does it have to always be a question?
It's only because we called him out and he really wants to prove that Stroke can get it done at the end of the day. I'm just happy that Nyx is leading now.
Yeah, agreed. We're finally into it. And a pretty big lead too. But as we saw that, it's a good thing that Tokyo accidentally offs himself. Just like that, Killgore having a difficult time when it comes to... I feel like we need to have a counterpart, right? For Killgore. Because we're having too much fun with Stroke and Nyx right now.
Well, we do have, obviously, the one and only Aurora as well as Tokyo to fly around the battlefield. In fact, everybody on the side of Killgore seems to be picking up their slack. CF is just a little bit late to the party. Amork's just going absolutely amok amongst everybody. And Stroke is actually catching up with the rest of the squad. I'm actually very delighted to see Stroke step it up just a little bit out there. Mouse, you would expect to see him get a little bit more the way he kind of just runs out around and around all of those players. But without those SMGs, without those ARs, it seems to be a little bit tough for him to catch up.
Yeah, he needs to bring it down super close. And I know we're just in hardpoint right now. It's our first game of our beautiful, beautiful kill match. But it's just, imagine trying to cast his name during an S&D where it's a little bit serious. Stroke plants the bomb, and here we go.
The next thing we need is Clayhao coming back into Garena Masters 5. And we actually see him change his name to Clayhao. Clayhao? That will kill me!
Okay, I think with that being said, I think we need to do everything as a question mark. So I think for Mouse, he's just going to be Aurora with 22 kills already, having the claw already in her arsenal.
Clayhao's thinking about it. Right now, he's tuning into the broadcast and he's like, okay, should I change my name for the second match? Clayhao, if you go Clayhao question mark, I tell you, bro, you will be the MVP of the match, no doubt whatsoever. But as anticipated, Aurora is actually leading the pack as the MVP of Killgore right now. I mean, that's what it takes, right? To make Killgore work, you just need the girl to step up because, Killgore just can't.
I mean, imagine, you're just like the only woman in the all-man squad that is on both teams, and you just question why she's not on the Nyx team, and now she's angry and goes like, I should have been there in Nyx, so I'm just gonna outperform everyone in my team and basically get a lot of these kills. And not speaking of, they're also getting a lot of the points into the next hardpoint now.
Amork still running around Amok out there with his KRM. The guy is just an absolute blaze. Speaking about the blaze, the glorious blaze in the hands of Clayhao. But Mouse just shuts him down from afar. Aurora, beautiful backstab and gets a double as well. This lady is just on absolute fire. And Killgore will manage to pull ahead because of her once again.
Oh my god. Aurora's still there. She's still on a combo, but unfortunately she does go down by getting a beautiful 2-piece Stroke.
Stroke?
Gets a beautiful 3-piece. Oh my gosh, 24 already to his name.
I mean, you just gotta leave it just rock it once again. Beautiful shot, slides in and out, hit mark for days, gets yet another, but Stroke himself gets taken out by Clayhao. It's gonna be CF for the save, but DIVINUS Aurora hops on back. Tokyo sees if he can catch one right back for the squad. Just one more kill needed, but they're all just dancing around each other. Mark finally goes down, and this is that opportunity for them to rotate all around. Just a tad bit late for the side of Killgore, but I don't care. I want them to lose.
We're not biased here.
No, not at all.
No, not at all. Go Knicks! Alright, let's go team! Woohoo! Alright, for Stroke gets that 27. No, make that 28, doing an amazing job at holding this down. And Mouse as well, being such a nuisance in this hill. But just like I said, Aurora though, being an amazing shotgunner. She gets one more. Oh my gosh, you know, this girl is just carrying her team to victory.
I mean, like I said, right? It's all because of the Killgore skin. It's just weighing the boys down. Even they are like, what? We gotta walk around as this guy? Yeah, so we totally understand exactly how they feel. The one thing that could have just been a little bit more decent, I think I kind of feel like this this show match is just missing out on one very important element. I think all of the players should have been given the Killgore as well as Nick's skin, so that we can actually see Killgore going up against Nyx. Because now I kind of feel like I'm just judging them based on their team name, which is so unfair. I mean, if it was based on the skin, then it's fair.
You're right. I was actually expecting that a lot of these members were sporting the skin that they were supposed to. What? How did that reach there? What? And Aurora just got rid of Stroke just like that, and possibility to take him out again, 2 in a row for her, and she's angry.
Oh, she's angry. She's absolutely pissed. 35 kills so far for Aurora. The lady is on fire. She wants to make sure Killgore gets this beautiful win, and Tokyo steps up to the plate as well to make sure they get exactly that. Tokyo clears off the space. Amok just running around Amok once again, hitting the 40 kills, but Aurora's not too far away at all in terms of equalizing. She shuts down Amok himself, only to be traded out by Mouse. It's 177 to 160. Nyx is gonna win!
But now Aura has the claw. He's like, you know what? You got rid of Aurora. I'm gonna just take you out with my claw right now because you don't touch my partner. And here we go. Auro gets one. But Mouse a little bit too quick. And Aurora right there for the backup because, hey, you don't take out my partner. Auro's... You're just gonna go down. 40k, one of the highest scorers here, and the only person that can actually touch her right now is going to be Amor.
This girl, I tell you, I will not want to go up against her in CODM at all. But I would love to have her on my team. She is abso-freaking-lutely hot in Call of Duty Mobile, and she is on fire. Nyx in front though, but the matchup is so freaking close. Aurora is still popping off, and she leads the freaking kill bot right now. Only for Mark to get that one extra over her. 45 so far. I mean, this girl, she is... I think she had 3 cups of coffee before this match.
Pretty sure she did. I mean, I've been sipping cups of coffee right now, especially in that 10-minute break that we had. I was like, hey, this is going to be a high action, high caliber. All of the steaks are going to be fried here. It's going to be barbecued, and you can see here that Aurora is absolutely frying. And for me, I'm just more excited. I don't care who wins. I'm just excited to see who's going to be that top frag. Is it going to be a Mork? Is it going to be Aurora? Because so far, it's head-to-head.
I mean, you know, the rest of Killgore now just needs to step up because if they don't win, they don't need to care. They just need to make sure their girl Aurora is the top slayer of this freaking matchup. And 51 kills so far. And Amork is down and out for this round. He needs to respawn all the way from the back. 194. Killgore actually catching up with Nyx. 207. This is just gonna go back and forth, but Aurora's back in the house to play. On for the pop. Does not get the shot. Hit mark onto CF's knees. And the guy shuts down 2 instead. And Nyx will be able to hold on to the lead, and CF, beautiful claw investment comes through as well. He's just getting it all done on his own.
Yeah, I know. Solo hold for this man is just absolutely insane. He's just having so much fun here with the claw. Not just that, possibility to get another one, even though he doesn't have the claw, but Clayhao just a little bit too fast here. And we need Aurora to get a little bit more points because so far he only has 2 into Amork's 50. So that's going to be huge for her if she can finally I don't know, get more kills.
That she most definitely needs because her mark is just on her tail. Clayhao gets a double for himself. 240 already. Nyx is about to win this, but I want Aurora to get more kills. 53 on the side of Amar. AURO steps up to the plate as well. Seav comes in for the slide, and Nyx once again tries to go in for that break. They get it, but the hill has moved on already. Nyx early on that rotation, but look who's spotting from the back. It's Clayhao. Nobody's anchoring down, but are they going to be out of time? Just a couple of more seconds left in here.
Oh, the contest finally comes through, but Amork goes in there for the shutdown. And he also wins the fight of the most kills. Oh my gosh, this guy, Amork is doing such an amazing job at carrying his team, but right beside him, Stroke is doing a good job at shutting down Aurora.
I mean, you know, Stroke just like have some disconnection issues or something. Nobody wants to see you shut down Aurora, okay? And that's like probably going to be one of the biggest disservice he does. But, you know, jokes aside, he did phenomenally well after starting off pretty slow. And we did take a look at the lineup on the side of Nyx. We kind of thought that, you know, they are going to be able to get the win just because of the composition of the squad. But once you saw exactly how Killgore was doing in that matchup, you couldn't help but let your favoritism slide onto their side just a little bit, right? And I mean, come on. This is testament. This is an absolute testament to how girls are no different from guys in Call of Duty Mobile. And Aurora is that representation of that statement. 54 kills! The MVP of the MVPs on the side of Killgore. This girl was playing that objective as well. She was trying to carry all these boys on her back. Not because she wants to. The lady just had to.
Yeah, she was just mad. Why wasn't I in Nyx? What is that? But I mean, it makes sense because she needs to carry the boys of Killgore. Yeah. And so right now, but at the very other side though, for Nyx we have Amork where it was just a back and forth. It was either going to be Aurora being the top frag or it's going to be Amork, and Amork just popped off at the very end. He was in a really good spot where Aurora just had a difficult time up against Stroke with just 47 kills to his name.
So, of course, you know, you guys were quite curious as to whether or not this was just a purely KRM match. No, it wasn't a KRM restricted match, but it was only a shotgun match. It's just that the KRM is the most powerful shotgun in the game right now. Hence why you saw everybody just hopping on in using that one exact, okay, not that one exact skin, but the one exact game in a couple of different variations of the skins. Some of them had the legendary, some of them just did not. But at the end of the day, you gotta be a little sad that it's not Aurora at the very top with the total kill, because Amork, the guy was running amok and he did a fine job at that as well.
But this is where we get to see things change just a tiny bit. We're going into S&D firing range where it's snipers only, and we were betting on Joke to really fulfill the role of that #1 sniper, but he is going to be replaced by Stroke.
And Stroke is pretty decent out there on the battlefield as well, but I am going to switch my pick. Nyx, thank you for winning, but I do not want you to win anymore. I'm on Team Aurora right now.
Team Aurora. We need to just change it. Everyone should just become Aurora right now because she was on fire in that particular match. And you know what? Like what you mentioned, it doesn't matter what your gender is when it comes to esports and gaming. There is absolutely nothing. If more, this should be more of a reason why women should be in gaming and be pro players, because it doesn't really matter. You get to see that top scorer. There you go. That's your answer.
Well, let's see, of course, if or not Aurora can inspire more ladies to, you know, pick up their mobile phones and go all out. It doesn't have to be necessarily a all-girls team to make that statement. It surely does not need to be. It just needs to be the ladies just going all out to show that they can stand toe-to-toe with the guys out there in the world of Call of Duty Mobile and absolutely smash them when it comes to the gameplay. And Aurora is a great representation for exactly that, right? But of course, on a side note, as we hop on into match number 2, snipers only, I have to ask you, Killgore or Nyx?
Oh, man, it's just so difficult. As much as I want to say Team Nyx, like you like what you said, seeing the performance of Aurora, I think she could actually go and play it because we've seen her play S&D and she can definitely pop off. And if she popped off in that hard point, she can definitely do so here. But you know what? I think Team Nyx might actually do it because they got Seav. Seav is a really good sniper.
I'm just all out Killgore right now because Aurora's there. Aurora's got my vote. It's a hit mark onto a mark, and Tokyo, beautiful shot, tries to get away. DLQ 33 in hand. CF goes out for the push, gets annihilated by AURO, who stands out in the back. He doesn't want to play this aggressive just yet, but Mouse shuts him right back down. It's gonna be a 2v1. Aurora's still alive and kicking, hasn't taken the kill just yet, and it's gonna be Stroke Aurora down, and it's gonna be a 1v1. Stroke finishes it off. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Joke? Yeah, get out of here, man. It's all about the Stroke gameplay.
Oh my gosh, Stroke is just so crazy when it comes to the scopes, but I feel like it's because his build for the sniper is just really aggressive. And when it comes to the DLQ, yes, it's a little bit slower compared to the Locust, but you won't have as much hit markers compared to what you'd have here from Seav.
Clayhao, it's just all out Killgore right now. CF final player. The guy has got 0 eliminations so far. Is he going to be able to do anything here? Bomb on the ground. Easy slide to pick it right back up. And the rest of Killgore, they have all backed away. They want to play this as passively as possible. But with a beautiful backstab by Tokyo, a little slow. Aurora gets taken down. CF gets a triple out of nowhere. It's a 1v1. Clayhao, you got to save the day.
Clayhao, where are you at? So far, they're just like going around each other, and they're so far. Seav tries to spot where Clayhao is, but Clayhao has 2 to his name, so that's still pretty doable if they are gonna go in for a 1v1 situation. But let's see it. Seav is going good because for now you get to see Clayhao is actually gonna be there in a really good spot. Here's the fact that it's going to be planted.
CF peeking out. No quick scope. CF goes down. Clayhao. Beautiful clutch right back. And there's this big brain plays coming through from Clayhao. He doesn't spot the guy over there. Just rotates around. He's got to spam the defuse a couple of seconds because he's got all the time in the world.
Aurora is just losing her now. She's like laughing so hard. I love show matches, you know? It's just like you get to see the lightheartedness at the same time.
Yeah.
The skills of each player. And Clayhao, even though that C was really hot getting those 3Ks, it's just Clayhao was in a better spot.
Shout out to Lucky Mirth. She is the new one in charge of Call of Duty Mobile Esports for MSP, and I think she's doing a fantastic job because for years now, I've been asking for a freaking show match, and she gave it to us.
Thank you so much, Lucky. Love you. But there you go. Aura gets that pick. One big pick as to 2v3 situation here, and it's going to be huge because the bomb is going to be going down, so it's really hard for the attack to just get that, especially if they're going to be split up just like that.
See if or not this 3v2 can turn around, and Stroke says amen. It can turn around. Why? Because I'm Stroke.
Stroke? Will he get another kill? Doesn't really spot one, so that's going to be huge. Huge for the Killmonger team. So, I mean, I feel like it's just Killgore. It's just really hard for them to just be so slippery when it comes to all of these kills. Aurora spots one, gets ahead, but then the heady is going to be a little bit too hard for her to get it.
See if she can catch Mouse off guard. Aurora scopes just a little loose, and she finally finds Mouse. 30 seconds to go. All the time in the world. Stroke backs away. Great position held, but AURO spots him. And Stroke? Oh, it's all just about the movements, and a no-scope from AURO. Stroke goes down. And that's the way you do it on the side of Killgore.
Aurora and AURO going to be the only ones left for their team, looking like they're having a great time in that no-scope, which is so nasty to end this round. And now, for Killgore, they are doing a great job when it comes to playing their lives. And you know what? I feel like for AURO, I didn't think he would actually get that because he was hard scoping for so long.
Yeah. But
then it didn't really matter. He just no-scoped it without any question.
I totally saw the movements out of him, and that was just a panic shot. No scope. And he was like, I totally meant for that to happen. Yeah, we know. CF strikes back at Tokyo right after he got that one slay. Clayhao and AURO still left standing on the side of Killgore. Knicks have got 3 players. CF shuts down yet another, and it's all about Clayhao's clutch time. Can he get the deed done? Spots 2 players at the same time, misses the first one, shoots between his legs. Ole! And it's a 3v1, and Clayhao does not survive.
You know what? I just really want to go into their Discord right now and hear everyone's comms. I feel like it's just filled with laughter. It's like, imagine that was what you're hearing into mid, where this 3v1 and just jumping around, sliding off, trying to get that sniper shot.
Yeah, if the boys team is laughing like that, I will have so many questions.
It's okay?
2-2. It's all equal out there on the battlefield. Bomb in the hands of a Mark. Tokyo, beautiful shutdown. Stroke gets taken down right after a Mark. Tokyo gets a double for himself. Great flank around. Turns around now. Tokyo, is he going to get caught out? It's going to be a beautiful shot from Mouse, and he gets a no-scope against Tokyo. Fantastically done. It's a 1v2. He anticipates a backstab. And this is a very sound strategy that comes through from the side of Mouse. He doesn't go in straight up for the rush to pick up that bomb. Finally, circles around now. But the 1v2, Aurora might be able to get the D done, and she does.
Quick to respond, and that's why we love this girl so much. She's doing an amazing job, not only in the respawns, but also turns out here in S&D as well, leading the pack. Same with he's not leading, AURO's leading, but still really high impact kills for her team. And now as they're waiting for AURO to get connected, they can finally move.
Yeah, so public service announcement, AURO is not with Aurora, but I don't know if she's single, so stop simping. CF Stroke managed to get one each for themselves. It's a 2v4. Let's see if or not they can circle around AURO. What a quick scope. Gets that blind shot, wall bang, something like that, but he was at the window. Mark shuts down AURO right back, and it's all up to the lady once again. Someone up inside a tin Mouse. The shot is missed. A quick scope, and she does get that hit mark. Spots out yet another player. It's a 1v2, and it's just all panic moment right now. Run away, Aurora! Still gets that shot! Almost gets Seav as well. But unfortunately for her, something flew in front of her. It must have been a bug. She missed the shot.
Oh man, that hit mark was so unfortunate. Almost did that 2v1. And I mean, it's when you use the locust, it's just so hard because you always get those hit marks. But it's okay. I mean, DLQ in hand, whatever. Maybe just hit the foot, but it's okay.
Oi!
Oh, and speaking of a hit mark, another hit mark by Tokyo.
Oi! Okay, no. Second one gets the deep done. And Tokyo's on freaking fire right now. 1v3 this time is all up to Stroke. Stroke, one shot. Tokyo knows exactly where that shot came from, and he finishes him off with that information. Fantastically pulled off by Team Killgore.
I mean, if you're really good with the shotgun, I would assume that you'd be really good with the sniper because you have to be really precise when it comes to it. But we can see that Mork is actually having a very difficult time when it comes to the sniper. But for Aurora, she's doing okay. I think she's doing fine.
Alright, she's doing more than fine. I mean, she's just giving the boys a chance. She's like, okay, you know what? Someone else take the MVP. Someone else take the limelight, because Beef and AJ, they're just focusing on me too much. And I'm, kind of an introvert, and I don't really like the spotlight all that too much. So go ahead, boys. I mean, you guys are not really used to it, so just take it for yourselves.
Yeah. And, just focus on Stroke. I just don't really want to be talked to right now. I'm just kind of shy. It's okay. I mean, I can do better, I guess. Oh, hit mark coming in from Mouse. I mean, the Locust, the hit mark machine, spots one, sees the barrel. If you shoot the barrel, there you go. Gets that 1v1 situation. But as the bomb is going to be planted, Clayhao has clutched before.
Most definitely has. 4 kills to 5. Mouse circles around. Not really the main sniper, but he can get the D done. Oh, the timing of Call of Duty Mobile. Clayhao steps right back in, misses that one shot, goes wide, repositions. Mouse says, get the heck out of here. On for the defusal. 25 seconds. Does he spam defuse? No, he punches the bomb instead. Oh, he does as well.
There you go, he does.
You gotta love it.
Imagine, you know what, AJ? Every time I do S&D, and if I die and I see the enemy team do that, I'm just like, come on, man, don't do that. That's like adding salt to your wounds.
That's what you have to do, because it's the enemy, get it? It's not your friend.
Dang it.
If your friend does that, you gotta have a lot of questions, alright? If your enemy does it, you just gotta understand, take it, take the L, move on with life.
And speaking of moving on, we're moving on into our game. I'm not going to be surprised if we're going to be going with the beautiful overtime. As you can see, really fast reactions. AURO and Tokyo get 2 apiece. And as we see a 1v3 situation, as Stroke is going to be the only person left in a really good position. Takes out one, knows very well where everyone is.
Oh, he gets the second one as well. Stroke backs away. And now, there's no time whatsoever for the defending team to do much out there. Attacking team Aurora. Oh man, it's the 2 players that I really love out there on the battlefield. And it's Aurora with a beautiful headshot. And that's exactly who is better.
Let's go, girl. Stroke, Get out of here. Aurora's here finally. And you know what? She listened to our conversation, AJ. She goes like, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm not going to be shy anymore. Just talk about me a little bit more. I need more screen time here in our SND because I missed the limelight from that hard point. And so far, so good. Like we said, she's not the top frag, but she's getting those high impact kills that change the course of the game.
And it's also a factor of, like, you know, how much of chances do you want to give the boys, right? I mean, she's given them so many chances already. Some of them are stepping up, some of them are not, and she's like, okay, fine, I'll just get the job done myself. And at the end of the day, she was the final player, so she's like, whatever, I have to do it.
I mean, she gets hit every single time. Clayhao gets one. Even things out for both of these teams. But then Amork gets that essential kill for his team. Possibility to get another one. And Amork still doesn't get it. AURO, though, gets even Aurora. And AURO gets so many big kills. And that leads them into match point. And I thought it was going to be a back and forth. But looks like Team Nyx dropping off just a tiny bit.
But technically in the series, it is a back and forth. Nyx picked up the first win at hardpoint, and now it's just Killgore shutting them right back down. AURO, of course, stepping up to the plate. Aurora with a great assist. Tokyo alongside as well. But CF just wants to make sure that does not happen. They want to push this into overtime. Clayhao this time tries to respond, but CF just continues popping off. Fantastic plays. Amork goes in for the shutdown as well. Team Nyx does not want to go down just yet.
Oh, still much life going in for Team Nyx, but it's going to be hard because one more win coming in from Killgore, then they're just going to win it again, a back and forth. And we did mention a while ago into the stream that it might be a back and forth between all of these maps, but here we go. Trying to go in there for that early take. Amork tries to get in there. I mean, this guy actually was able to get a lot of these kills even though he was bottom frag for a lot of the time.
Yeah, I love the chat sometimes because you've got people, you know, who come up with very creative comments saying things like, oh, these people, you know, all these players suck. Just invite me to the lobby, I'll crush them. Like, bro, you're not even in the pro scene, bro. What you talking about? CF just beautifully sweeps up the team and pushes us into overtime. This is what we're talking about.
Dang it. Imagine, AJ, if we're going to be going into round 20.
That would overtime's activated, right?
Oh, no, I don't think I saw overtime when we actually saw the score. So I think it's still a race to 7. I don't think there's overtime here. No. Aw, that would have been so fun though.
No, you don't get no overtime. Amork says, yeah, boy. Goes in for yet another quick scope, misses the second jump shot, but it doesn't really matter. They've got the advantage in here. Bomb planted as well. It's gonna be Team Nyx, and the plant actually is yeah, completed. Fantastic. Mouse backs away, and it's all a stack in towards that white warehouse, but Clayhao finds him through the walls.
Ooh, Clayhao. That is a beautiful push coming in from him. And it's going to be a 1v3 situation. It's going to be difficult. Team Nyx in a pickle. And not just that, able to go in there for the defuse with a lot of time left. And the target to 7 finally garnered. And we're finally going to get that question. Look at them. They're just laughing so much. They win this S&D round. And it's a back and forth. But then if we are going in for our predictions a while ago.
Oh, yeah.
Control game might just be Nyx now.
See, this is exactly why I don't do predictions, because we always get them right. And you know, I but show match, yeah, I'll go right ahead, right? Because it's a show match. I don't do that in official tournaments anymore, because yeah, it just unfortunately puts some teams down, you know. So they're like, Stasho doesn't think I can win. Stasho thinks I'm gonna lose to this team. No, boys, I think you guys can all win. Unfortunately, there just has to be a loser in the series.
Yeah, I mean, it is a show match, but still, I feel like I don't think we're gonna expect who's gonna win this. I think there's gonna be a third team that goes into this, and we didn't know in the first place. I feel like I've been watching too much anime.
A third team?
Yes.
Okay.
Why am I hearing boss music?
Come again? What?
Why am I hearing boss music?
Okay, we've officially lost Beef Mommy to, I think, some sort of delusional situation back at home. But it's okay. She will recover in a couple of seconds. I think someone threw a concussion through her window. Ding! No, that does not sound like a concuss at all. AURO picks up the MVP, 13 kills. CF says, shut up, sit down. Yeah, you won, but I've got 16 kills. Who's the MVP now? Who's the MVP now, AURO? Who?
Aura doing an amazing job with 13 kills. I feel like with Aura and Aurora, they're just going in for possible, like, okay, I'm gonna be MVP. No, I'm gonna be MVP now. And now for Control, let's see if Tokyo can be MVP or Clayhao. Because so far, I mean, we kind of expected Amork to be really good in Hardpoint and Seav to be really good at S&D. And so far, I mean, for Nyx, I think it's like, it's good. I mean, we predicted that. But for Killgore, I'm pleasantly surprised.
I mean, I am just pleasantly, you know, wait, special restriction, search and destroy. Now, oh, okay, all right, fine. They're putting special restriction down at the bottom. I'm just pleasantly surprised that we do have a show match, and I'm just super happy that it is going on because I get to unleash the true mustachio. I've been forced to put on a serious face and talk about serious facts and strategy, and to hell with all of that. I'm unleashing the true self within me, which is a clown. Oh no, it was just silence. Yes. I hear Beef Mommy, but unfortunately you guys don't hear Beef Mommy. She was saying something really funny though. You know, I was about to fall down laughing, and then production told us that no one can hear Beef Mommy, and
that's
then,
my.
you know,
I mean, isn't that
joke
my
died.
my life right now? I don't know if I'm still being heard. Hello, mic test.
Yeah, I think they can hear you now.
Oh, dang it. It's not going to be funny anymore.
It's not. Because I'm not going to laugh because it's like the second time of me hearing it.
Dang it. How is the production? Am I sounding good? Is it good? Is it good now? I hope you guys at home can hear us because technical difficulties happen. It's okay. Sound good. Nice.
Okay. All right. At least the guys and girls watching can clearly hear Beef Mommy right now. But here's what we want to know. We want to know if you guys are enjoying this show match as much as this, because clearly we are enjoying ourselves. But we want to know what you guys think. And please say yes, because I want more of this in these tournaments. Please say yes.
Say yes. Say yes. If the viewers want it, it means Garena will make a way to keep making it happen, and we want to make it happen.
Yeah, but I mean, don't say yes just because we want you to say yes. But genuinely tell us if or not you guys are enjoying the segment, right? Because I'm having the time of my life. I don't even want to watch the final series. I want this to go all the way down to a match number 5. Let's go.
Agreed. I'm having the time of my life. AG and I have been waiting for a moment like this for such a long time.
For a moment like this.
I was gonna sing something else. Give me one moment in time. I think the people at home are too young to actually get that reference because my grandma used to sing that in the karaoke. So, you know what, let me retract that statement.
Okay, speaking of karaoke, when are you going to sing for us? Because you've got the karaoke mic going on.
What? Me? I don't sing. What do you mean?
Oh, by the way,
Soke gets a beautiful 3-piece.
If you're wondering exactly why has both the teams turned into Almighty running around punching people, is because this game is melee only.
I love that. I mean, everyone's turning into Irfan J right now.
I mean, if whatever you've had so far was not enough, we're just gonna go all out melee, right? Everybody's a mini Manny Pacquiao out there. Look at okay, pop off, 6 kills so far. He loves punching. This kid, I knew he was too good to be true. I mean, he's so well spoken, he's so good looking, and he's so put together. But clearly, there's a lot of anger within this child.
Oh, I know, right? Take a look at that. He's just like punching every single one of these players, right? I mean, everyone's punching, but a lot of people are trying to use the katana. Everyone's trying to use the nunchucks. It's not gonna work out for you, man. It's all about the punches. For some reason, it works so much better compared to the other melee weapons. It's also, I feel like for me, just a personal thing. When you punch someone, it's just more, honestly, it's just more not good for you because it's like extra hurtful words.
And of course, someone trying to prove that the Cali sticks is still a thing. No, Cali's not a thing. Cali sticks not a thing.
Cali's a caster. Stop using it.
Stop using Cali to beat people up, all right? We know he's long, he's got a long reach and all, but, you know, stop it. Just stop it.
Only Wasabi can use Cali, okay? That's fine.
You know, those two clowns sent me a message and they're like, Mr. AJ, we're not a thing yet. We're not a couple yet because Callie didn't ask me. I'm like, what? Oh, Callie, you're letting the ship sail by you, Callie. And Stroke just wraps that whole round up 1-0. And so there you go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Wasabi is actually still single.
Oh no.
GG WP, Callie.
You know what? I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna keep quiet here. But here we go. Finally, Stroke getting so many punches. It looks like control is gonna be his game mode, and just like that, he's gonna be having his operators down, getting a lot of these punches. And honestly, the gloves looks like Thanos' glove right now, and I think he's trying to get all of the Infinity Stones.
I'm telling you, punching is just Stroke's thing, right? And he finally pulls out the claw. He's probably not gonna get anything with the claw. As I said, AURO punches him down. Yeah, punching is just Stroke's thing.
Speaking of, and now you get to see it. One by one, they do fall. And so far, I mean, it's not as fast-paced as I thought it would be, because right now it's going to be Nyx going in for that defense. But Killgore's doing a really good job at being in the attack, just getting a lot of these punches down.
The melee hits stronger than some of the guns out there. The melee hits stronger than the DLQ. That's all I want to say.
It really does. I mean, for me, that's my secondary. I don't like the pistol. I don't want the deagle. No, give me the boxing gloves, because you get to slide around. Like, this is in all seriousness. Like, we're gonna be serious for just 5 seconds. It's so good to have in your arsenal, especially if you're gonna be playing ranked. Because let's say for me, I like using the SKS. So if it doesn't work out for me in the mid range, I bring it up close and I just punch them, and it pisses them off so much.
See, nobody's using the Callie sticks anymore. Everybody's like, yep, Callie just can't cut it. It's too soft. They hit someone and it's like hitting someone with I don't know. What's that thing they call? You know, when you go to those concerts and you've got like 2 tubes filled up with air.
Oh, dang it! I know what you're trying to say. It's like those guys with the wiggly arms.
Yeah.
The inflatables.
Okay, for context, I'm not calling Callie an airhead. I'm just saying that, you know, that's how it is when you hit someone with the Callie sticks at the moment. But the nunchucks, they do work. They've got good reach, all right? They've got good range. Tokyo says, we don't care about no range. Deal with my operator. He brings in the Sparrow. Now, the funniest thing here would be is he hits a wall too close to him and we see him take himself out.
Yeah, that's a Sparrow. That's why I stopped using it in the War Machine, because I'm just too clumsy to use that. And so far, the Claw is doing an amazing job. Aurora almost gets out one player, but then gets punched by Stroke. I mean, girl, you already had the advantage of the Claw, man. Man, I just love the gloves.
Okay, let's see if or not Nyx can manage to sneak on in there and pull away that A control point, because they are down on lives. Stroke continues to run around. 29 kills already. I tell you, this fella is the god of melee right now. And once again, I knew it. I knew there was just so much of pent-up anger in this child. He's just letting it all go right now.
And it's funny because he wasn't even supposed to play today in the first place, and he's just like fully streaked out. Almost 30 kills for this man, and everyone else in his team, everyone else can't even catch up. Mouse only with a 7, Aurora struggling with that 6 kills. I mean, it's just so funny how he can actually perform with such a guy. Honestly, you've seen it online. Maybe he's the type of person that grinds rank with just melee only.
Yeah, Mouse is proving that, you know, he may be called a mouse, but he can punch really hard. The guy's on a roll right now. 3 kills back to back, just punching everybody into oblivion, holding on to this control point. Nobody's at A. There is one person just trying to keep them a little busy, and guess who is that? It's Stroke. Stroke going just 1v4 right now with those punches. A Mark steps up as well. He brings in the Sparrow. This should be the round for Nyx. It's gonna be a 3-0. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, there ain't no defensive advantage when you're Killgore.
When you're Killgore, I mean, it's just so hard right now. Everyone's struggling in your team. And so far, Nyx does have the upper hand right now, 2 into the series. But we're going into hardpoint, and we've already seen how well they can actually go and perform in this hardpoint game. But guess what? It's going to be melee only yet again, which is hard because you kind of saw that. You get to see Killgore going a little bit hard when it comes to those melee kills. They might not be able to keep up here, but it's a good thing, though, depending on the map that we have. I kind of forgot what it was. Hardpoint. Do you remember what map it was?
Hardpoint was in Summit.
No, I mean the next one.
Oh, the next one. Yeah, we'll find out.
cool. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
3-0. Who can say they're surprised? Everybody, actually, because, you know, one would have thought that someone's going to be able to step up, but Stroke says no. Nobody's going to get up. I'm going to punch them and they better stay down, because if they stand back up, they'll know the fury of my fists. And they all found out exactly how furious this child is.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the strokes of this guy is just too much, man. The strokes of his fist. The stroke is just too good. And this might be the game-changing win. I mean, for me, if it wasn't melee only for hardpoint, I feel like Killgore might have had like a little bit more of a chance. But it looks like AMORG and Stroke going for so many kills.
Oh, yeah.
It might be hard. I kind of wish it wasn't melee only for hardpoint. But I feel like it's shotgun only for the last one. They need to make it really good here for the melees.
Kelly's just losing his mind in the chat. He's like, I can't say anything to defend myself against these two. But it's okay, Callie. Even if you were here, the jokes will just fly over your head.
It's okay, Callie. Don't worry about it. I mean, we miss you. We love you. I'm going to be casting with you tomorrow. Hey, yo, it's going to be you, me, and Callie tomorrow. Oh, man, that's going to be really fun.
Yep. Boy's going to get roasted non-stop throughout the whole broadcast. But I love seeing exactly how this matchup's going, right? I mean, we've got Nyx taking that hard point, and then, of course, we've got SND. And you see, just like both of us figured out in time, it's actually going to be Raid for hard point, and potentially it's going to be Killgore picking up that win.
I mean, it's so hard to be melee only here in Raid Hardpoint. Yeah, fine, Slums, it's gonna be easy because it's a small map, or even if it was Summit, but Raid is a different story. It's about how you're gonna be playing all of your score streaks and also your operators.
Yeah.
The claw's gonna be coming out for sure.
I mean, we get back-to-back melee matches, right? And we already know exactly what Stroke can do out there on the battlefield, so I think it's pretty much just gonna be the exact same thing. And if it is the exact same thing, then Killgore better watch out and better not cry.
I was about to say
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It would have been so much better if you did it.
It's okay.
But you know, I've been casting with Callie so long, and I'm like, I might as well just continue my own joke.
And the hits don't stop with the melee hits, even when it comes to our cast as well. The different jabs that we're taking for our different co-workers here. But hey, you know what? The only team that's gonna be pouting right now is Killgore, because they need to step it up. They don't want to be in the position where, hey, we got Stroke doing such a really good job here. Aurora's gonna be really mad. Speaking of,
she steps up. She's like, "Get this mouse out of here. I don't like no rats."
Mousetrap.
Everybody's chasing. Everybody's chasing Aurora, and the girl just gets away. She literally gets away.
Yeah, I mean, she was able to soak up a lot of points, actually. There were like, what, at some point, 4 players up in her tail. Mouse tries to go in there for the kill, but then AMORG as well, and he's going to be solo holding this hill. This is so fun. Why is everyone else from the other team, from Nyx, just so far away? Oh my gosh.
They spawn in Narnia, spawning now split spawns. Maybe this can just be that curveball that is thrown on the side of Nyx that Killgore's not going to see coming. And yes, they do take that hill away, and they punch all of the defenders right out. Mouse responds, and AMORG takes Tokyo out of the equation. But I tell you, this is such a huge map to be playing melee on, but I'm still loving every single moment of it.
Most definitely, and this is going to be one of the craziest hills, because this is where everything boils down. There's going to be 3 entrances there. It's all going to be close range. As you can see, it's all yellow all across the board, so that's going to be good for Nyx as they're trying to get the point, but Mouse on a 4K spree. Oh my god, it's going to be more.
And Tokyo says, stop. Stop right there. I mean, not just this hill, right? Even P5 is going to be super fun at Central Garden. I mean, that has, like, everywhere is open, right? Front, back, left, right, center, everywhere is just going to be all out punching bag time. 37-25, Nyx trying their very best to catch up, but Killgore actually doing so much better this time around.
AMORG is definitely going to be the very best that no one ever was here, coming in for his team. To catch them is the real test. Honestly, I'm honestly really surprised that AMORG's doing so well.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, after you get, you know, punched around a couple of times, and then you try to bring out your furious side, and then Stroke, the sweetest looking child, actually gets the MVP in that match. You got to question your skills in Call of Duty Mobile, especially when it comes to melee. So Amorg pulls out the KRM. He almost lost it there, but he's like, no, I will stay patient, and he runs around. This time, the operator, it's gonna be the Sparrow. Come on, Amorg, show us that you can take yourself out.
Oh my gosh, he got turned on. Mouse almost gets backstabbed, but Stroke gets that beautiful double piece. And now, even when it comes to this hill, we call this the money hill, right? It looks like they're doing an amazing job as well. And the timing's really good too because they pull out all of their operators here.
Let's see if or not Mouse can continue raking up all of those slays. And yes, he does. Claw step it on in as well, but Tokyo punches him back into his spawn, and Tokyo gets a double for himself as well. It's all out Killgore right now as Nyx steps right back onto the hill. But it's just a little bit of a back and forth. Everybody running around Mouse. And Aurora really hates rats.
She's the walking mousetrap for her team. I mean, she's a cat. She even looks like a cat. I mean, she moves like a cat too.
Oh
She's
my
very,
Lord.
very flexible when it comes to all of the slides. So she knows how to get out of a situation really well. She has 9 lives like a cat too.
She most definitely does. In fact, she has more than 9 because she's the cat queen. Because this is hardpoint. Get it? You know, it's not limited. You know, you keep respawning many
gets
lives.
Aurora though.
The Mouse finally caught Aurora, and you know that's a reason to scream. Clayhao, on the other hand, hops on in, pulls out the Sparrow, and you know, in fact, we are cracking so many jokes, but the teams are actually taking this very seriously, huh?
They are. I mean, it's because Killgore, if they lose this, they're going to be losing the series.
He took himself out!
Oh no!
And we missed it. Unfortunate. We were watching Clayhao. It is now a 1v2, and Clayhao turns around for a backstabbing CF. It's a 1v3 now. Clayhao still stands up, but Stroke steps on right back up to pull his MVP title right back to his side. But he needs to be a little bit careful because Amorg is trying to steal that away from him. It's 17 to 15 kills, both on the side of Killgore. And Nyx is just a little confused because AURO can't figure out how to use his hands.
AURO though, I mean, so far 7 kills. You gotta step it up, my dude, because everyone else in your team's actually stepping it up really well. But on the other side, even for Killgore, Seav's doing not so well, but with only just 8 kills, we'll make it to 9. And this is what we were looking forward to. P5 is going to be absolute chaos.
Oh, it's a most definitely all-out chaos out there on the battlefield. 99, make that 100 to 75. Killgore now hopping on into the hill. They don't need to punch around. And as I say that, Amorg takes himself out with the Sparrow. That's why, public service announcement, you don't use the Sparrow!
Don't use the Sparrow. Come on, use the Claw, use the Purifier, because, well, I mean, if you're a good player like Amorg, you still tend to take yourself out. And absolute chaos ensues here in P5, but it's going to be blue all over again, and looking like it's going to be a game number 5 to end this series, because so far, it's just melee is going to be the safe house of Killgore right now.
And this is just an absolute bloodbath out there. In fact, lots of blue eyes, black and blue, I have to say, as Mouse punches Aurora. I tell you, the rats, they do hit right back.
Stroke is just so good when it comes to these kills.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, he doesn't have the most kills, but he's getting multi-kills right now. He's finally heating up, and just as I said, that finally gets the Claw and knows very well where everyone else from Nyx is actually spawning off to.
Let's see if or not Mouse can get Aurora once again. I mean, there's just so many 1v1 engagements that I want to see out there on the battlefield. Stroke, I just wish that he could go up against Amorg because I think that'll be a fantastic 1v1 melee only fight.
Aurora, though, kind of struggling to get a lot of these kills. I feel like out of everything, she's kind of struggling when it comes to the melee kills. And Mouse is getting the best of her just a tiny bit. As you can see here, 20 kills already for him and just 12 for Aurora. And so far, Aurora's actually kind of catching up when it comes to those kills. And speaking of, he gets a beautiful 2-piece.
Yeah, not everybody's just great with their hands, right? At the end of the day, you really got to practice with these boxing gloves because the range is not all that too far. You get this huge boost in speed, right? The only problem is if you've got a katana, you are gonna get sliced down from the distance. Clayhao tries to run away, but Amorg very smartly slides right down beside him and punches his knee. Who does that?
I thought he wasn't going to be able to get caught up, but then it's just a little bit too fast. Mouse and Stroke gets 2 apiece, but Clayhao, speaking of, gets a beautiful double and gets a triple. Speaking of, combo number 4 for him, multi-kill, possibility to get that 4th and 5th. There you go, Stroke goes down, and he is on an absolutely beautiful streak. He's going to have not just that, the operator skills that is essential for them to go in there for the defense.
Everybody's happy watching the show match except one guy. It's Irfan J. He just so sorely wishes that he could be in this match as well. I tell you, he'll go on punching for days. Clayhao is just the next victim. Don't use the freaking Sparrow. Why would you not listen?
I don't know why they're using the Sparrow so much. How many times have we seen all these players accidentally take him out? And it's funny because before we used to see the Sparrow a lot when it comes to the tournaments, but you just don't see it anymore. It's obsolete. And now when the players are starting to use it again, it just seems like they don't know how to use it anymore.
That's why it's not used all that too often. Tokyo gets a double for himself. Seav still struggling. And, you know, I get it that he wants to be a super nunchuck player, like, you know, he wants to go all kung fu on people, but Seav, if something doesn't work, it just doesn't work, my friend.
You don't force it. You gotta fix it because it's broken. And now you get to see
He's probably
Tokyo
just hitting himself in the face with the nunchucks again and again, blinding himself before he can find someone.
He's just like so, you know, hard-headed when it comes to the nunchucks, but it's just not working out. You see, oh, Mouse, speaking of, going in there for those kills. Aurora gets a lot of these kills with the claw as well. And what we saw a while ago, Killgore going in for that P3 control, looks like Nyx is actually going to be doing that as well.
Question, have you ever tried nunchucks before?
No, I haven't actually.
All right. Public service
I'm
announcement.
more of a fan with the, I prefer the prize fighters.
No, I mean like in real life.
Oh, in real life?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no. I feel like it would hurt so much.
Yes, you got the answer right. It will hurt very, very much. I've tried it a few times. I ended up with 3 bumps on my head. And I only had it in my hands for 5 minutes.
Oh, man.
Statistically speaking, Callie would whip up the statistics. Mustachio, you know? Statistically speaking.
You have a 45% chance of ending up in the hospital if you keep touching those nunchucks, AJ.
Sounds so wrong. Tokyo, Miles take it out. Tokyo with a double as well. The guy is on a spree, but a mark as well as the one and only Stroke are still battling against each other to see exactly who's going to be picking up the MVP title on their side. If only Killgore does not catch up, because look at the number of slays Tokyo has on his side already. 30 as well. A mark breaks away, but Stroke catches right back up 39 to 40. What are we even watching?
Oh my gosh, Stroke is just so good when it comes to those 1v1s and multi-kills. I mean, Stroke is on a streak right now, and everyone else coming in from Nyx is just having such a hard time. I mean, for Killgore, rather, having a hard time breaking the hill. It's just, hey, it's slowly but surely. This is the longest hardpoint game we've had in so long.
Let's see if yeah, I actually didn't realize that this is the longest hardpoint match I've seen in such a long time. Right? So what is it? 7 minutes? No, that's 7 minutes to go. Goodness me, it's gone on for too long. But Amark says, I want to try the axe. Just like how I'm a great lumberjack out here in real life. I cut down trees. No, do not cut down trees. You gotta love them. You gotta nurture them. You gotta plant trees. Never ever cut down a tree in your life. I will curse you for the rest of your life. But Amark says, yes, Mustachio, no trees will get cut. Only players.
Yeah, if you're gonna cut down a tree, make sure to go and plant it. Replace it. Or else, Mustachio not gonna go to your front door and make you into a tree.
The only equation acceptable is for every tree cut down, you have to plant 10.
Yeah, agreed. Because it takes so long to plant a tree, for that tree to grow.
Yeah. I mean, it's way too long. Stroke gets Clayhao out of the equation. 51, 52 kills, and Stroke is right back at it, right? He is the MVP of the melees.
I mean, the fact that Joke was in here and was replaced by Stroke is probably one of the best things to happen for this team right now. So Nyx doing an amazing job, gonna be up, and I'm just so pumped for this right now because for Nyx, we thought they would have an upper hand, but the outlier was always Stroke, especially with the melee. But we are ending things with a shotgun only, where I'm excited to see Aurora finally pick it up.
Okay, now finally things get a little bit exciting because, you know, to tell you the truth, I was actually getting bored with the length of that matchup because the melees was just taking way too long. Melee for control does really well. Melee for hardpoint is like waiting for ice to melt in the freezer. Yeah.
Man, you know what? You know what? You brought that up. So funny because my freezer and my refrigerator has been broken for 3 weeks now. So if I put ice in my freezer right now, it will melt very, very fast.
But if you had ice, why are you putting it in the freezer? Just use it.
It's broken. It's been broken for 3 weeks. I've been struggling. I've been buying ice every day, going to the store and just losing it the day after.
Oh my god, that's the worst thing, right? You just gotta go out, buy frozen ice, and then you come back home, you can't even keep frozen ice.
No, you can't. And we're living in a really tropical country, AJ, where it's just so hot and it's already summertime. So, hey, the guys who are trying to fix my refrigerator right now keep going back and forth. Hey, this is what's broken. Oh, wait, never mind. It's not broken. And then now it's been 3 weeks. And this game felt like that. It felt like 3 weeks.
I think you need to get a new fridge guy.
You're right.
Yeah.
I should get Callie.
The statistic says that your fridge is wrong. 2 minutes on the hard
Your
point.
compressor is broken.
2 minutes on the hard point for stroke. And the guy is just an absolute annihilator. And the main reason why he soaked up so many points is because he just did not die all that too many times. I mean, but then again, speaking, he died the most on his team. So I guess that's why I'm not the statistics guy.
Oh, wait, they won already. Dang
They
it.
did. Oh,
In
man.
my head, I was still waiting for like, oh, right. Man.
See, this is why I don't do predictions. This is why. Now I'm so upset that I did that prediction. Man.
I mean, we already knew that Nyx had more of an upper hand when it comes to the melee. That's why I wanted Hardpoint to be shotgun only. I feel like it would have been a little bit more entertaining.
Oh yeah.
But
Oh, yeah.
hey, it is what it is though.
It
For
is.
our show match, we finally we did our prediction correct.
Yeah.
Nyx won.
But I never knew how it feels so sad after my pick wins.
No, it's okay. When you get what you want for a very long time, it's just so disappointing when you actually get it.
Yeah,
that was deep.
I cannot freaking agree to that, right? Like there's been so many goals that I set in life and I hit my goals. And you know, one needs to be happy when they hit their goals. And then I'm like, no,
Yeah.
not that happy. Now I guess I
No,
gotta create another goal.
Get that?
Yeah.
That happened to me. Like I hit a goal and I was just walking in a 7-Eleven getting some ice cream. It was like, I've been waiting for this for a whole 2 years and this is what I feel. Cool.
Yeah, that's exactly how I'm very sure even Cisco feels about his like silver plate from YouTube. He's like, I got the Yeah, I've got a plate now in my room. It's a thing, all right. It's a thing. It's sure as hell a thing. I guess we just haven't found our life's purpose just yet.
Helping out other people and making them happy.
Making
why
them
we're
laugh
doing
on
this.
broadcast. That's my
Yes.
life's purpose. I have so
Yes.
much of fun doing this.
Yeah.
Like, you tell me to be serious on broadcast, and I'm like, I gotta contain myself.
No, we don't want to do that. Hump. Can you say that, please?
No.
Please.
No,
Please
I
just
will
once.
not say it, okay?
Hump.
I'll probably be no.
You said stroke? Come on. You
No.
already said stroke?
You will not make me do it. Okay? You will not. You will not. 4 lives. And at this point is when you thought Killgore was probably gonna, turn things around and just win it, but Stroke on the other side just said no. We saw
He's
an
so
angry child out
good.
there. We
So
saw.
good with the melee. I mean, this guy kind of had a hard time when it comes to that hardpoint matchup and also that SND, but my goodness, he just showed up when it comes to the melee. I wouldn't want to be up against him when it comes to a boxing match, even in real life.
I legit would pick this kind of boxing over real boxing in real life. Yeah, it's just the kind of guy I am. I do not support punching people in the faces unless it's in a video game. I'm absolutely up for it.
Agreed. I mean, I do Muay Thai, so at least it's not face punching. It's more
Yeah,
like
it's
elbowing
me
in
to
the
face
face.
in elbow. Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
I don't like sparring though. I mean, I get too scared. But I mean, in the video game, it's absolutely fine. But taking a look at hey, we got the MVP of the game. I think AJ, I'm gonna give this one to you.
Stroke 34.5 average kills. The guy was on fire out there on the battlefield. Died quite a number of times, but we do not blame him. He was just on fire. You see what I mean? Such a sweet face. Who knew this sweet face could have so much of anger in him?
Who knew that sweet face could punch you several times? How many times did he get those kills? 40 kills? That's
20.
just absolutely insane. 20 something? Stroke? Too many kills, man. And look at that sleazy smile. He's a slippery one. He definitely knows how to perform, and we did not expect him. And like we mentioned over and over again, it was supposed to be Joke that's gonna be playing for his team, and
Yeah.
that's Stroke. And he's a last-minute addition, not even last-minute addition, last-second addition, and that's why we took that 10-minute kill 10-minute break rather, because we were just waiting for Stroke, and that wait was absolutely, hey, I like that. I like that we wait for him.
The wait was well worth our time for sure, because I think even Joke wouldn't have performed this well, and I don't think we would have gotten off as many jokes off of his name, although he is a joke.
The best joke right now, honestly, is just the fact that people thought that AURO and Aurora were together just because of their name.
You can't blame them. Aurora.
Aurora.
Once again, the girls are better. They've got an extra syllable.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, pretty excited like how this actually came through, and we wanted it to be a little bit more back and forth, but
Yes.
unfortunately right now for Killgore, melees were back to back together.
Yes.
It's okay though. I mean, I'm crying. I'm crying on the inside. I really wanted Aurora to finally pick it up again.
I vote melee only in SND and, control moving forward.
Humph.
Yeah, okay, we gotta take a quick short break when we come back.
Come on, give me a hump, AJ, before we leave. Give the people what they want. Humph.
We'll be back.
And we are back. We are here for the last match of the first day of the playoffs. It's gonna be SKADI versus Smart Omega. We just finished the show match and we saw a lot of funny moments there with AJ and Beef Mommy.
I swear I will not do the stroke joke anymore because he's not playing. We'll have to wait till Garena Masters 5 to potentially see if he remains with the same name. If he does though, I'll probably cry because nobody puts a question mark behind their name. Nobody. Mustachio?
Well,
no, nobody.
Maybe some players will start putting question marks and changing their names after how much fun you had with the show match.
It wasn't fun. It was just, you have to say the name like that because there's a question mark. If you don't say the question mark, then you're not saying the name right.
Well, maybe people enjoyed it, so we'll find out. I think it was quite funny.
Well, for the final matchup, SKADI versus Smart Omega, I mean, some of us know how it's gonna go, but some of us think they know how it's gonna go. Wasabi, what do you think is gonna happen?
Well, I'm not quite sure. I mean, I know You're putting me on the spot here, AJ.
Well, it's a basic question.
Well, you know, we know Smart Omega. They're such an established team. We've seen them ever since the start of Call of Duty Mobile, and they've been so consistent. Some of these players have been playing even during the before the launch of the actual game, and they have been so good. But then again, we have SKADI, who has had such a good run in the playoffs, and honestly, you know, I don't know who's gonna win. I think SKADI has a good chance of winning, and I know AJ's gonna roast me for saying this, but I think SKADI, maybe I'm a little biased, but I think SKADI has a good chance of winning this, and I really hope that they, you know, make a name for themselves and change things up. But you know, again, Smart Omega, good team, crazy, and we'll just have to see what happens.
You just try to find like nice things to say about Smart Omega after saying SKADI's gonna win. Okay, I think SKADI might have a good chance in here as well, but they obviously have to play things right? Because Smart Omega, I don't think they have that perfect chemistry just yet. I think they still have got a lot of room for error. We have seen them make a few unfortunate mistakes. We've seen them make a couple of mistakes against LF-ORG in that SND, and not once but actually twice we saw them kind of falter in those SNDs. ALMGHTY beat them down 3-0. So, you know, we've seen a lot of weaknesses exposed on the side of Smart Omega, and one has to perhaps assume that it's mainly because of that new roster lineup that they've had. But of course, SKADI, you know, the same exact argument can be used for them because it's not like they've been around for 3 years.
Exactly. Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, I guess, yeah. So both of them, it's really a question mark here on who's gonna do it better. Smart Omega, new roster, but SKADI's also a new team, so it's gonna be down to which of these teams have better strategies, better communication, better teamwork between them, even if both of them have more or less kind of new rosters.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And of course, this is the recap of the lineup today. We saw West Point Mamba Lowkings give the 3-0 towards the Broke Boys Club. We ate a good donut. ALMGHTY met the Huntsmen. Unfortunately for the Huntsmen, they couldn't pull away a single map, but it was a good showing at Control. Killgore versus Nyx, you guys saw exactly what happened just moments ago. Stroke A happened, but looking at SKADI, it's going to be the lineup of Speed, Mitch, Chirac, Cisco, Mark, as well as Snurpy. Now, this is a very, very promising team. I mean, I teased you for saying that SKADI might take that win here, but, you know, in all honesty, I think you are absolutely right. I think this team has got a lot of talent. They just need to make sure that their gameplay is just tightened up a tad bit. We cannot have Cisco, you know, moving back and forth, switching guns around. He just needs to stick to one thing and stick to the thing that's actually going to be working out there on the battlefield. You cannot be figuring out things as that match is ongoing, especially against a team like Smart Omega. But with the week of break that they've had so far, if they have been able to focus on the small little nitty-gritty things, then the chances of taking Smart Omega down here is actually quite the thing.
And now we are going to take a look at Smart Omega's lineup. We're going to have Candy, Kevs, Risky, Idja, Tin, and Whoopi. As we know, these guys have been very... Well, we've seen most of them actually in the major scene, in the big scenes. We've seen them live and we've seen them compete in the Worlds. But, you know, with the change in their lineup, I think now it has kind of affected the way they played, maybe for the better in the long run, but right now it's causing them a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah, that I most definitely cannot argue with you on. I think it is causing them to struggle just a tad bit, but it's not causing them a lot of trouble. I mean, against Almighty knows how to tease them, but I do have this little sneaking suspicion in the back of my mind, in the back of my heart, maybe because, you know, I just like Smart Omega, that they might have not been going all out during the group stages. Because if you think about it, what's the worst case scenario for them? Yes, it was the group of death, but this is Smart Omega. The only curveball was when LF-ORG actually beat Almighty, which is why Smart Omega was like, wait a minute, you know, and then they had to smarten up and they had to go really hard against the team to make sure they get kicked out of the group stage, which is a true pity, because I would have loved to see LF-ORG in the playoffs.
That's a possibility here, especially knowing Smart Omega. They don't want to give off their strats early on in the tournament, and there's a huge possibility that they were just playing it with a couple of their strats, not showing everything just yet, because they're getting ready for the playoffs. And now that it's the playoffs, we're gonna see if they're actually gonna bring new strats out, or are they gonna continue the same ones as they did. But right now, we're gonna take a look at the maps and modes between SKADI and Smart Omega. It's going to be a Hacienda and Standoff that's going to get banned out of this tournament, as well as a Purifier and Sparrow when it comes to the operator skills. That's gonna leave us with Hardpoint, Takeoff, Search and Destroy Firing Range, Control, Raid, followed by Hardpoint, Summit, and Search and Destroy Slums.
SKADI has been absolutely perfect on Hardpoint so far. They've got a 100% win rate on all of their matches, and they've played Takeoff a total of 3 times, where we did see them be pretty dominant against EZR, Broke Boys Club, as well as RND. But Smart Omega is a little bit of a different beast on Takeoff. So this is going to be a little tricky. And as you can see, this is Smart Omega pulling in this Takeoff pick. So it's as if Smart Omega is just putting their hands straight out in front of them, holding their palm wide open and telling SKADI, just bring it.
Well, I think that's exactly what's gonna happen. I'm sure both of these teams are going to put up a good fight. And I think I don't know about you, AJ, but I think we might see maybe a map 4 and a map 5 today.
You're a very hopeful girl. I hope we do see that too. No, I'm just kidding. I think SKADI can do it, but I will tell you my concrete answer after looking at match number 1, right? Because we really need to see 2 things here. In comparison, of course, number 1 is how do they match up against each other in a fast-paced gunfight? Obviously, we know how Smart Omega functions. Obviously, we know SKADI has got quite a bit of skill. But up against each other, it might be a little bit of a different story. That can probably paint the picture for the rest of the day. We also have to see exactly how the strategy executed by SKADI is. If in any case they cannot match up against the gun skills of Smart Omega, SKADI really needs to kind of hunker down on their strategy and really play that down to the T. So if at all Smart Omega does start winning out one too many gunfights and we don't see SKADI smartening up on the rotations, then I think it's going to be a 3-0 flat out.
I think that is a great decision there, to wait for the first map before deciding what's gonna happen for the rest. I think I should have done the same, but you know, we'll have to see
it's okay.
what exactly happens in this Takeoff map. If SKADI's gonna put up a fight, or will Smart Omega just beat them down, being the dominant team that we've seen them in past competitions. But after that, we are gonna see Search and Destroy Firing Range is a classic map between these 2 teams. I'm sure they have a lot of experience here, but the thing is, this map is all about those opening picks.
SKADI will be happy to know that at least 35% of the chat actually thinks that they're going to be winning this series. So that's quite a little bit of respect being sent SKADI's way. Smart Omega is not getting that 100% vote. So you gotta understand that, you know, even the community feels like SKADI really stands a strong chance. And that's most probably because of the skill that they've shown us so far, as well as the weaknesses exposed by the teams within Smart Omega's group prior to this playoffs as well. So I'm actually looking forward to SKADI really putting on their best gameplays out there, because, you know, regardless of what happens in the series, if they go all out, if they give Smart Omega a really tough fight, if they kick Smart Omega down to the lower brackets, let's not even talk about it. It's just going to be that legendary moment. Everybody's just going to be raving about SKADI.
Exactly.
But if that doesn't happen, at the very least, I want to see them really push Smart Omega to their very limits.
Well, I really hope Cisco has eaten his rice for the day because he's really gonna need that boost to be able to battle out with Smart Omega later.
Yep.
And also the rest of his team. But you know, Chirac, he has been so consistent. He has won the most MVP titles among any other player in the group stages alone.
And, you know, and kudos to Chirac for being able to pull off something like that, right? I mean, 5 individual MVP titles is, you know, great. Risky does have quite a number to his name as well, but we're not going to touch on Risky just yet because I think today is the day where we will see King Idra once again rise up to the top. You know, usually when we head on into Hardpoint, it's really tough to say exactly who's going to be shining on the side of Smart Omega because it's not just a one-player Hardpoint gameplay, right? Tin is so proficient on that. In fact, Tin is actually the best on Hardpoint. On SND and Control, he usually takes a back seat. On Hardpoint, he really does go all out. But Idra has been the guy who's been stepping up recently, right? And it's very clear that he has been putting in a lot of work into his gameplay. If he wasn't already good to begin with, Idra most definitely is one of those players out there you have to fear on the battlefield.
Yep, they are definitely such a strong team. And as we were talking about a while ago, AJ, they have a new roster. Do you think this is a good choice for them, or do you think it's kind of messing up their game for Garena Masters Season 4?
I mean, I don't think Smart Omega cares all that too much about messing up Garena Masters Season 4 because they know that they can go the distance. I think it is a smart decision to make right now because what they're preparing for is the world stage. And there is no if, buts, or maybes for Smart Omega making it to the world stage. So you got to prep for it now. You can't wait for Garena Masters to be over and then, you know, try to re-roster. It makes no absolute sense. If you want to have a little bit of a difficulty placed in your journey, you got to do it as early as possible. And the players that they have picked up, yeah, they are no joke. They are really great players to pick up on the side of Smart Omega. It's just that the chemistry part is just taking a little while to brew. But that was the point that I was making a little bit earlier on as well. It doesn't matter because it's Smart Omega, because the rest of the players can step up to the plate and they can get the deed done. Even if they have got like one player just disconnecting and not even being able to participate in the match, Smart Omega is probably going to win. Unless you take on a team like ALMGHTY that is just mental. So, yeah.
ALMGHTY really beat out Smart Omega time and time again, and they showed absolutely no mercy. I think that would actually make for an interesting final match if Smart Omega and ALMGHTY went up against each other also. But, you know, for now, we're gonna have to wait and see what happens between SKADI and Smart Omega before we get to that point.
Yeah.
And right now, we're actually just waiting for the players to get into the game. AJ, what is one advice you can give to the players before the game starts?
What? SKADI, Smart Omega? Okay, Cisco?
Both. One each.
Stop changing the damn guns, man. Stick to one.
One per team. One per team.
One per team. Smart Omega. If every map you lose, you gotta slap Jericho. Love tap. Not Coach a hard one. Jericho's like, what? I love you, Jericho. But you know, Smart Omega, this team is stacked. They don't need no advice from the Mustachio. They've got 2 coaches on their side. They've got an analyst on top of everything else that just eases the burden of the coach. And the analyst just gets to, you know, just run through all of their gameplay, tell them exactly what they're doing wrong, just collect all of the data as to when things did go wrong, to make the life of the coach so much more easier so that the coaches can break down for them and tell them, okay, fine, this was done wrong. Next time we move on to this rotation, this is exactly what we're going to do. But I rather bring this conversation to who I want to see in the grand finals. And that would be a very, very tough one. Mainly because there are so many favorites in GM4, right? I want to see West Point Mamba Lowkings there. And then Blacklist International Ultimate is a little stacked as well. Yato Yobab's back in the house. I mean, that's crazy. You got Rage in there as well. So, you know, there's just so much of teams, which is why I say, right, the drama is not going to end. This is the setup for the ultimate drama moving forward in our playoffs.
Yep, but right now we are going to see the first hardpoint match between SKADI and Smart Omega, and it's going to be Smart Omega first into the point here, already at 18 points, and SKADI finding it very difficult to even like go near the hardpoint and contest it right now.
Not surprised at all, SKADI. a little slow. Has got one objective player sent in, but the guy barely stands in the hill for a second. Gets annihilated instantaneously. This is just all out Smarter Mega.
Well, so far it has all been Smart Omega, but I think SKADI still has a chance to turn things around here, especially since SKADI has a perfect run when it comes to hardpoint in the group stages.
Yeah.
So let's see if they're going to be able to maintain this here in the playoffs. But Smart Omega is definitely making it extremely difficult for them to do so. And now we are just about to move into the second hardpoint. We can see the players of Smart Omega going in for a very early rotation, and SKADI trying to go through the scaffoldings for a break, but unfortunately they do get knocked down and they're unable to do so just yet.
So to bring the conversation back to the predictions as to who's going to be able to take the series, remember what we talked about is going to be dependent on their gun skills, it's going to be dependent on their fights. I mean, no, I obviously will never throw shade at you. I think SKADI is a really good pick, but we needed to see exactly how they would fare against teams outside of their group, because within their group, SKADI looked like they were pretty mighty, right? But we have to acknowledge that the teams that they were going up against were not the veteran teams. They were not the hardest
That's
of nuts
true.
to crack out there on the battlefield. But now that you go up against the real boys, that's exactly where you kind of get to really measure your strengths as a whole. And it seems like they are struggling a tad bit. But going back to what I said earlier on as well, if they're going to be struggling with the gunfights, their strategy of rotations better be sound, and it looks like that's exactly what they're focusing on for P3. Early rotation in, Generators held on to, not perfectly though, because they still lose their gunfights and they give away that Generator spawn so early on to the side of Smarter Mega. This looks a little worrisome.
But despite that, they're still going to be able to maintain the hard point right now, finally reaching the 20-point mark. But the question is, are they going to be able to hold it long enough? Because the players of Smart Omega are constantly going in for the push. And right now, Risky here with the CBR trying to push in. He's not going to be able to spot players right outside. But nonetheless, he's going to be able to take them down. The rest of his team's going to push in as well. And with the Gravity Vortex gun at play, they're going to be able to maintain this hill for a little bit longer.
Let's see if or not the one and only Smarter Mega can be broken by SKADI. SKADI at the moment has had a couple of highlight moments, but in hardpoint, there cannot be highlight moments. There needs to be highlight, like, you know, reels after reels after reels for you to pick up all of those points. Scrap points picked up here for SKADI, just 7 seconds worth. And as they try to rotate around, player number 3 is going to be waiting for them just around the corner. It's going to be Chev that takes Chirac out of the equation, but he gets shut down right after. But that bit of delay was more than enough for the other players on the side of Smarter Mega to position themselves inside of control room. I think that was just big brain play from Kevs.
Yup, Kevs was definitely a key player to them getting the early rotations here and getting the next hard point as well. And as you can see here, he is popping off with the CBR as well and playing very cheeky angles here that catches players of SKADI off guard. And SKADI is struggling to even make a break in here. They can't get close to the hard point because the players of Smart Omega, they've defended it from every single entrance and every single angle to be able to keep the players of SKADI out. But just as I say that, they prove me wrong. They break in, and now with 24 seconds left, they're looking to keep it here. Especially with the Gravity Vortex in play, they're keeping the players of Smart Omega out. No.
Yeah, this is just looking to be a little bit one-sided. Smarter Mega really running away with this matchup. They are not giving an inch to SKADI, and it doesn't seem like SKADI will be able to do much even if they did get that inch, because they just get slain out of the hill instantaneously. Now, one objective player holding on to it doesn't make much of a difference because the hill has already moved on. SKADI this time around trying to invest 2 objective players into the hill as it opens up. It seems to have worked out for the time being, but just like the game has been going on for all this while, the slaying power on the side of Smarter Mega is just a little bit too overwhelming for SKADI.
Yup, and with Smart Omega winning almost all their gunfights, or at least a majority of them, they're able to build up those score streaks and operator skills that we've seen time and time again being pulled out and used to their advantage to be able to take out the players of SKADI every time they lose the hill. And right now, that we can see that SKADI takes the hill for quite a couple of seconds, but Smart Omega is able to take it right back, and this first hill is very open. So I think this is a good opportunity for SKADI to push in and use their utility to break the point, and that's exactly what they do here, AJ.
141 to 64. Smarter Mega They're not slowing down. SKADI just has to devise a great plan, and at this point, I really don't know what that plan can be. I mean, they've tried the early rotations, they've tried the late rotations, they're just not winning out their gunfights. I think if there's something that can be done is Cisco just dropping that SKS, but as I say that, the Kilo 141 has been picked up already, so Cisco might just be able to have that slaying power now to assist the rest of SKADI to at the very least keep up with the Smarter Mega players. Smarter Mega on the other hand, yeah, they're just dancing circles round and round. They lose the hill though. This is the time for SKADI to shine.
Now we can see SKADI trying to hold the hill down, but now Smarter Mega's turning things around. They get the hard point back once again, and now it's just a back and forth between the two teams on who is holding that hill down. But nonetheless, Smarter Mega still has the score advantage here, leading by almost 100 points, and they are continuing to widen that gap between them, getting closer and closer towards the 200-point mark, and it's not looking very good for the side of SKADI as they're down, not even close to 100 points yet.
And I definitely have to pull out the point which is, you know, just way off the topic right now in terms of players facing desync situations, right? Because whenever Malaysian players go out there, they say, oh, you know, we can't perform because desync. Look at Speed. Speed's a Malaysian player. Look at him speeding around out there on the battlefield against a team like Smarter Mega alongside other Filipino players on his squad, and the guy is just absolutely hot, right? This is the kind of player that does not make any excuses. He goes out there and he really grinds his skill. So it's not only possible, it is absolutely doable. Smarter Mega, on the other hand, is not going to be caring about such sentiments. They're just going to go all out slaying. But I have to say, SKADI has been stepping it up inch by inch. This time, the strategy that they do apply is, let's stop splitting up, let's all stick together, and at the very least, we have the capability to play for trades every single time we get taken down. Once again, it's got to be the strategy over the slaying power for the side of SKADI, and they are doing the right work. Smarter Mega, on the other hand, is just slaying left, right, center.
Well, SKADI's strategy is coming in a little bit late. I'm not sure if it's good enough to actually catch up to Smarter Mega, because even with that strategy, even if they're able to rack up a little bit more points, it's still not enough to close that gap. And with Smarter Mega so close to the 200-point mark, you don't want to play risky like this.
Yeah.
And right now, we can see the teams going towards the next hard point, but it's going to be Smarter Mega in the site first, and they're starting to rack up more points, getting closer towards the 200-point mark. And sadly, SKADI is nowhere to be seen. They barely get to contest the hard point, and right now we can see the contest coming in. Speed popping off, getting a triple kill before getting knocked down, but that's going to be enough to open things up for the rest of his team.
Gus fires straight in towards Snurpy's guts. Doesn't make much of a difference. Manages to take that one kill, but instantaneously traded out. And I do like the adjustments that SKADI was bringing into the matchup, but they just cannot keep up with those gunfights. Whoopi almost flashed himself, manages to back away, and that is just going to buy him a little bit of time. Everybody else on the side of SKADI, they hop on onto the hill. This is just that last-ditch effort to save the matchup, but Smarter Mega says it's not going to happen. This is not the hill that Smarter Mega wins this matchup on. They have to rotate around to the fountain for the third time in this hardpoint game, but I think SKADI, this is where they will lose the plot, because out there in the open battlefield, SKADI has truly been struggling. They barely have that long-range capability, especially because Cisco has dropped that SKS already. The Kilo 141 can provide, the CBR4 can engage, but the time to kill on that CBR4 is just a little bit too long in the wide open long-range spaces.
Yep, we definitely need to see SKADI step up their game here if they want to have a chance of winning this. But with Risky here on the scaffoldings, popping off, clearing out the area for the rest of his team to capture the point, it's going to definitely be a difficult one. And look here, AJ, all of the players of Smarter Mega, they're holding those power positions to allow their OBJ player to go into the hard point without getting too much damage. And that is what is setting them apart from SKADI here, because SKADI, they're not taking those power positions and they're just going in for the break on the hardpoint itself, and that is costing them because they just get knocked right out.
And that's not really the fault of SKADI, I have to say, on their behalf, mainly because it's not like they're not trying. They are trying to rush their way in towards those power positions, but they're just losing out every single gunfight on the way there. So it's just a little bit unfortunate, but the one thing that they do manage to do is prevent the game ending here at this first hardpoint. It's going to be the Preddy dropped onto just a single player. Edra tries to take him off of that spawn, but everybody else on the side of SKADI, they are just fighting to keep this game still running. One more player off of that hill, and this match is all over. Whoopi trying to be the guy to get it done, but he fails. This is the true value of SKADI that we are seeing towards the end game here, and this is the kind of SKADI that should have started that match off.
Exactly. We can see SKADI fighting for every single second in that hard point. But now Whoopi gets in and he's going to be able to claim the win. There you have it. 250 to 136. Smart Omega is going to finally be able to close off the win.
I mean, I'm sorry, but I really disagree with the YouTube chat right now. There's a lot of disses being thrown towards Cisco. I mean, I would just love to see one of you guys step up to the plate and take on Smart Omega, man. I mean, it's so easy to run your mouths, but taking on Smart Omega, you need to be a different level of a Call of Duty mobile player. And unfortunately, SKADI has just not reached up to that level. We all know that Cisco tries to play the positions to back up the rest of the team. But I think maybe now's a good time for Cisco to drop that particular angle. He doesn't need to back them up. He just needs to look for slays, right? Because it's coming to a point where winning against Smart Omega through the strategy is probably not going to cut it, especially in these respawns. So you just got to try your very best to not get annihilated. You got to just try to keep the score as close as possible. You got to try to play for those trades. You got to find a gun that's going to be able to allow you to zip and zoom around the battlefield. And if you look at the setup for the rest of the players on the side of SKADI that were getting quite a number of kills, they were playing the meta. They brought that CBR4 in. It allowed them to roam around. Mid to short range engagements were just all too perfect. The CBR4 could keep up with Smart Omega. But, you know, if you compare the SKS between Cisco as well as Idra's, the guy is not a god. The guy is beyond god level on the SKS right now. He's been really, really, really hunkering down, making sure he sharpens his skill on that gun, and he's just untouchable. So you just got to figure out a different strategy. Hopefully, that's what we see in SND.
Yep, even if Cisco did not perform his best today, I think Cisco still did a lot better than anyone in the chat would have probably done if they were in his place, or maybe almost anyone.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, at this level, when you're going against a team like Smart Omega, just as you said, AJ, it's so difficult. And even if it does look easy, because we are just on the spectator's perspective,
yeah,
it is not as easy as it seems when you're in there, when you don't know where your teammates are, when you don't know where the enemies are,
yeah,
and you don't see the overview that we get to see from the caster's perspective.
Yeah, and you know, I totally get the criticism sometimes, but it just seems like some of these people might be content creators as well, and they are pretty jealous that Cisco has got more views than them. So it's okay. We totally get it, man. We totally get it, right? Because in the life of a pro player, you know, there are some ups and there are some downs, but you're never gonna be able to reach up to the top if you don't get slain out, if you don't get, you know, pretty much bullied at the very start of your journey. It is all about how you improve step by step. It's just that, you know, people just have this innate urge within them to put Cisco down because he's so popular as a content creator, and they expect it to translate into pro plays. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. Pro plays versus content creation, two very different things. But the fact of the matter is, he's still here in Garena Masters playoffs. That's the fact. You know, going up against Smart Omega, that's an unfortunate fact.
Yep, you're absolutely right there. I mean, imagine being a content creator as well as a pro player. Not
Legit.
only does that require so much skill,
Yeah,
but it requires so much hard work, time management,
oh,
and you know, he just is absolutely slaying it. And even if these people are saying that he isn't as good as the content that he makes him seem, he is still really, really good to be able to reach to the top 8 of Garena Masters.
But I'll tell you what, Cisco doesn't care because he makes a lot of money making content. So, yeah,
Exactly.
Boy's gonna eat rice for the rest of his life without even bothering how much it costs.
Yep, but now we are going to see the Search and Destroy match 3 versus 3 here, and it looks like the bomb is going to be over at that B side, but now we can see SKADI trying to go there for the retake. They know exactly where the players of Smart Omega is, and they are sneaking their way towards them. Ooh! That is
Smart
quite
Omega things.
unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, this is the main point that we brought up when we were trying to think, or we were trying to predict exactly who's going to be winning the series. Because we both agree that SKADI has got the capability to really take it all the way, but we just didn't know how they compare against Smart Omega, against some of these top dogs in terms of engagement capability out there on the battlefield. I guess we now have found our answer.
Yep, we do have our answer now, and we can see here our players, they're playing it very passively, going towards it very slowly, and they're not rushing it because they know that they need to go in for those opening picks before going in for the push. And right now, with no one coming into contact with each other, there's no engagements happening just yet. Those snipers are going to be very, very important here. Whoever gets their scope on an enemy first is going to have the advantage to get the kill here. But unfortunately, no contact yet.
Is a good thing for the defending side. They should not be engaging openly with Smart Omega. They should back away and try to get a couple of picks before they do go in. Chirac, great opener, tags up the player, but no eliminations coming on through just yet. Cisco does get a god nade. Candy taken out, and Chirac steps on up, but traded out by Risky. Snurpy now from the back. Whoopi tries to move on and gets that quick scope, or that hard scope, but he doesn't really care exactly what it is. As long as he is still standing, he wants to go in for more frags, but Mark puts him down and out of the equation. It's all going to be up to Idra. The 1v3 clutch. Very doable for this guy.
I mean, I would expect nonetheless from Idra. And here, he has a sniper at hand, so he shouldn't go rushing in for those short-range engagements. And I think he knows exactly. Oh! Mark with the wall bang just takes Idra out. And now that's gonna be the first round win for the side of SKADI. Hopefully that boosts their morale a little bit here.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's gonna be the start of a change here. Maybe they're gonna be able to win a couple more rounds.
Mark trying to be cheeky. Let's see exactly what they can pull out from this round. Chat's so divided. Chat's like, oh, Pistachio supporting Cisco. No, I'm just supporting a guy that you guys are trying to bully down in the comment section unfairly. I mean, so someone bought frags, who the hell cares, as long as they're playing together as a squad. At the end of the day, that's all that matters. And you're trying to compare his performance against Smart Omega. You take on Smart Omega, bro. I'll cry. I'll probably run away. I won't show up to the match. Okay, I will not show up to that match.
Well, back to the game though, but we're gonna have a 1v2 situation left. Cisco is the last player, and this is Cisco's chance to prove everyone wrong here. He's gonna try his best to clutch this up, but only having a locus is quite difficult. He's gonna struggle a little bit when it goes to close range engagement, so he's not gonna push for it just yet. And with the bomb getting planted over at that A site, he is gonna have a little bit of a time pressure here.
None of the players know the position of each other. Beautiful headshot coming through from Cisco, but a position has been given away. It's a CBR4 going up against the Locust. The quick scope needs to hit. Will he go in for that wall bang? Will he just make a play for this? And good call by Cisco, not going out for that rush. Does not get concussed, does not get flashed. Risky, trying to go in here for the hunt. Plays it safe on the prone. And quick information taken here by Cisco. Backs away. 3 more seconds to go. They lose the round either way. Can he get the kill? Risky says, hell no. CBR4 kicks him into the next round.
Well, with the bomb being planted, he was really pushed to a tight corner there. Unable to clutch it due to time pressure, honestly. I think if he had a little bit more time, he could have went in for the rotation there and actually got the win. But again, nonetheless, it was a win to the side of Smart Omega. Now we're going to start our 4th round of Search and Destroy. Our team of Smart Omega is going to be heading towards a B site, but they're going to be met by the players of SKADI here. They're going to be able to take down mids, and that's going to open things up, but also information given to the side of SKADI.
Mark once again shuts down Kev's Whoopi, taken out by the one and only Chirac. Game of numbers now on the side of SKADI. Smart Omega, they most definitely can turn things around with 3 more players on their side. Candy just needs to step on up to the plate with that CBR4 alongside Risky. Idra kind of holding off a long range here, but the bomb has no backup whatsoever. But lucky for the side of Smart Omega, nobody else is trying to keep that eye on him. Indra does manage to go in and open up the doorway here, taking down the one and only Snurpy, only to be traded out by Mark, and the bomb goes out for that long rotation round. Player number 3 will be missing him, and that's the one and only Cisco, and this bomb will get planted over at A. What a distraction executed here by Smart Omega. You gotta love the strats.
That is absolutely crazy. And now the bomb's planted over at the A site. Risky, very far from the bomb site. But Candy is still there watching the bomb, and the players of SKADI confused on how the bomb got there. But Risky is going to be able to take down Chirac, and it's going to be a 1v2 situation here. And Cisco gets knocked down by Candy, and just like that, Smart Omega wins another round.
No surprise there whatsoever. It's good to see SKADI trying to keep up there with the gunfights, playing this really safely, playing it carefully, but it's just Smart Omega. They've got strategy for days. There's just no way you're going to be able to catch them off guard. You got to just get some sneaky snipes off of Mark and just play off of those. But look at Risky overextending. He gets punished for that. Chirac gets that slay. And this is now once again an opportunity for SKADI to run away with this round. But it's Smart Omega. You're asking for a little bit too much if you think that 3v5 is going to make a huge difference.
Well, you're absolutely right. I agree with you, AJ. It's still going to be a very difficult job. And as we can see here, it's just going to try to tie things up. He takes one down. And now, Smart Omega, they know they're down in numbers. And so they're playing it very passively, not going very aggressive. But now we can see Chirac. He's going to take down Candy, and that's going to drop the bomb over at that A site. And now, Whoopi and Idra push to a difficult situation, especially with the bomb being closer towards the side of SKADI right now.
Good play coming through from the side of SKADI, especially Chirac. 6 kills so far, has managed to pressure the players on the side of Smart Omega. Smart Omega very smartly circling around slowly. Whoopi trying to hold on to the mid position, but Mark strikes yet again. And the guy's just the super weapon on the side of SKADI. Whoopi with the hard scope misses one, but will not miss the second one. Now spots out yet another player. Goes in for the concussed play as well. Not spotting out the White Warehouse. Biggest mistake. And who else but Chirac. Well-deserved player to wrap that round up for SKADI.
There you have it, 2-3 standing. SKADI, even if they are down, they're putting up a good fight here in Search and Destroy in comparison to that hardpoint match. And we are really seeing a little bit more of a fight from them here towards Smart Omega. But nonetheless, Smart Omega going for the push towards the A site. And they're playing it pretty aggressively here. And they already have players in trailer getting ready for SKADI to go in.
Whew. Tense moment as the attacking team reaches the bomb site. They are going to get that plant at A. Snow grenades going to force them off of their spot. Snurpy, good slide in. Indra taken out with that pump. And it doesn't matter whether it was a headshot or not, because that KRM at that range, it does the deed. Cisco gets Whoopi out of the equation. Is that going to make a difference though? Snurpy trades out Risky. Fantastic play coming on through from SKADI and Smart Omega. They are stunned at this moment. 3-3. It is all equal with the defusal.
Yup, and SKADI, not to mention that SKADI won 2 rounds back to back. And that momentum, I mean, if they continue, they're gonna have such a good Search and Destroy game for them. But Smart Omega, you know, they're good. They're the team that's known for making adjustments at any moment of the game. And if they are able to do those adjustments once again, which I'm sure they are, they're going to be able to turn things around, especially after knowing how SKADI plays, how they go in for those retakes. They're going to try to stop it right now.
Mark has just been the integral player on the side of SKADI. I tell you, the angles that this guy is holding on to, so aggressive, not making any mistakes whatsoever. Mids takes Whoopi down along with that vehicle. Mark now opening up with a concussed. Snurpy gets Risky out of the equation. Spots out yet another player as well. On for the slide. Tags him up. Forces him off of his defensive position. And the bomb side open for SKADI. What an entry by Team SKADI. Smart Omega now has to play for retakes. And a quick rotation round from Candy. And that's the damage that you do not want if you're on the side of SKADI.
Ooh, and Kev's here going into trailer, getting a double kill before getting knocked out, but that's gonna give a little bit of an easier time to the rest of his team. Now, 1v2 situation. Idra, last player on the side of Smart Omega. He has to go in for that defuse. He's gonna be able to take down Snurpy, making it a 1v1, but Mark here with the sniper, hard scoping on the entrance. He's gonna spot Idra, but he's unable to get the shot, pulls out the pistol, but Idra gets the kill. And just like that, easy defuse for him. With that, a lot of time to spare, and he claims that round win.
Fantastic for Smart Omega, and once again, this is the kind of Smart Omega that you cannot underestimate. Even if you do have the numbers advantage, it's a GGWP, right? Because Smart Omega has got the slaying skills at the end of the day.
And here we are going to start the next round once again. 3 to 4 standing, and despite a lot of odds actually against side of SKADI, they're still putting up a really good fight here. Again, our players playing it very passively in contrary to what we saw earlier, but they are slowing things down. They don't want to risk it. And SKADI, they know they need to wait for the opening picks before pushing in because they are going up against a very strong team here.
Let's see if or not this makes a difference. 3 to 4, Whoopi, alongside Kev. he took 3 years. Chirac was like, la 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 la. I wonder if there's someone here. Yeah, no one. Kev shows up. In fact, he didn't show up. He was just there all along. Check your corners, children.
Now, we can see the players are really waiting here, AJ. And even if Smart Omega has a numbers advantage, they know that they're the defending team. They don't have to rush. They don't have to play aggressively. And I think this is such a good control from them. Good control on not pushing, and they're playing it really strategically because a lot of teams that we see, when they're the defending team, even if they're not supposed to rush, they go in for the rush, and that causes them. But right now, Mark with the sneaky angle, taking down Whoopi, but Risky going in for the exchange. A bomb's gonna get planted over at that A site, and we're gonna be down to a 3v4 here, but Kev takes down Mark.
That was so rare. I mean, Mark is just really impressing me in this matchup because how often do you see someone take down a hard scoping Whoopi? Not too often at all. He usually hits those shots. Guy was a little late on the response time this time around. Cisco with the secondary gets Idra, but quickly traded out. The game of numbers played against him. 5 to 3, 2 more rounds for Smart Omega to wrap up this SND and move on with life.
It's been absolutely crazy. Smart Omega having amazing plays here, and as I said a while ago, they make those adjustments when it's needed, and they have been able to consistent all the way here. We can see that they continue to make those adjustments, be able to secure round after round after round, and now with them needing only 2 more rounds, I think they're gonna try to close things up here and end the game early.
3 to 5, Smart Omega. Let's see if they can turn things around. Whoopi takes Snurpy out of the equation. Mark once again hits back. I tell you, Mark, the integral player on the side of SKADI, he's just been making so much of noise out there alongside Chirac. Everybody else on the team of SKADI, they just need to step up and help out Mark and Chirac, and this will be so much more easier to take on in terms of a match against Smart Omega. If SKADI wants to survive, they have to get it done right here, right now on this SND. Control is going to be an absolute no-go the way Smart Omega played hardpoint earlier.
And here, the bomb gets planted over at that A site. That's going to be time pressure on the side of Smart Omega, but with the numbers advantage, they still have a good opportunity here. And we can see Candy going for the backstab. Let's see if he's going to be able to spot Mark, who's hiding right outside of the bathrooms. But he does get that kill. And there you have it. He's going to be able to go in for that defuse, bringing Smart Omega up to match point.
Woo-hoo. Cannot say we did not expect this sort of a match scoreline, but I have to say, Mark is so freaking impressive on the snipes. I mean, come on, think about it. He's outperforming Whoopi himself. And as I say that, the guy takes Whoopi out with a freaking headshot. Let's talk about a new king of snipers in the Philippines.
Well, now let's see if they're going to be able to maintain and claim that title, because this search and destroy match is not looking very good for them, despite Mark popping off a little bit there. This game is very, very difficult to watch, and now Cisco's gonna be the last player standing between Smart Omega and that win, and just like that, they take him down, claim that search and destroy match, and it's gonna be a 2-0 right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, Smart Omega, they take this win without much of a worry at all. In fact, they weren't even worried they were going to take on SKADI. But they are paying them all due respects within the matchup. They're not just rushing in madly. They are waiting patiently. They're waiting to see exactly what sort of strategy SKADI is bringing into these rounds. And they're just calling them out round after round. Mistakes made, calling them out. And very strategically just approaching each and every single position. Checking their corners. That's very important, Chirag. You got to check your corners. Because if not, Kevs, the lurker, the king lurker, will be able to surprise you. He should have taken a melee, though.
I mean, I think if he took a melee, he'd even be more scary, especially with him popping out of random corners, especially when you don't expect him. But aside from him, we also have Mark, who popped off, and as AJ was saying a while ago, he went crazy with those sniper shots.
Yeah.
Just unfortunately, the rest of his team did not step it up as much as he did in that search and destroy match. And Smart Omega, again, consistent team, and they took that. They took that here in the search and destroy match with Risky getting 11 kills and Kev's 12.
Yeah, well, but once again, you know, highlights to Mark for sure. 13 kills, more than anybody else in this matchup. And you have to wonder what would have been the results like if at all Mid, Snurpy and Cisco was able to provide that support that Chirag and Mark most definitely needed in this matchup. I think it was just way too skewed towards the top for the side of SKADI, and they're not going to be able to win that sort of a fight against Smart Omega, where only 2 out of 5 of your players are really performing. And now as we head on into Raid, the only advantage here for SKADI is the fact that they play on defense. The problem here is it makes no difference whatsoever because of how big Raid is as a map and how far apart those 2 control points are from each other. And we have also seen Smart Omega play Raid control when they are on the attack. This team is so good in Raid. They know every single attacking position that can hide them away from those clear-off shots, and you really have to step out into the open to take them out of the control attacking position. So that and you know, if you combine that with your superior gun skills, good luck, SKADI.
It's definitely going to be a hard fight for SKADI. I mean, the gun skills alone, they were already struggling with, and with their lives numbered here in the control match, it's not looking very good for them. Maybe they have a strategy here, especially since they were able to pick the side, so they are going to have a little bit of an advantage. But when it comes to the skills, when it comes to the plays, I think Smart Omega is going to be able to take this home. But right now, first 2 kills going to Chirag on the side of SKADI, and they are going to continue getting those kills. Chirag's popping off here.
Very brave decision by the players of SKADI to actually split up and take the fight up against Smart Omega, thinking that they can hang with the gunfights. Let's see exactly how this goes. Speed pops off at a CBR of 4, doesn't get taken down just yet. Tin steps up to the plate as well, and Speed is still finding those slays. Chirag goes down. Speed alive and kicking, circles around to see if or not he can protect that B control point, and he does that to the T. Now backs the team up as he rotates around from the mid side, as Smart Omega has already started the deed on this A control point.
And yep, Smart Omega, they're trying to get two-thirds of the point right now, and they're just going to be able to do that. But right now, Chirag is back on that point. He's going to be able to take 1 before getting knocked out. And, you know, Smart Omega, even as the attacking team, they're winning a lot of their gunfights. They're not losing that much, so we're still at about a tie when it comes to the number of respawns that they have. But again, is that going to be enough for them to claim the win as an attacking team? Because they are struggling a little bit here to capture that A side and the B side as well.
I don't think I would call it a struggle, because if you notice, they are really making headway at both of the control points at the same time. And that's just really rare to see in a control matchup, right? SKADI really has to be careful because, yes, they do have the life advantage, but they are losing control on control. No pun intended for sure. And look at this now. Both sides being captured all at the same time. GGWP for the side of Smarta Mega. They get that extra minute and they'll complete a pause. And this was the corner. This was all of the angles that I was talking about, right? Smarta Mega, they just know exactly how to circle around all of their opponents, hold on to those angles and really torture them. And now SKADI, with just 4 more lives left against Smarta Mega. Yeah, this is a Smarta Mega round.
Smarta Mega winning most of their gunfights. They're going to be able to knock down all the players of SKADI, but while doing so, they're also going to be able to capture both points in just a couple of seconds, and just like that, they get the first round win despite being the attacking team. And we don't always see teams win the attacking side, but when they do, you know how good those teams are and how dominant they are, because winning an attacking round is very difficult in Control.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And of course, at the end of the day, SKADI, they started off on defense, couldn't really do much. Let's see if or not the offensive skills on Control Raid is any decent. They move on up. I don't expect a lot looking at all of those previous gunfights in Hardpoint as well as S&D, but let's see if or not they've got a trick up their sleeves. Nope, there's no tricks. They're just all rushing in together for this one control point. Nobody splits off towards A. Ooh. Finally, when they do try to split off towards A, guess who's on the spot? Idra's trying to circle around as well. That SKS is gonna hurt.
And here, you can see the players of Smarta Mega having the life advantage, and they are not giving SKADI even just one segment of any of the control sides. And here, you can see that SKADI is really trying to capture that A site, but while doing so, they are losing quite a couple of their respawn lives. And that's gonna cost them, especially with Tin getting a 5 kills in a row. He is absolutely popping off, and the kill feed being all yellow right now.
Let's see if or not we will be seeing any bit of improvement from SKADI here, because the number of lives lost has just been one too many. 7 more lives left. Triple on the side of Smarta Mega with 21 lives now, and barely a single one of these control points secured by the side of SKADI. I think we know exactly how the second round is going to go as well. In Control, you don't really see major comebacks unless it's between, like, you know, 2 Titan teams. Unfortunately for SKADI, they cannot be counted as a Titan anymore.
Yep, and with 3 lives left, it looks like this is going to be the end of SKADI for this round at the very least. And now we are going to be match point in favor of Smarta Mega. And AJ, I don't know, but it's a very one-sided control match so far. And if SKADI is going to try to make a comeback here, it's going to be absolutely crazy. But, you know, anything can happen. And right now we can see the players are off, and they are heading towards a B side.
It's nice to see that you're still hopeful.
Always hopeful.
one needs to be hopeful for sure. On the other hand, I'm thinking like maybe this match can wrap up a little quickly here, and I might just be delighted with that because I've got another event tonight. Maybe I can catch a snooze before I go up to my event, but SKADI will probably have to make a difference here if at all they want to stop me from taking that nap. They have to get something done out there on the battlefield. But it doesn't seem like Smarta Mega wants to allow that. Look at the speed of capture on this B control point. Yeah, I've never seen that sort of speed run before on a control point. Smarta Mega is just on another level.
I mean, Smarta Mega, they have 2 players on that hard point, and the rest trying to push towards A and distract SKADI. SKADI having to split their players, and not to mention they lose a lot of their gunfight, so obviously we can expect that they struggle here. And that's exactly why they lost that B site, because SKADI, they weren't contesting that point. They just gave it up to Smarta Mega, even if they knew that the players were there. But that was kind of expected because Smarta Mega is absolutely everywhere, and they have no idea how to split their players between 2 sides here, with them being such underdog here.
And of course, it's just going to be a painful run for the side of SKADI. With 10 more lives left, they only have 1 site to protect here. To no avail. Everybody's stacked up around already, but they are fully exposed out there in the open, and Idra and his SKS just ripping through them one after the other. And Kendi does not pause, finds the player, and Idra finishes Snurpy off as Kendi flushes him out of the Tiki. This is just an absolute annihilation that you will have to face if you go up against Smarta Mega.
Yep, but now we can see Mids pulling out the Annihilator. He gets shot by Whoopi, and he is gonna lose that investment. And here, Snurpy investing in a claw, but gets knocked down by Candy from behind. SKADI down to the last 4 respawns on their side. It's not looking very good for them because Smart Omega still has 11 and they're playing absolutely crazy here. Speed trying to get the wall bang there. He's gonna be able to get a double kill. That's gonna be huge for them. Triple there, and that is gonna make a little things a little bit easier. But with 3 lives left, there is absolutely no room for mistake here. And now down to the last 2 lives, Smart Omega trying to make a push for that A site and knock down those last 2 players alive.
And once again, Speed just proving that a Malaysian can get the deed done out there regardless of the kind of opponents they go up against. They are going up against Filipinos and Smart Omega of all teams. Speed still is able to put on a hell of a show. But at the end of the day, SKADI will not be able to take away a dub because Smart Omega is Smart Omega.
I mean, AJ, I think you had a lot of carbs today. So can I take the donut?
You can have it. Be my guest. Be my guest. Be my guest. Yeah, have it.
So thank you, Smart Omega, for the delicious donut. But, you know, we were expecting SKADI to have a little bit more fight there. But again, Smart Omega is such a solid team. And we can see there that they have everything on their side. I mean, they have 2 coaches. They have an analyst. They have a whole organization behind them. While SKADI, on the other hand, they're the underdogs. They're not as prepared as Smart Omega for sure. But nonetheless, they did put up a little bit of a fight there. There's still room for improvement. And I'm sure these players are going to continue to fight and improve till the next tournament to come.
Most definitely, that's something that I'm looking forward to. I don't want to see this team break up. I don't want to see any re-rostering on the side of SKADI. I think the squad has got a lot of potential out there on the battlefield. They just need to stick together long enough to figure out exactly how they can make sure they don't fall off against teams like Smart Omega. They have to figure out exactly how a team like West Point Mamba Lowkings, who came out of absolutely nowhere, was able to do exactly what they've been doing so far. And they need to take those kind of fights against big teams like Smart Omega. But this was unfortunately an expected result. At the end of the day, Smart Omega, easy 3-0, barely broke a sweat.
Yep, and that is gonna put them in the upper brackets and send their opponent SKADI down to the lower brackets. But that is not the last of them. You are still going to see these teams again, even SKADI, because we are going to have a double elimination set up for this tournament. But right now, we can see the maps and modes. As you can see, it was a dominant win from the side of Smart Omega, winning 3-0. And not only that, but they dominated in every single map.
They most definitely did, didn't they? 136 to 250, SKADI went down to Smart Omega. 3-7 on that SND, could barely scratch the edge of beating Smart Omega. In control, it was just a one-sided match all the way through. We saw a couple of trades back and forth, but it means absolutely nothing in a game of objective if you're getting kills, but you're barely scratching the objective, especially in control. And yes, one of the objectives is the lives, but it was very risky to kind of try to depend on that. And we barely saw utilities. I think SKADI was thinking that, maybe this was the show match where the utilities are banned. I mean, if you want to drop by control, you really want to abuse those smokes. You really want to abuse those concussors as well, especially to open up those sites. But we barely saw those plays coming on through. It was just mainly gunfights. And Smart Omega was more than happy to play gunfights with them.
Even if they chose the gunfights, they didn't win the gunfights, and that's kind of unfortunate. Maybe the utilities, if they were utilized properly, they could have opened up a little bit more opportunity for SKADI to get not only the control match, but also in the hardpoint match, actually. And that could have been very beneficial to them if they're able to use that, especially when trying to make a break into hardpoints.
Yeah, and of course, in this hardpoint matchup, it was pretty much what told me exactly how this game was going to go. Looking at all of the gunfights, looking at the fact that SKADI could barely scrape around and play a good strategy against Smart Omega and their overwhelming, firepower. In SND, we saw Mark really pop off. I mean, kudos to Mark because he was really the highlight of SKADI, no doubt whatsoever. He was picking up the slack for the rest of the squad. Chirac stepped up with that CBR4 as well. But the rest of the team members, they did struggle quite a little bit against Smart Omega. And you just can't have that. You need to have all 5 players on the top of their game if you want to take on a team as mighty as Smart Omega. It just wasn't the case for SKADI here.
Yep, but in the first couple of rounds of Search and Destroy, we actually saw quite a couple back and forth between Smart Omega and SKADI. But after SKADI won 3 rounds, Smart Omega just changed up their strategies and dominated. And when it came into control, I mean, you can see it that the gunfights of Smart Omega is just so much more dominant than SKADI's.
And of course, at the end of the day, one would think that maybe Control with that defensive advantage can get you a win even against a team like Smart Omega. Yeah, you would be wrong to think that advantage can mean an immediate dub on your side. You really have to work for it, especially when Control is very heavily dependent on some of the annihilating capability of your team as well. But we have to shine the spotlight on the MVP of the game, the one and only Ezr and his beaming SKS. Not one to be trifled with, especially in Control.
Yup, Ezr here, MVP of the game, getting an average kill of 20.33 kills. And he has a KD ratio of 1.85. And not to mention that they were going up against a match of against SKADI. Though Smart Omega has won a lot of their gunfights, this is still absolutely impressive.
Oh yeah, and of course, at the end of the day, Ezr has been just God Ezr from day one, right? From the days of him making the choppers so popular in the game of Call of Duty Mobile. He inspired almost everybody to pick up the chopper. And he's definitely not inspiring people to pick up the SKS. I think we saw exactly who that was at the World Series. But Ezr has been able to make really good use of the gun. And the SKS, unlike the chopper, isn't as easy to pick up and continue to slay. You need to have a lot of mechanical skills. You need to have great internet connection as well to make sure all of your bullets are registering, because it's not a one-shot kill sort of a gun. You need to have those 2 bullets to register. And Ezr is just the kind of guy that has got perfect aims and has got absolutely perfect skills out there to make it work.
Yep, and I guess that's how he got the MVP title. And not only this title, but several also on the group stages. We saw him dominate so many games against the rest of his group, even if he was in the group of death.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And of course, at the end of the day, one would expect to see Smart Omega continue their run in this upper bracket, no doubt whatsoever. But tomorrow, we get to see exactly who will be their opponents. And I don't know about you, but I think I'm going to be putting my money on Blacklist International Ultimate. Kudos to the 4 S-Kings to making it to the playoffs, but, you know, the ultimate team has been born in this season for Garena Masters Season 4. And I think Blacklist is going to really give a lot of teams a run for their money. If I were you, I would not miss that match for Day 3, where Smart Omega will be meeting the one and only Blacklist International Ultimate. But for tomorrow, we get to see Blacklist in participation as well. Broke Boys Club will meet the Huntsmen down at the lower bracket. SKADI will be meeting the losers of that Blacklist Ultimate match. Probably going to be 4 S-Kings, but I don't know. I might be wrong. Maybe they're going to meet Blacklist, and maybe SKADI will kick Blacklist out of the competition, you know. World's your oyster. You go figure it out, make your own predictions. But I think that's exactly what's going to happen. But to see who's going to go out between the Broke Boys Club and Huntsman, I think that's going to be quite the drama.
Definitely going to be an interesting match, but also we are going to be looking forward towards seeing West Point Mamba Lowkings versus ALMGHTY tomorrow. And I think, AJ, that is going to be such an interesting match, because these 2 teams, they are absolutely crazy. And we know West Point Mamba Lowkings, they have improved so much, as well as ALMGHTY. They're one of the top teams here in this tournament. And with West Point Mamba Lowkings matched up against ALMGHTY early in this match, well, actually, by tomorrow, it's going to be quite interesting to see who gets sent to the lower brackets there.
That's the reason why I didn't talk about the series, because I'm surely not looking forward to the West Point Mamba Lowkings meeting ALMGHTY. I think I love both these teams, and I already know who's going to win that series. Not going to make a prediction for that one, because I do want it to be one where both thinks they can go all the way, and I want to see them go all the way, right? But I think there might just be a ceiling that one of the teams might have to deal with in terms of capability of taking the other one down. But of course, we'll be breaking that down tomorrow for you guys. The playoffs will continue day number 2, exact same time, exact same place, of course, 19th of March. Make sure you join us. the drama will surely continue and it only gets hotter.
Yep, and after that, there's going to also be day 3 of the playoffs on March 25, followed by day 4 of the playoffs on March 26. And if you want to find out who ends up winning this tournament, make sure you watch every Saturday and Sunday for this weekend and next weekend to find out who ends up on top.
Absolutely right. And Wasabi, it's been great casting with you today. Thank you so much for letting me shine a little bit sometimes. I think if I had to pick between you and Callie, possibly gonna be Wasabi. But thank you. You have been absolutely a delight to shoutcast with Wasabi.
It was definitely a pleasure to cast with you as well, AJ. I've been looking forward for this for so long, and I enjoy it every single time we are placed together. So thank you so much also for having me.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on that note, we're going to be wrapping up the show. You guys have a wonderful day. Make sure you eat your rice, because I know Cisco's going to be having a couple of bowls as he cries over exactly what just happened against Mata Mega. But it's just Mata Mega stuff, man. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Good night. Good evening. Don't sleep just yet. Bye-bye.